Prologue. Memphis, Tennessee, August 1892. Birthing a bastard wasn't in the plans. When she'd learned she was carrying her lover's child, the shock and panic turned quickly to anger. There were ways of dealing with it, of course. A woman in her position had contacts, had avenues, but she was afraid of them, nearly as afraid of the abortionists as she was of what was growing, unwanted, inside her. The mistress of a man like Reginald Harper couldn't afford pregnancy. He'd kept her for nearly 2 years now, and kept her well. Oh, she knew he kept others, including his wife, but they didn't concern her. She was still young, and she was beautiful. Youth and beauty were products that could be marketed. She'd done so for nearly a decade with steely mind and heart, and she'd profited by them, polished them with the grace and charm she'd learned by watching and emulating the fine ladies who'd visited the grand house on the river where her mother had worked. She'd been educated, a bit, but more than books and music, she'd learned the arts of flirtation. She'd sold herself for the first time at 15 and had pocketed knowledge along with the coin. But prostitution wasn't her goal, any more than domestic work or trudging off to the factory day after day. She knew the difference between whore and mistress. A whore traded quick and cold sex for pennies and was forgotten before the man's fly was buttoned again. But a mistress, a clever and successful mistress, offered romance, sophistication, conversation, gaiety, along with a commodity between her legs. She was a companion, a wailing wall, a sexual fantasy. An ambitious mistress knew to demand nothing and gain much. Amelia Ellen Connor had ambitions, and she'd achieved them, or most of them. She'd selected Reginald quite carefully. He wasn't handsome or brilliant of mind, but he was, as her research had assured her, very rich and very unfaithful to the thin and proper wife who presided over Harper House. He had a woman in Natchez, and it was said he kept another in New Orleans. He could afford another, so Amelia set her sights on him, wooed and won him. At 24, she lived in a pretty house on South Main and had 3 servants of her own. Her wardrobe was full of beautiful clothes, and her jewelry case sparkled. It was true she wasn't received by the fine ladies she'd once envied, but there was a fashionable half-world where a woman of her station was welcome, where she was envied. She threw lavish parties, she traveled, she lived. Then, hardly more than a year after Reginald had tucked her into that pretty house, her clever, craftily designed world crashed. She would have hidden it from him until she'd gathered the courage to visit the red light district and end the thing, but he'd caught her when she was violently ill, and he'd studied her face with those dark, shrewd eyes. And he'd known. He'd not only been pleased, but had forbidden her to end the pregnancy. To her shock, he'd bought her a sapphire bracelet to celebrate her situation. She hadn't wanted the child, but he had. So she began to see how the child could work for her. As the mother of Reginald Harper's child, bastard or no, she would be cared for in perpetuity. He might lose interest in coming to her bed as she lost the bloom of youth, as beauty faded, but he would support her and the child. His wife hadn't given him a son, but she might. She would. Through the last chills of winter and into the spring, she carried the child and planned for her future. Then something strange happened. It moved inside her. Flutters and stretches, playful kicks. The child she hadn't wanted became her child. It grew inside her like a flower that only she could see, could feel, could know. And so did a strong and terrible love. Through the sweltering, sticky heat of the summer she bloomed, and for the first time in her life she knew a passion for something other than herself and her own comfort. The child, her son, needed her. She would protect it with all she had. With her hands resting on her great belly, she supervised the decorating of the nursery. Pale green walls and white lace curtains, a rocking horse imported from Paris, a crib handmade in Italy. She tucked tiny clothes into the miniature wardrobe, Irish and Breton lace, French silks. All were monogrammed with exquisite embroidery with the baby's initials. He would be James Reginald Connor. She would have a son, something at last of her own, someone at last to love. They would travel together, her and her beautiful boy. She would show him the world. He would go to the best schools. He was her pride, her joy, and her heart. And if, through that steamy summer, Reginald came to the house on South Main less and less, it was just as well. He was only a man. What grew inside her was a son. She would never be alone again. When she felt the pangs of labor, she had no fear. Through the sweaty hours of pain, she held one thing in the front of her mind. Her James, her son, her child. Her eyes blurred with exhaustion, and the heat, a living, breathing monster, was somehow worse than the pain. She could see the doctor and the midwife exchange looks, grim, frowning looks. But she was young, she was healthy, and she would do this thing. There was no time. Hour bled into hour with gaslight shooting flickering shadows around the room. She heard, through the waves of exhaustion, a thin cry. "My son." Tears slid down her cheeks. "My son." The midwife held her down, murmuring, "Lie still now. Drink a bit. Rest now." She sipped to soothe her fiery throat, tasted laudanum. Before she could object, she was drifting off, deep down, far away. When she woke, the room was dim, the draperies pulled tight over the windows. When she stirred, the doctor rose from his chair, came close to lift her hand, to check her pulse. "My son, my baby. I want to see my baby." "I'll send for some broth. You slept a long time." "My son, he'll be hungry. Have him brought to me." "Madam." The doctor sat on the side of the bed. His eyes seemed very pale, very troubled. "I'm sorry. The child was stillborn." What clutched her heart was monstrous, vicious, rending her with burning talons of grief and fear. "I heard him cry. This is a lie. Why are you saying such an awful thing to me?" "She never cried." Gently he took her hands. "Your labor was long and difficult. You were delirious at the end of it. Madam, I'm sorry. You delivered a girl, stillborn." She wouldn't believe it. She screamed and raged and wept, and was sedated only to wake to scream and rage and weep again. She hadn't wanted the child, and then she'd wanted nothing else. Her grief was beyond name, beyond reason. Grief drove her mad. Chapter 1. Southfield, Michigan, September 2001. She burned the cream sauce. Stella would always remember that small, irritating detail, as she would remember the roll and boom of thunder from the late summer storm, and the sound of her children squabbling in the living room. She would remember the harsh smell, the sudden scream of the smoke alarms, and the way she'd mechanically taken the pan off the burner and dumped it in the sink. She wasn't much of a cook, but she was, in general, a precise cook. For this welcome-home meal, she'd planned to prepare the chicken Alfredo, one of Kevin's favorites, from scratch, and match it with a nice field green salad and some fresh, crusty bread with pesto dipping sauce. In her tidy kitchen in her pretty suburban house, she had all the ingredients lined up, her cookbook propped on its stand with the plastic protector over the pages. She wore a navy blue bib apron over her fresh pants and shirt, and had her mass of curling red hair bundled up on top of her head, out of her way. She was getting started later than she'd hoped, But work had been a madhouse all day. All the fall flowers at the garden center were on sale, and the warm weather brought customers out in droves. Not that she minded. She loved the work, absolutely loved her job as manager of the nursery. It felt good to be back in the thick of it, full-time now that Gavin was in school and Luke old enough for a playgroup. How in the world had her baby grown up enough for first grade? And before she knew it, Luke would be ready for kindergarten. She and Kevin should start getting a little more proactive about making that third child. Maybe tonight, she thought with a smile, when she got into that final and very personal stage of her welcome home plans. As she measured ingredients, she heard the crash and wail from the next room. Glutton for punishment, she thought, as she dropped what she was doing to rush in. Thinking about having another baby when the two she had were driving her crazy. She stepped into the room, and there they were, her little angels. Gavin, sunny, blonde, with the devil in his eyes, sat innocently bumping two matchbox cars into each other, while Luke, his bright red hair a dead ringer for hers, screamed over his scattered wooden blocks. She didn't have to have witnessed the event to know. Luke had built, Gavin had destroyed. In their house it was the law of the land. "Gavin, why?" She scooped up Luke, patted his back. "It's okay, baby, you can build another." "My house! My house!" "It was an accident," Gavin claimed, and that wicked twinkle that made a bubble of laughter rise to her throat remained. "The car wrecked it." "I bet the car did, after you aimed it at his house. Why can't you play nice? He wasn't bothering you." "I was playing. He's just a baby." "That's right." And it was the look that came into her eye that had Gavin dropping his. "And if you're going to be a baby too, you can be a baby in your room. Alone." "It was a stupid house." "Nuh-uh, Mom!" Luke took Stella's face in both his hands, looked at her with those avid, swimming eyes. "It was good." "You can build an even better one, okay?" "Gavin, leave him alone. I'm not kidding. I'm busy in the kitchen and Daddy's going to be home soon. Do you want to be punished for his welcome home?" "No. I can't do anything." "That's too bad. It's really a shame you don't have any toys." She set Luke down. "Build your house, Luke. Leave his blocks alone, Gavin. If I have to come in here again, you're not going to like it." "I want to go outside." Gavin mourned at her retreating back. "Well, it's raining, so you can't. We're all stuck in here, so behave." Flustered, she went back to the cookbook, tried to clear her head. In an irritated move, she snapped on the kitchen TV. God, she missed Kevin. The boys had been cranky all afternoon, and she felt rushed and harried and overwhelmed. With Kevin out of town these last 4 days, she'd been scrambling around like a maniac, dealing with the house, the boys, her job, all the errands alone. Why was it that household appliances just waited to go on strike when Kevin left town? Yesterday the washer had gone bonds up, and just that morning the toaster oven had fried itself. They had such a nice rhythm when they were together, dividing up the chores, sharing the discipline and the pleasure in their sons. If he'd been home, he could have sat down to play with and referee the boys while she cooked. Or better, he'd have cooked, and she'd have played with the boys. She missed the smell of him when he came up behind her to lean down and rub his cheek over hers. She missed curling up to him in bed at night, and the way they'd talk in the dark about their plans, or laugh at something the boys had done that day. For God's sake, you'd think the man had been gone 4 months instead of 4 days, she told herself. She listened with half an ear to Gavin trying to talk Luke into building a skyscraper that they could both wreck, as she stirred her cream sauce and watched the wind swirl leaves outside the window. He wouldn't be traveling so much after he got his promotion. Soon, she reminded herself. He'd been working so hard, and he was right on the verge of it. The extra money would be handy, too, especially when they had another child. Maybe a girl this time. With the promotion and her working full-time again, they could afford to take the kids somewhere next summer. Disney World, maybe. They'd love that. Even if she were pregnant, they could manage it. She'd been squirreling away some money in the vacation fund, and the new car fund. Having to buy a new washing machine was going to seriously damage the emergency fund, but they'd be all right. When she heard the boys laugh, her shoulders relaxed again. Really, life was good. It was perfect, just the way she'd always imagined it. She was married to a wonderful man, one she'd fallen for the minute she'd set eyes on him. Kevin Rothchild, with his slow, sweet smile. They had 2 beautiful sons, a pretty house in a good neighborhood, jobs they both loved, and plans for the future they both agreed on. And when they made love, bells still rang. Thinking of that, she imagined his reaction when, with the kids tucked in for the night, she slipped into the sexy new lingerie she'd splurged on in his absence. A little wine, a few candles, and... The next bigger crash had her eyes rolling toward the ceiling. At least this time there were cheers instead of wails. "Mom! Mom!" Face alive with glee, Luke rushed in. "We wrecked the whole building! Can we have a cookie?" "Not this close to dinner." "Please, please, please, please!" He was pulling on her pants now, doing his best to climb up her leg. Stella set the spoon down, nudged him away from the stove. "No cookies before dinner, Luke." "We're starving." Gavin piled in, slamming his cars together. "How come we can't eat something when we're hungry? Why do we have to eat the stupid Fredo anyway?" "Because." She'd always hated that answer as a child, but it seemed all-purpose to her now. "We're all eating together when your father gets home." But she glanced out the window and worried that his plane would be delayed. "Here, you can split an apple." She took one out of the bowl on the counter and grabbed a knife. "I don't like the peel," Gavin complained. "I don't have time to peel it." She gave the sauce a couple of quick stirs. "The peel's good for you." Wasn't it? She thought. "Can I have a drink? Can I have a drink, too?" Luke tugged and tugged. "I'm thirsty." "God, give me 5 minutes, will you? 5 minutes? Go build something. Then you can have some apple slices and juice." Thunder boomed, and Gavin responded to it by jumping up and down and shouting, "Earthquake!" "It's not an earthquake." But his face was bright with excitement as he spun in circles, then ran from the room. "Earthquake! Earthquake!" Getting into the spirit, Luke ran after him, screaming. Stella pressed a hand to her pounding head. The noise was insane, but maybe it would keep them busy until she got the meal under control. She turned back to the stove and heard, without much interest, the announcement for a news bulletin. It filtered through the headache, and she turned toward the set like an automaton. Commuter plane crash, en route to Detroit Metro from Lansing. 10 passengers on board. The spoon dropped out of her hand. The heart dropped out of her body. Kevin. Kevin. Her children screamed in delighted fear, and thunder rolled and burst overhead. In the kitchen, Stella slid to the floor as her world fractured. They came to tell her Kevin was dead. Strangers at her door with solemn faces. She couldn't take it in, couldn't believe it. Though she'd known. She'd known the minute she heard the reporter's voice on her little kitchen television. Kevin couldn't be dead. He was young and healthy. He was coming home and they were having chicken Alfredo for dinner. But she'd burned the sauce. The smoke had set off the alarms and there was nothing but madness in her pretty house. She had to send her children to her neighbor so it could be explained to her. But how could the impossible, the unthinkable ever be explained? A mistake. The storm, a strike of lightning, and everything changed forever. One instant of time, and the man she loved, the father of her children, no longer lived. "Is there anyone you'd like to call?" Who would she call but Kevin? He was her family, her friend, her life. They spoke of details that were like a buzz in her brain, of arrangements, of counseling. They were sorry for her loss. They were gone, and she was alone in the house she and Kevin had bought when she'd been pregnant with Luke. The house they'd saved for and painted and decorated together. The house with the gardens she'd designed herself. The storm was over, and it was quiet. Had it ever been so quiet? She could hear her own heartbeat, the hum of the heater as it kicked on, the drip of rain from the gutters. Then she could hear her own keening as she collapsed on the floor by her front door. Lying on her side, she gathered herself into a ball in defense, in denial. There weren't tears, not yet. They were massed into some kind of hard, hot knot inside her. The grief was so deep, tears couldn't reach it. She could only lie curled up there with those wounded animal sounds pouring out of her throat. It was dark when she pushed herself to her feet, swaying, light-headed and ill. Kevin. Somewhere in her brain his name still, over and over and over. She had to get her children. She had to bring her children home. She had to tell her babies. Oh, God, how could she tell them? She groped for the door, stepped out into the chilly dark, her mind blessedly blank. She left the door open at her back, walked down between the heavy-headed mums and asters, past the glossy green leaves of the azaleas she and Kevin had planted one blue spring day. She crossed the street like a blind woman, walking through puddles that soaked her shoes, over damp grass toward her neighbor's porch light. What was her neighbor's name? Funny, she'd known her for 4 years. They carpooled and sometimes shopped together, but she couldn't quite remember. Oh, yes, of course, Diane. Diane and Adam Perkins and their children Jessie and Wyatt. Nice family, she thought dully. Nice, normal family. They'd had a barbecue together just a couple of weeks ago. Kevin had grilled chicken. He loved to grill. They'd had some good wine, some good laughs, and the kids had played. Wyatt had fallen and scraped his knee. Of course she remembered. But she stood in front of the door, not quite sure what she was doing there. Her children, of course. She'd come for her children. She had to tell them. Don't think. She held herself hard, rocked, held in. Don't think yet. If you think, you'll break apart. A million pieces you can never put together again. Her babies needed her now, only had her now. She bore down on that hot, hard knot and rang the bell. She saw Diane as if she were looking at her through a thin sheen of water, rippling and not quite there. She heard her dimly, felt the arms that came around her in support and sympathy. But your husband's alive, you see, Stella thought. Your life isn't over. Your world's the same as it was 5 minutes ago, so you can't know. You can't. When she felt herself begin to shake, she pulled back. Not now, please. I can't now. I have to take the boys home. I can come with you. There were tears on Diane's cheeks as she reached out, touched Stella's hair. Would you like me to come, to stay with you? No, not now. I need the boys. I'll get them. Come inside, Stella. But she only shook her head. All right. They're in the family room. I'll bring them. Stella, if there's anything at all, you've only to call. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She stood in the dark, looking in at the light, and waited. She heard the protests, the complaints, then the scrambling of feet. And there were her boys, Gavin with his father's sunny hair, Luke with his father's mouth. We don't want to go yet, Gavin told her. We're playing a game. Can't we finish? Not now. We have to go home now. But I'm winning. It's not fair and... Gavin, we have to go. Is Daddy home? She looked down at Luke, his happy, innocent face, and nearly broke. No. Reaching down, she picked him up, touched her lips to the mouth that was so like Kevin's. Let's go home. She took Gavin's hand and began the walk back to her empty house. If Daddy was home, he'd let me finish. Cranky tears smeared Gavin's voice. I want Daddy. I know. I do too. Can we have a dog? Luke wanted to know, and turned her face to his with his hands. Can we ask Daddy? Can we have a dog like Jessie and Wyatt? We'll talk about it later. I want Daddy, Gavin said again with a rising pitch in his voice. He knows, Stella thought. He knows something is wrong. Something's terribly wrong. have to do this. I have to do it now. We need to sit down. Carefully, very carefully, she closed the door behind her, carried Luke to the couch. She sat with him in her lap and laid her arm over Gavin's shoulder. "If I had a dog," Luke told her soberly, "I'd take care of him. When's Daddy coming?" "He can't come." "'Cause of the busy trip?" Help me, God, help me do this. There was an accident. Daddy was in an accident." "Like when the cars smash?" Luke asked, and Gavin said nothing. Nothing at all as his eyes burned into her face. "It was a very bad accident. Daddy had to go to heaven." "But he has to come home after." He can't. He can't come home any more. He has to stay in heaven now." "I don't want him there." Gavin tried to wrench away, but she held him tight. "I want him to come home now." "I don't want him there either, baby, but he can't come back anymore, no matter how much we want it." Luke's lips trembled. "Is he mad at us?" No, baby, no." She pressed her face to his hair as her stomach pitched and what was left of her heart throbbed like a wound. "He's not mad at us. He loves us. He'll always love us." "He's dead!" There was fury in Gavin's voice, rage on his face. Then it crumpled, and he was just a little boy, weeping in his mother's arms. She held them until they slept, then carried them to her bed so none of them would wake alone. As she had countless times before, she slipped off their shoes, tucked blankets around them. She left a light burning while she walked. It felt like floating, through the house, locking doors, checking windows. When she knew everything was safe, she closed herself into the bathroom. She ran a bath so hot the steam rose off the water and misted the room. Only when she slipped into the tub, submerged herself in the steaming water, did she allow that knot to snap. With her boys sleeping and her body shivering in the hot water, she wept and wept and wept. She got through it. A few friends suggested she might take a tranquilizer, but she didn't want to block the feelings, nor did she want to have a muzzy head when she had her children to think of. She kept it simple. Kevin would have wanted simple. She chose every detail, the music, the flowers, the photographs, used at his memorial service. She selected a silver box for his ashes and planned to scatter them on the lake. He'd proposed to her on the lake, in a rented boat, on a summer afternoon. She wore black for the service, a widow of 31, with 2 young boys and a mortgage, and a heart so broken she wondered if she would feel pieces of it piercing her soul for the rest of her life. She kept her children close and made appointments with a grief counselor for all of them. Details. She could handle the details. As long as there was something to do, something definite, she could hold on. She could be strong. Friends came with their sympathy and covered dishes and teary eyes. She was grateful to them more for the distraction than the condolences. There was no condolence for her. Her father and his wife flew up from Memphis, and them she leaned on. She let Jolene, her father's wife, fuss over her and soothe and cuddle the children, while her own mother complained about having to be in the same room as that woman. When the service was over, after the friends drifted away, after she clung to her father and Jolene before their flight home, she made herself take off the black dress. She shoved it into a bag to send to a shelter. She never wanted to see it again. Her mother stayed. Stella had asked her to stay, a few days. Surely, under such circumstances, she was entitled to her mother. Whatever friction was and always had been between them was nothing compared with death. When she went into the kitchen, her mother was brewing coffee. Stella was so grateful not to have to think of such a minor task, she crossed over and kissed Carla's cheek. "Thanks. I'm so sick of tea. Every time I turned around, that woman was making more damn tea. She was trying to help, and I'm not sure I could have handled coffee until now." Carla turned. She was a slim woman with short blonde hair. Over the years, she'd battled time with regular trips to the surgeon. Nips, tucks, lifts, injections had wiped away some of the years, and left her looking whittled and hard, Stella thought. She might pass for 40, but she'd never look happy about it. You always take up for her. I'm not taking up for Jolene, Mom. Wearily, Stella sat. No more details, she realized. No more something that has to be done. How would she get through the night? I don't see why I had to tolerate her. I'm sorry you were uncomfortable, but she was very kind. She and Dad have been married for, 25 years or so now? You ought to be used to it. I don't like having her in my face, her in that twangy voice. Trailer trash. Stella opened her mouth, closed it again. Jolene hadn't come from a trailer park and was certainly not trash. But what good would it do to say so? Or to remind her mother that she'd been the one who'd wanted a divorce, the one to leave the marriage? Just as it wouldn't do any good to point out that Carla had been married twice since. Well, she's gone now. Good riddance. Stella took a deep breath. No arguments, she thought, as her stomach clenched and unclenched like a fist. Too tired to argue. The kids are sleeping. They're just worn out. Tomorrow, we'll just deal with tomorrow. I guess that's the way it's going to be. She let her head fall back, closed her eyes. I keep thinking this is a horrible dream, and I'll wake up any second. Kevin will be here. I can't imagine life without him. I can't stand to imagine it. The tears started again. Mom, I don't know what I'm going to do. Had insurance, didn't he? Stella blinked, stared as Carla set a cup of coffee in front of her. What? Life insurance. He was covered. Yes, but you ought to talk to a lawyer about suing the airline. Better start thinking of practicalities. She sat with her own coffee. It's what you're best at anyway. Mom, she spoke slowly as if translating a strange foreign language. Kevin's dead. I know that, Stella, and I'm sorry. Reaching over, Carla gave Stella's hand a pat. I dropped everything to come here and give you a hand, didn't I? Yes. She had to remember that, appreciate that. It's a damn fucked up world when a man of his age dies for no good reason. Useless waste. I'll never understand it. No. Pulling a tissue out of her pocket, Stella rubbed the tears away. Neither will I. I liked him. But the fact is you're in a fix now. Bills, kids to support, widowed with 2 growing boys. Not many men want to take on ready-made families, let me tell you. I don't want a man to take us on. God, Mom. You will, Carla said with a nod. Take my advice and make sure the next one's got money. Don't make my mistakes. You lost your husband, and that's hard. It's really hard. But women lose husbands every day. It's better to lose one this way than to go through a divorce. The pain in Stella's stomach was too sharp for grief, too cold for rage. Mom, we had Kevin's memorial today. I have his ashes in a goddamn box in my bedroom. You want my help? She waggled the spoon. I'm trying to give it to you. You sew the pants off the airline, get yourself a solid nest egg, and don't hook yourself up with some loser like I always do. You don't think divorce is a hard knock, too? Haven't been through one, have you? Well, I have, twice. And I might as well tell you it's coming up on 3. I'm done with that stupid son of a bitch. You've got no idea what he's put me through. Not only is he an inconsiderate, loud-mouthed asshole, but I think he's been cheating on me. She pushed away from the table, rummaged around, then cut herself a piece of cake. He thinks I'm going to tolerate that. He's mistaken. I just love to see his face when he gets served with the papers. Today. I'm sorry your 3rd marriage isn't working out, Stella said stiffly. But it's a little hard for me to be sympathetic, since both the 3rd marriage and the 3rd divorce were your choice. Kevin's dead. My husband is dead. And that sure as hell wasn't my choice. You think I want to go through this again? You think I want to come here to help you out, then have your father's bimbo shoved in my face? She's his wife, who has never been anything but decent to you, and who has always treated me kindly. To your face? Carla stuffed a bite of cake into her mouth. You think you're the only one with problems, with heartache? You won't be so quick to shrug it off when you're pushing 50 and facing life alone. You're pushing 50 from the back end, Mom, and being alone is again your choice. Temper turned Carla's eyes dark and sharp. I don't appreciate that tone, Stella. I don't have to put up with it. No, you don't. You certainly don't. In fact, it would probably be best for both of us if you left. Right now. This was a bad idea. I don't know what I was thinking. You want me gone? Fine. Carla shoved up from the table. I'd just as soon get back to my own life. You never had any gratitude in you, and if you couldn't be on my back about something, you weren't happy. Next time you want to cry on somebody's shoulder, call your country bumpkin stepmother. Oh, I will, Stella murmured as Carla sailed out of the room. Believe me. She rose to carry her cup to the sink, then gave in to the petty urge and smashed it. She wanted to break everything as she'd been broken. She wanted to wreak havoc on the world as it had been on her. Instead, she stood gripping the edge of the sink and praying that her mother would pack and leave quickly. She wanted her out. Why had she ever thought she wanted her to stay? It was always the same between them, abrasive, combative. No connection, no common ground. But God, she'd wanted that shoulder, needed it so much just for one night. Tomorrow she would do whatever came next, but she'd wanted to be held and stroked and comforted tonight. With trembling fingers she cleaned the broken shards out of the sink, wept over them a little as she poured them into the trash. Then she walked to the phone and called a cab for her mother. They didn't speak again, and Stella decided that was for the best. She closed the door, listened to the cab drive away. Alone now, she checked on her sons, tucked blankets over them, laid her lips gently on their heads. They were all she had now, and she was all they had. She would be a better mother, she swore it. More patient. She would never, never let them down. She would never walk away when they needed her. And when they needed her shoulder, by God, she would give it, no matter what, no matter when. You're first for me, she whispered. You'll always be first for me. In her own room, she undressed again, then took Kevin's old flannel robe out of the closet. She wrapped herself in it, in the familiar, heartbreaking smell of him. Curling up on the bed, she hugged the robe close, shut her eyes, and prayed for morning. For what happened next. Chapter 2. Harper House, January 2004. She couldn't afford to be intimidated by the house or by its mistress. They both had reputations. The house was said to be elegant and old, with gardens that rivaled Eden. She'd just confirmed that for herself. The woman was said to be interesting, somewhat solitary, and perhaps a bit difficult. A word, Stella knew, that could mean anything from strong-willed to stone bitch. Either way she could handle it, she reminded herself as she fought the need to get up and pace. She'd handled worse. She needed this job, not just for the salary, and it was generous, but for the structure, for the challenge, for the doing. Doing more, she knew, than circling the wheel she'd fallen into back home. She needed a life, something more than clocking time, drawing a paycheck that would be soaked up by bills. She needed, however self-help book it sounded, something that fulfilled and challenged her. Rosalind Harper was fulfilled, Stella was sure. A beautiful ancestral home, a thriving business. What was it like, she wondered, to wake up every morning knowing exactly where you belonged and where you were going? If she could earn one thing for herself and give that gift to her children, it would be the sense of knowing. She was afraid she'd lost any clear sight of that with Kevin's death. The sense of doing, no problem. Give her a task or a challenge, and the room to accomplish or solve it. She was your girl. But the sense of knowing who she was in the heart of herself had been mangled that day in September of 2001 and had never fully healed. This was her start, this move back to Tennessee, this final and face-to-face interview with Rosalind Harper. If she didn't get the job, well, she'd get another. No one could accuse her of not knowing how to work or how to provide a living for herself and her kids. But God, she wanted this job. She straightened her shoulders and tried to ignore all the whispers of doubt muttering inside her head. She'd get this one. She dressed carefully for this meeting, businesslike but not fussy, in a navy suit and starched white blouse. Good shoes, good bag, she thought. Simple jewelry, nothing flashy. Subtle makeup to bring out the blue of her eyes. She'd fought her hair into a clip at the nape of her neck. If she was lucky, the curling mass of it wouldn't sproing out until the interview was over. Rosalind was keeping her waiting. It was probably a mind game, Stella decided as her fingers twisted, untwisted her watchband. Letting her sit and stew in the gorgeous parlor, letting her take in the lovely antiques and paintings, the sumptuous view from the front windows. All in that dreamy and gracious Southern style that reminded her she was a Yankee fish out of water. Things moved slower down here, she reminded herself. She would have to remember that this was a different pace from the one she was used to, and a different culture. The fireplace was probably an Adams, she decided. That lamp was certainly an original Tiffany. Would they call those drapes portieres down here, or was that too Scarlett O'Hara? Were these lace panels under the drapes heirlooms? God, had she ever been more out of her element? What was a middle-class widow from Michigan doing in all this Southern splendor? She steadied herself, fixed a neutral expression on her face when she heard footsteps coming down the hall. "Brought coffee." It wasn't Rosalind, but the cheerful man who'd answered the door and escorted Stella to the parlor. He was about 30, she judged, average height, very slim. He wore his glossy brown hair waved around a movie poster face set off by sparkling blue eyes. Though he wore black, Stella found nothing butler-like about it. Much too artsy, too stylish. He'd said his name was David. He set the tray with its china pot and cups, the little linen napkins, the sugar and cream, and the tiny vase with its clutch of violets on the coffee table. "Roz got a bit hung up, but she'll be right along, so you just relax and enjoy your coffee. You comfortable in here?" "Yes, very." "Anything else I can get you while you're waiting on her?" "No, thanks." "You just settle on in, then," he ordered, and poured coffee into a cup. "Nothing like a fire in January, is there? Makes you forget that a few months ago it was hot enough to melt the skin off your bones. What do you take in your coffee, honey?" She wasn't used to being called honey by strange men who served her coffee in magnificent parlors, especially since she suspected he was a few years her junior. "Just a little cream." She had to order herself not to stare at his face. It was, well, delicious, with that full mouth, those sapphire eyes, the strong cheekbones, the sexy little dent in the chin. "Have you worked for Miss Harper long?" "Forever." He smiled charmingly and handed her the coffee. "Or it seems like it, in the best of all possible ways. Give her a straight answer to a straight question, and don't take any bullshit." His grin widened. "She hates it when people kowtow. You know, honey, I love your hair." "Oh." Automatically she lifted a hand to it. "Thanks." Titian knew what he was doing when he painted that color. "Good luck with Roz," he said as he started out. "Great shoes, by the way." She sighed into her coffee. He'd noticed her hair and her shoes, complimented her on both. Gay. Too bad for her side. It was good coffee, and David was right. It was nice having a fire in January. Outside, the air was moist and raw, with a broody sky overhead. A woman could get used to a winter hour by the fire, drinking a good coffee out of, what was it, Meissen? Wedgwood? Curious, she held the cup up to read the maker's mark. "It's Staffordshire, brought over by one of the Harper brides from England in the mid-19th century. No point in cursing herself, Stella thought. No point in cringing about the fact that her redhead's complexion would be flushed with embarrassment. She simply lowered the cup and looked Rosalind Harper straight in the eye. "It's beautiful. I've always thought so." She came in, plopped down in the chair beside Stella's, and poured herself a cup. One of them, Stella realized, had miscalculated the dress code for the interview. Rosalind had dressed her tall, willowy form in a baggy olive sweater and mud-colored work pants that were frayed at the cuffs. She was shoeless, with a pair of thick brown socks covering long, narrow feet, which accounted, Stella supposed, for her silent entry into the room. Her hair was short, straight, and black. Though to date all their communications had been via phone, fax, or email, Stella had Googled her. She'd wanted background on her potential employer and a look at the woman. Newspaper and magazine clippings had been plentiful. She'd studied Rosalind as a child, through her youth. She'd marveled over the file photos of the stunning and delicate bride of 18 and sympathized with the pale, stoic-looking widow of 25. There had been more, of course, society page stuff, gossipy speculation on when and if the widow would marry again. Then quite a bit of press surrounding the forging of the nursery business, her gardens, her love life, her brief second marriage and divorce. Stella's image had been of a strong-minded, shrewd woman, but she'd attributed those stunning looks to camera angles, lighting, makeup. She'd been wrong. At 46, Rosalind Harper was a rose in full bloom. Not the hothouse sort, Stella mused, but one that weathered the elements, season after season, and came back year after year, stronger and more beautiful. She had a narrow face angled with strong bones, and deep, long eyes the color of single malt Scotch. Her mouth, full, strongly sculpted lips, was unpainted, as, to Stella's expert eye, was the rest of that lovely face. There were lines, those thin grooves that the god of time revelled in stamping, fanning out from the corners of the dark eyes, but they didn't detract. All Stella could think was, "Could I be you, please, when I grow up? Only, I'd like to dress better, if you don't mind." "Kept you waiting, didn't I?" Straight answers, Stella reminded herself. "A little, but it's not much of a hardship to sit in this room and drink good coffee out of Staffordshire. David likes to fuss. I was in the propagation house, got caught up." Her voice, Stella thought, was brisk. Not clipped, you just couldn't clip Tennessee, but it was to the point and full of energy. "You look younger than I expected. You're what, 33? "Yes. And your sons are 6 and 8? "That's right. You didn't bring them with you?" "No, they're with my father and his wife right now. I'm very fond of Will and Jolene. How are they?" "They're good. They're enjoying having their grandchildren around. I imagine so. Your daddy shows off pictures of them from time to time and just about bursts with pride. One of my reasons for relocating here is so they can have more time together. It's a good reason. I like young boys myself, miss having them around. The fact that you come with 2 played in your favor. Your resume, your father's recommendation, the letter from your former employer, well, none of that hurt." She picked up a cookie from the tray, bit in, without her eyes ever leaving Stella's face. "I need an organizer, someone creative and hard-working, personable and basically tireless. I like people who work for me to keep up with me, and I set a strong pace." "So I've been told." Okay, Stella thought, brisk and to the point in return. "I have a degree in nursery management, with the exception of 3 years when I stayed home to have my children, and during which time I landscaped my own yard and 2 neighbors. I've worked in that capacity. For more than 2 years now, since my husband's death, I've raised my sons and worked outside the home in my field. I've done a good job with both. I can keep up with you, Miss Harper. I can keep up with anyone." Maybe, Roz thought, just maybe. "Let me see your hands." A little irked, Stella held them out. Roz set down her coffee, took them in hers. She turned them, palms up, ran her thumbs over them. "You know how to work?" "Yes, I do." "Banker suit threw me off. Not that it isn't a lovely suit." Roz smiled, then polished off the cookie. "It's been damp the last couple of days. Let's see if we can put you in some boots so you don't ruin those very pretty shoes. I'll show you around." The boots were too big, and the army green rubber hardly flattering, but the damp ground and crushed gravel would have been cruel to her new shoes. Her own appearance hardly mattered when compared with the operation Rosalind Harper had built. In the garden, spread over the west side of the estate, the garden centre faced the road, and the grounds at its entrance and running along the sides of its parking area were beautifully landscaped. Even in January, Stella could see the care and creativity put into the presentation with the selection and placement of evergreens and ornamental trees, the mulched rises where she assumed there would be colour from bulbs and perennials, from splashy annuals through the spring and summer and into fall. After one look, she didn't want the job. She was desperate for it. The lust tied knots of nerves and desire in her belly, the kinds that were usually reserved for a lover. "I didn't want the retail end of this near the house," Roz said as she parked the truck. "I didn't want to see commerce out my parlor window. Harpers are and always have been business-minded, even back when some of the land around here was planted with cotton instead of houses." Because Stella's mouth was too dry to speak, she only nodded. The main house wasn't visible from here. A wedge of natural woods shielded it from view and kept the long, low outbuildings, the centre itself, and she imagined most of the greenhouses from intruding on any view from Harper House. "And just look at that gorgeous old ruby horse chestnut." "This section's open to the public 12 months a year," Roz continued. "We carry all the sidelines you'd expect, along with houseplants and a selection of gardening books. My oldest son's helping me manage this section, though he's happier and the greenhouses are out in the field. We've got 2 part-time clerks right now. We'll need more in a few weeks." "Get your head in the game," Stella ordered herself. "Your busy season would start in March in this zone?" "That's right." Roz led the way to the low-slung white building, up an asphalt ramp, across a spotlessly clean porch, and inside. 2 long, wide counters on either side of the door, Stella noted, plenty of light to keep it cheerful. There were shelves stocked with soil additives, plant foods, pesticides, spin racks of seeds. More shelves held books or colorful pots suitable for herbs or windowsill plants. There were displays of wind chimes, garden plaques, and other accessories. A woman with snowy white hair dusted a display of sun catchers. She wore a pale blue cardigan with roses embroidered down the front over a white shirt that looked to have been starched, stiff as iron. "Ruby, this is Stella Rothchild. I'm showing her around." "Pleased to meet you." The calculating look told Stella the woman knew she was in about the job opening, but the smile was perfectly cordial. "You're Will Dooley's daughter, aren't you?" "Yes, that's right." "From up north?" She said it, to Stella's amusement, as if it were a third-world country of dubious repute. "From Michigan, yes, but I was born in Memphis." "Is that so?" The smile warmed fractionally. "Well, that's something, isn't it? Moved away when you were a little girl, didn't you?" "Yes, with my mother." "Thinking about moving back now, are you?" "I have moved back," Stella corrected. "Well," the one word said they'd see what they'd see. "It's a raw one out there today," Ruby continued. "Good day to be inside. You just look around all you want." "Thanks. There's hardly anywhere I'd rather be than inside a nursery." "You picked a winner here." "Roz, Marilee Booker was in and bought the dendrobium. I just couldn't talk her out of it." "Well, shit, it'll be dead in a week." "Dendrobiums are fairly easy care," Stella pointed out. "Not for Marilee. She doesn't have a black thumb. Her whole arm's black to the elbow. That woman should be barred by law from having anything living within 10 feet of her. I'm sorry, Roz, but I did make her promise to bring it back if it starts to look sickly." "Not your fault." Roz waved it away, then moved through a wide opening. Here were the houseplants, from the exotic to the classic, and pots from thimble size to those with a girth as wide as a manhole cover. There were more accessories, too, like stepping stones, trellises, arbor kits, garden fountains, and benches. "I expect my staff to know a little bit about everything," Roz said as they walked through, and if they don't know the answer, they need to know how to find it. We're not big, not compared to some of the wholesale nurseries or the landscaping outfits. We're not priced like the garden centers at the discount stores, so we concentrate on offering the unusual plants along with the basic and customer service. We make house calls. Do you have someone specific on staff who'll go do an on-site consult? Either Harper or I might go if you're talking about a customer who's having trouble with something bought here, or if they just want some casual personal advice. She slid her hands into her pockets, rocked back and forth on the heels of her muddy boots. Other than that, I've got a landscape designer. Had to pay him a fortune to steal him away from a competitor. Had to give him damn near free rein, too. But he's the best. I want to expand that into the business. What's your mission statement? Roz turned, her eyebrows lifted high. There was a quick twinkle of amusement in those shrewd eyes. Now, there you are. That's just why I need someone like you. Someone who can say mission statement with a straight face. Let me think. With her hands on her hips now, she looked around the stocked area, then opened wide glass doors into the adjoining greenhouse. I guess it's two-pronged. This is where we stock most of our annuals and hanging baskets, starting in March, by the way. First prong would be to serve the home gardener, from the fledgling who's just dipping a toe in to the more experienced who knows what he or she wants and is willing to try something new or unusual, to give that customer base good stock, good service, good advice. Second would be to serve the customer who's got the money, but not the time or the inclination to dig in the dirt, the one who wants to beautify but either doesn't know where to start or doesn't want the job. We'll go in, and for a fee we'll work up a design, get the plants, hire the laborers. We'll guarantee satisfaction. All right. Stella studied the long rolling tables, the sprinkler heads of the irrigation system, the drains in the sloping concrete floor. When the season starts, we have tables of annuals and perennials along the side of this building. They'll show from the front as people drive by or in. We've got a shaded area for ones that need shade, she continued as she walked through, boots slapping on concrete. Over here we keep our herbs, and through there's a storeroom for extra pots and plastic flats, tags. Now out back here's greenhouses for stock plants, seedlings, preparation areas. Those two will open to the public, more annuals sold by flat. She crunched along gravel, over more asphalt, shrubs and ornamental trees. She gestured toward an area on the side where the stock wintering over was screened. Behind that, close to the public, are the propagation and grafting areas. We do mostly container planting, but I've culled out an acre or so for field stock. Water's no problem with the pond back there. They continued to walk, with Stella calculating, dissecting, and the lust in her belly had gone from tangled knot to rock-hard ball. She could do something here. Make her mark over the excellent foundation another woman had built. She could help improve, expand, refine. Fulfilled, she thought, challenged. Hell, she'd be so busy, she'd be fulfilled and challenged every minute of every day. It was perfect. There were the white, scoop-shaped greenhouses, work tables, display tables, awnings, screens, sprinklers. Stella saw it brimming with plants, thronged with customers, smelling of growth and possibilities. Then Roz opened the door to the propagation house, and Stella let out a sound, just a quiet one she couldn't hold back, and it was pleasure. The smell of earth and growing things, the damp heat. The air was close, and she knew her hair would frizz out insanely, but she stepped inside. Seedlings sprouted in their containers, delicate new growth spearing out of the enriched soil. Baskets already planted were hung on hooks where they'd be urged into early bloom. Where the house teed off, there were the stock plants, the parents of these fledglings. Aprons hung on pegs, tools were scattered on tables or nested in buckets. Silently she walked down the aisles, noting that the containers were marked clearly. She could identify some of the plants without reading the tags. Cosmos and columbine, petunias and penstemon. This far south, in a few short weeks, they'd be ready to be laid in beds, arranged in patio pots, tucked into sunny spaces or shady nooks. Would she be ready to plant herself here, to root here, to bloom here? Would her sons? Gardening was a risk, she thought. Life was just a bigger one. The smart calculated those risks, minimized them, and worked toward the goal. I'd like to see the grafting area, the stockrooms, the offices. All right. Better get you out of here. Your suit's going to wilt. Stella looked down at herself, spied the green boots, laughed. So much for looking professional. The laugh had Roz angling her head in approval. You're a pretty woman, and you've got good taste in clothes. That kind of image doesn't hurt. You took the time to put yourself together well for this meeting, which I neglected to do. I appreciate that. You hold the cards, Miss Harper. You can put yourself together any way you like. You're right about that. She walked back to the door, gestured, and they stepped outside into a light, chilly drizzle. Let's go into the office. No point hauling you around in the wet. What are your other reasons for moving back here? I couldn't find any reason to stay in Michigan. We moved there after Kevin and I were married. His work. I suppose, I've stayed there since he died out of a kind of loyalty to him, or just because I was used to it. I'm not sure. I liked my work, but it never felt like my place, more like I was just getting from one day to the next. Family? No, not in Michigan, just me and the boys. Kevin's parents are gone, were before we married. My mother lives in New York. I'm not interested in living in the city or raising my children there. Besides that, my mother and I have tangled issues, the way mothers and daughters often do. Thank God I had sons. Oh, yeah. She laughed again, comfortably now. My parents divorced when I was very young. I suppose you know that. Some of it. As I said, I like your father, and Jolene. So do I. So, rather than stick a pin in a map, I decided to come here. I was born here. I don't really remember, but I hoped, there might be a connection, that it might be the place. They walked back through the retail center and into a tiny, cluttered office that made Stella's organized soul wince. I don't use this much, Roz began. I've got stuff scattered between here and my house. When I'm over here, I end up spending my time in the greenhouses or the field. She dumped gardening books off a chair, pointed to it, then sat on the edge of the crowded desk when Stella took the seat. I know my strengths, and I know how to do good business. I've built this place from the ground up in less than 5 years. When it was smaller, when it was almost entirely just me, I could afford to make mistakes. Now I have up to 18 employees during the season. People dependent on me for a paycheck, so I can't afford to make mistakes. I know how to plant, what to plant, how to price, how to design, how to stock, how to handle employees, and how to deal with customers. I know how to organize. I'd say you're absolutely right. Why do you need me, or someone like me? Because of all those things I can and have done, there's some I don't like. I don't like to organize, and we've gotten too big for it to fall only to me, how and what to stock. I want a fresh eye, fresh ideas, and a good head. Understood. One of your requests was that your nursery manager live in your house, at least for the first several months. It wasn't a request. It was a requirement. In the firm tone, Stella recognized the difficult attributed to Rosalind Harper. We start early, we work late. I want someone on hand, right on hand, at least until I know if we're going to find the rhythm. Memphis is too far away, and unless you're ready to buy a house within 10 miles of mine pretty much immediately, there's no other choice. I have 2 active young boys and a dog. I like active young boys, and I won't mind the dog unless he's a digger. He digs in my gardens, we'll have a problem. It's a big house. You'll have considerable room for yourself and your sons. I'd offer you the guest cottage, but I couldn't pry Harper out of it with dynamite. My oldest, she explained. Do you want the job, Stella? She opened her mouth, then took a testing breath. Hadn't she already calculated the risks in coming here? It was time to work toward the goal. The risk of the single condition couldn't possibly outweigh the benefits. I do. Yes, Miss Harper, I very much want the job. Then you've got it. Roz held out a hand to shake. You can bring your things over tomorrow. Morning's best, and we'll get you all settled in. You can take a couple of days, make sure your boys are acclimated. I appreciate that. They're excited, but a little scared, too. And so am I, she thought. I have to be frank with you, Miss Harper. If my boys aren't happy after a reasonable amount of time to adjust, I'll have to make other arrangements. If I thought differently, I wouldn't be hiring you. And call me Roz." She celebrated by buying a bottle of champagne and a bottle of sparkling cider on the way back to her father's home. The rain and the detour put her in a nasty knot of mid-afternoon traffic. It occurred to her that however awkward it might be initially, there were advantages to living essentially where she worked. She got the job. A dream job to her point of view. Maybe she didn't know how Rosalind, call me Roz, Harper, would be to work for, and she still had a lot of boning up to do about the nursery process in this zone, and she couldn't be sure how the other employees would handle taking orders from a stranger, a Yankee stranger at that. But she couldn't wait to start. And her boys would have room to run around at the Harper estate, she supposed she'd call it. She wasn't ready to buy a house yet, not before she was sure they'd stay, not before she had time to scout out neighborhoods and communities. Fact was, they were crowded in her father's house. Both he and Jolene were more than accommodating, more than welcoming, but they couldn't stay indefinitely jammed into a 2-bedroom house. This was a practical solution, at least for the short term. She pulled her aging SUV beside her stepmother's snappy little roadster, and grabbing the bag, dashed through the rain to the door. She knocked. They'd given her a key, but she wasn't comfortable just letting herself in. Jolene, svelte in black yoga pants and a snug black top, looking entirely too young to be chasing 60, opened the door. "I interrupted your workout." "Oh, just finished. Thank God." She dabbed at her face with a little white towel, shook back her cloud of honey-blonde hair. "Misplaced your key, honey?" "Sorry, I can't get used to using it." She stepped in, listened. "It's much too quiet. Are the boys chained in the basement?" "Your dad took 'em into the Peabody to see the afternoon duck walk. I thought it'd be nice for just the 3 of 'em, so I stayed here with my yoga tape." She cocked her head to the side. "Dog's snoozing out on the screen porch." "You look smug." "I should. I'm hired." "I knew it! I knew it! Congratulations!" Jolene threw out her arms for a hug. "There was never any question in my mind. Roz Harper's a smart woman. She knows gold when she sees it." "My stomach's jumpy, and my nerves are just plain shot. I should wait for Dad and the boys, but—" She pulled out the champagne. "How about an early glass of champagne to toast my new job?" "Oh, twist my arm. I'm so excited for you I could just pop." Jolene slung an arm around Stella's shoulders as they turned into the great room. "Tell me what you thought of Roz." "Not as scary in person." Stella set the bottle on the counter to open, while Jolene got champagne flutes out of her glass-front display cabinet. "Sort of earthy and directed, confident." "Oh, that house! It's a beaut." Jolene laughed when the cork popped. My, what a decadent sound in the middle of the afternoon. "Harper House has been in her family for generations. She's actually an Ashby by marriage, the first one. She went back to Harper after her second marriage fizzled." "Give me the dish, will you, Jolene? Dad won't." "Plying me with champagne to get me to gossip? Why, thank you, honey." She slid onto a stool, raised her glass. "First, to our Stella and brave new beginnings." Stella clinked glasses, drank. Wonderful. Now, dish." She married young, just 18. What you'd call a good match, good family, same social circle. More important, it was a love match. You could see it all over him. It's about the time I fell for your father, and a woman recognizes someone in the same state she's in. She was a late baby. I think her mama was near 40, and her daddy heading to 50 when she came along. Her mama was never well after, or she enjoyed playing the frail wife, depending on who you talk to. But in any case, Roz lost them both within 2 years. She must have been pregnant with her second son. That'd be, oh, shoot, Austin, I think. She and John took over Harper House. She had the 3 boys, and the youngest barely a toddler when John was killed. You know how hard that must have been for her." "I do." "Hardly saw her outside that house for 2-3 years, I guess. When she did start getting out again, socializing, giving parties and such, There was the expected speculation. Who she'd marry, when. You've seen her. She's a beautiful woman. Striking, yes. And down here, a lineage like hers is worth its weight and then some. Her looks, her bloodline, she could have had any man she wanted. Younger, older, in between, single, married, rich or poor. But she stayed on her own, raised her boys. Alone, Stella thought, sipping champagne. She understood the choice very well. Kept her private life private, Jolene went on, much to Memphis society's consternation. Biggest to-do, I recall, was when she fired the gardener. Well, both of 'em. Went after 'em with a weed whacker, according to some reports, and ran 'em right off the property. Really? Stella's eyes widened in shocked admiration. Really? That's what I heard, and that's a story that stuck, truth or lie. Down here, we often prefer the entertaining lie to the plain truth. Apparently, they dug up some of her plants or something. She wouldn't have anybody else after that, took the whole thing over herself. Next thing you know, though I guess it's about 5 years later, she's building that garden place over on her west end. She got married about 3 years ago and divorced. Well, all you had to do was blink. Honey, why don't we make that 2 early glasses of champagne? Why don't we? Stella poured. So, what was the deal with the second husband? Very slick character. Handsome as sin and twice as charming. Bryce clerk, and he says his people are from Savannah, but I don't know as I believe a word coming out of his mouth if it was plated with gold. Anyway, they looked stunning together, but it happened he enjoyed looking stunning with a variety of women, and a wedding ring didn't restrict his habits. She booted him out on his ear. Good for her. She's no pushover. That came through loud and clear. I'd say she's proud, but not vain. Tough-minded, but not hard, or not too hard, though there are some who would disagree with that. A good friend and a formidable enemy. You can handle her, Stella. You can handle anything. She liked people to think so, but either the wine or fresh nerves was making her stomach a little queasy. Well, we're going to find out. Chapter 3. She had a car full of luggage, a briefcase stuffed with notes and sketches, a very unhappy dog who'd already expressed his opinion of the move by vomiting on the passenger seat, and 2 boys bickering bitterly in the back. She'd already pulled over to deal with the dog in the seat, and despite the January chill, had the windows wide open. Parker, their Boston Terrier, sprawled on the floor, looking pathetic. She didn't know what the boys were arguing about, and since it hadn't come to blows yet, let them go at it. They were, she knew, as nervous as Parker about yet another move. She'd uprooted them. No matter how carefully you dug, it was still a shock to the system. Now all of them were about to be transplanted. She believed they would thrive. She had to believe it, or she'd be as sick as the family dog. I hate your slimy, stinky guts, 8-year-old Gavin declared. I hate your big, stupid butt, 6-year-old Luke retorted. I hate your ugly elephant ears. I hate your whole ugly face. Stella sighed and turned up the radio. She waited until she'd reached the brick pillars that flanked the drive to the Harper estate. She nosed in, out of the road, then stopped the car. For a moment she simply sat there while the insults raged in the back seat. Parker sent her a cautious look, then hopped up to sniff at the air through the window. She turned the radio off, sat. The voices behind her began to trail off, and after a last, harshly whispered, "And I hate your entire body." There was silence. So, here's what I'm thinking, she said in a normal, conversational tone. We ought to pull a trick on Miss Harper. Gavin strained forward against his seatbelt. What kind of trick? A tricky trick. I'm not sure we can pull it off. She's pretty smart, I could tell. So we'd have to be really sneaky. I can be sneaky, Luke assured her, and her glance in the rearview mirror told her the battle blood was already fading from his cheeks. Okay, then. Here's the plan. She swiveled around so she could face both her boys. It struck her, as it often did, what an interesting meld of herself and Kevin they were. Her blue eyes in Luke's face, Kevin's gray-green ones in Gavin's. Her mouth to Gavin, Kevin's to Luke. her coloring, poor baby, to Luke, and Kevin's sunny blonde to Gavin. She paused dramatically, noted that both her sons were eagerly focused. "No, I don't know." She shook her head regretfully. "It's probably not a good idea." There was a chorus of pleas, protests, and a great deal of seat bouncing that sent Parker into a spate of enthusiastic barking. "Okay, okay." She held up her hands. "What we do is, we drive up to the house, and we go up to the door, and when we're inside and you meet Miss Harper, this is going to have to be really sneaky, really clever." "We can do it!" Gavin shouted. "Well, when that happens, you have to pretend to be... This is tough, but I think you can do it. You have to pretend to be polite, well-behaved, well-mannered boys." "We can do it! Luke's face scrunched up. "Hey!" "And I have to pretend not to be a bit surprised by finding myself with two well-behaved, well-mannered boys. Think we can pull it off?" "Maybe we won't like it there," Gavin muttered. Guilt roiled up to churn with nerves. "Maybe we won't. Maybe we will. We'll have to see." "I'd rather live with Granddad and Nana Joe in their house." Luke's little mouth trembled and wrenched at Stella's heart. "Can't we?" "We really can't. We can visit lots, and they can visit us, too. Now that we're going to live down here, we can see them all the time. This is supposed to be an adventure, remember? If we try it, really try it, and we're not happy, we'll try something else." "People talk funny here," Gavin complained. "No, just different. And there's no snow. How are we supposed to build snowmen and go sledding if it's too stupid to snow?" "You've got me there, but there'll be other things to do." Had she seen her last white Christmas? Why hadn't she considered that before? He jutted his chin out. "If she's mean, I'm not staying." "That's a deal." Stella started the car, took a steadying breath, and continued down the drive. Moments later, she heard Luke's wondering, "It's big." No question about that, Stella mused, and wondered how her children saw it. Was it the sheer size of the three-storied structure that overwhelmed them? Or would they notice the details, the pale, pale yellow stone, the majestic columns, the charm of the entrance that was covered by the double stairway leading to the second floor and its pretty wraparound terrace? Or would they just see the bulk of it, triple the size of their sweet house in Southfield? "It's really old," she told them. "Over 150 years old. And Miss Harper's family's lived here always." "Is she 150? Luke wanted to know, and earned a snort and an elbow jab from his brother. "Dummy! Then she'd be dead, and there'd be worms crawling all over her." "I have to remind you, polite, well-mannered, well-behaved boys don't call their brothers dummy. See all the lawn? Won't Parker love being taken for walks out here? And there's so much room for you to play. But you have to stay out of the gardens and flower beds, just like at home. Back in Michigan," she corrected herself. "And we'll have to ask Miss Harper where you're allowed to go." "There's really big trees," Luke murmured. "Really big." "That one there? That's a sycamore, and I bet it's even older than the house." She pulled around the parking circle, admiring the use of Japanese red maple and golden mop cedar, along with azaleas, in the island. She clipped on Parker's leash with hands that were a lot more steady than her heart rate. "Gavin, you take Parker. We'll come out for our things after we go in and see Miss Harper." "Does she get to boss us?" he demanded. "Yes. The sad and horrible fate of children is to be bossed by adults. And as she's paying my salary, she gets to boss me, too. We're all in the same boat." Gavin took Parker's leash when they got out. "I don't like her." "That's what I love about you, Gavin." Stella ruffled his wavy blonde hair. "Always thinking positive." "Okay, here we go." She took his hand and Luke's, gave each a gentle squeeze. The four of them started toward the covered entry. The doors, a double set painted the same pure and glossy white as the trim, burst open. "At last!" David flung out his arms. "Man, I'm no longer outnumbered around here." "Gavin, Luke, this is Mr. I'm sorry, David, I don't know your last name. Wentworth. But let's keep it David. He crouched down, looked the rapidly barking Parker in the eye. What's your problem, buddy? In response, Parker planted his front paws on David's knee and laughed with great excitement at his face. That's more like it. Come on in. Roz'll be right along. She's upstairs on the phone, skinning some supplier over a delivery. They stepped into the wide foyer where the boys simply stood and goggled. Pretty ritzy, huh? Is it like a church? Nah, David grinned at Luke. It's got fancy parts, but it's just a house. We'll get a tour in, but maybe you need some hot chocolate to revive you after your long journey. David makes wonderful hot chocolate. Roz started down the graceful stairs that divided the foyer. She was dressed in work clothes, as she'd been the day before, with lots of whipped cream. Miss Harper, my boys, Gavin and Luke. I'm very pleased to meet you, Gavin. She offered a hand to him. This is Parker. He's our dog. He's 1.5, and very handsome. Parker? She gave the dog a friendly pat. I'm Luke. I'm 6, and I'm in 1st grade. I can write my name. He cannot either. Gavin sneered in brotherly disgust. He can only print it. Have to start somewhere, don't you? It's very nice to meet you, Luke. I hope y'all going to be comfortable here. You don't look really old, Luke commented, and had David snorting out a laugh. Why, thank you. I don't feel really old either. Most of the time. Feeling slightly ill, Stella forced a smile. I told the boys how old the house was and that your family's always lived here. He's a little confused. I haven't been here as long as a house. Why don't we have that hot chocolate, David? We'll sit in the kitchen, get acquainted. Is he your husband? Gavin asked. How come you have different last names? She won't marry me, David told him as he herded them down the hall. She just breaks my poor, weeping heart. He's teasing you. David takes care of the house and most everything else. He lives here. Is she the boss of you, too? Luke tugged David's hand. Mom says she's the boss of all of us. I'll let her think so. He led the way into the kitchen with its granite counters and warm cherry wood. A banquette with sapphire leather cushions ranged under a wide window. Herbs thrived in blue pots along the work counter. Copper pots gleamed. This is my domain, David told them. I'm boss here, just so you know the pecking order. You like to cook, Stella? I don't know if like's the word, but I do know I can't manage anything that would earn a kitchen like this. 2 sub-zero refrigerators, what looked to be a restaurant-style stove, double ovens, acres of counter. And the little details that made a serious workspace homey, she noted with relief. The brick hearth with a pretty fire simmering, the old china cupboard filled with antique glassware, forced bulbs of tulips and hyacinths blooming on a butcher-block table. I live to cook. I can tell you it's pretty frustrating to waste my considerable talents on Roz. She'd just as soon eat cold cereal, and Harper rarely makes an appearance. Harper's my oldest son. He lives in the guest house. You'll see him sometimes. He's the mad scientist. David got out a pot and chunks of chocolate. Does he make monsters, like Frankenstein? As he asked, Luke snuck his hand into his mother's again. Frankenstein's just pretend, Stella reminded him. Miss Harper's son works with plants. Maybe one day he'll make a giant one that talks. Delighted, Gavin sidled over toward David. Nuh-uh. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio. Bring that stool over, my fine young friend, and you can watch the master make the world's best hot chocolate. I know you probably want to get to work shortly, Stella said to Roz. I have some notes and sketches I worked on last night I'd like to show you at some point. Busy. Eager. She glanced over as Luke let go of her hand and went over to join his brother on the stool. I have an appointment this morning with the principal at the school. The boys should be able to start tomorrow. I thought I could ask at the school office for recommendations for before and after school care. Then, hey! David whipped chocolate and milk in the pot. These are my men now. I figured they'd hang out with me, providing me with companionship as well as slave labor, when they're not in school. Oh, I couldn't ask you to. We could stay with David, Gavin piped up. That'd be okay. I don't. Of course, it all depends. David spoke easily as he added sugar to the pot. If they don't like PlayStation, the deal's off. I have my standards. I like PlayStation, Luke said. Actually, they have to love PlayStation. I do! They bounced in unison on the stool. I love PlayStation! Stella, while they're finishing up here, why don't we get some of your things out of the car? All right, we'll just be a minute. Parker, dog's fine, David said. Well, be right back then. Roz waited until they were at the front door. David's wonderful with kids. Anyone could see. She caught herself twisting the band of her watch, made herself stop. It just feels like an imposition. I'd pay him, of course, but you'll work that out between you. I just wanted to say, from one mother to another, that you can trust him to look after them, to entertain them, and to keep them... Well, no, you can't trust him to keep them out of trouble. I'll say serious trouble, yes, but not the ordinary sort. He'd have to have superpowers for that. He practically grew up in this house. He's like my fourth son. It would be tremendously easy this way. I wouldn't have to haul them to a sitter. Yet another stranger, Stella thought. And you're not used to things being easy. No, I'm not. She heard squeals of laughter rolling out from the kitchen. But I want my boys to be happy, and I guess that's the deciding vote right there. Wonderful sound, isn't it? I've missed it. Let's get your things. You have to give me the boundaries, Stella said as they went outside. Where the boys can go, where they can't. They need chores and rules. They're used to having them at home, back in Michigan. I'll give that some thought. Though David, despite the fact that I'm the boss of all of you, probably has ideas on that already. Cute dog, too, by the way. She hauled 2 suitcases out of the back of the SUV. My dog died last year, and I haven't had the heart to get another. It's nice having a dog around. Clever name. Parker, for Peter Parker. That's Spider-Man. I did raise 3 boys of my own. Right. Stella grabbed another suitcase and a cardboard carton. She felt her muscles strain, even as Roz carried her load with apparent ease. I meant to ask who else lives here, or what other staff you have. It's just David. Oh? He said something about being outnumbered by women before we got here? That's right. It would be David and me and the Harper bride. Roz carried the luggage inside and started up the steps with it. She's our ghost. A house this old isn't haunted. It'd be a damn shame, I'd think. I guess that's one way to look at it. She decided Roz was amusing herself with a little local color for the new kid on the block. Ghosts would add to the family lore. So she dismissed it. You can have your run of the West Wing. I think the rooms we've earmarked will suit best. I'm in the East Wing, and David's rooms are off the kitchen. Everyone has plenty of privacy, which I've always felt is vital to good relations. This is the most beautiful house I've ever seen. It is, isn't it? Roz stopped a moment, looking out the windows that faced one of her gardens. It can be damp in the winter, and we're forever calling the plumber, the electrician, someone. But I love every inch of it. Some might think it's a waste for a woman on her own. It's yours, your family home. Exactly, and it'll stay that way whatever it takes. You're just down here. Each room opens to the terrace. I'll leave it to you to judge if you need to lock the one in the boys' room. I assume they'd want to share at this age, especially in a new place. Bullseye. Stella walked into the room behind Roz. Oh, they'll love this. Lots of room, lots of light. She laid the carton and the suitcase on one of the twin beds. But antiques. She ran her fingers over the child-sized chest of drawers. I'm terrified. Furniture's meant to be used, and good pieces respected. Believe me, they'll get the word. Please, God, don't let them break anything, she thought. You're next door. The bath connects, Roz gestured, angled her head. I thought, at least initially, you'd want to be close. Perfect. She walked into the bath. The generous clawfoot tub stood on a marble platform in front of the terrace doors. Roman shades could be pulled down for privacy. The toilet sat in a tall cabinet built from yellow pine and had a chain pull. Wouldn't the boys get a kick out of that? Beside the pedestal sink was a brass towel warmer already draped with fluffy sea-green towels. Through the connecting door, her room was washed with that winter light. Rhizomes patterned the oak floor. A cozy sitting area faced the small white marble fireplace with a painting of a garden in full summer bloom above it. Draped in gauzy white and shelled pink, the canopy bed was accented with a generous mountain of silk pillows in dreamy pastels. The bureau, with its long oval mirror, was gleaming mahogany, as was a charmingly feminine dressing table and the carved armoire. I'm starting to feel like Cinderella at the ball. If the shoe fits. Roz set down the suitcases. I want you to be comfortable, and your boys to be happy, because I'm going to work you very hard. It's a big house, and David will show you through at some point. We won't bump into each other unless we want to. She shoved up the sleeves of her shirt as she looked around. I'm not a sociable woman, though I do enjoy the company of people I like. I think I'm going to like you. I already like your children. She glanced at her watch. I'm going to grab that hot chocolate. I can't ever resist it. Then get to work. I'd like to come in and show you some of my ideas later today. Fine. Hunt me up. She did just that. Though she'd intended to bring the kids with her after the school meeting, she hadn't had the heart to take them away from David. So much for her worries about their adjustment to living in a new house with strangers. It appeared that most of the adjustments were going to be on her end. She dressed more appropriately this time, in sturdy walking shoes that had already seen their share of mud, jeans with considerable wear, and a black sweater. With her briefcase in hand, she headed into the main entrance of the garden center. The same woman was at the counter, but this time she was waiting on a customer. Stella noted a small Dieffenbachia in a cherry-red pot and a quartet of lucky bamboo tied with decorative hemp already in a shallow cardboard box. A bag of stones and a square glass vase were waiting to be rung up. Good. Is Roz around? Stella asked. Oh, Ruby gestured vaguely. Somewhere or other. She nodded to the two ways behind the counter. Would she have one of those with her? The idea seemed to amuse Ruby. I don't think so. Okay, I'll find her. That's so much fun, she said to the customer with a gesture toward the bamboo. Carefree and interesting. It's going to look great in that bowl. I was thinking about putting it on my bathroom counter. Something fun and pretty. Perfect. Terrific hostess gifts, too. More imaginative than the usual flowers. I hadn't thought of that. You know, maybe I'll get another set. You couldn't go wrong. She beamed a smile, then started out toward the greenhouses, congratulating herself as she went. She wasn't in any hurry to find Roz. This gave her a chance to poke around on her own, to check supplies, stock, displays, traffic patterns, and to make more notes. She lingered in the propagation area, studying the progress of seedlings and cuttings, the type of stock plants and their health. It was nearly an hour before she made her way to the grafting area. She could hear music, the chorus, she thought, seeping out the door. She peeked in. There were long tables lining both sides of the greenhouse, and two more shoved together to run down the center. It smelled of heat, vermiculite, and peat moss. There were pots, some holding plants that had been or were being grafted. Clipboards hung from the edges of tables, much like hospital charts. A computer was shoved into a corner, its screen a pulse of colors that seemed to beat to the music. Scalpels, knives, snippers, grafting tape and wax, and other tools of this part of the trade lay in trays. She spotted Roz at the far end, standing behind a man on a stool. His shoulders were hunched as he worked. Roz's hands were on her hips. It can't take more than an hour, Harper. This place is as much yours as mine, and you need to meet her. Hear what she has to say. I will, but damn it, I'm in the middle of things here. You're the one who wants her to manage, so let her manage. I don't care. There's such a thing as manners. Exasperation rolled into the overheated air. I'm just asking you to pretend for an hour to have a few. The comment brought Stella's own words to her sons back to her mind. She couldn't stop the laugh, but did her best to conceal it with a cough as she walked down the narrow aisle. "Sorry to interrupt. I was just—" She stopped by a pot, studying the grafted stem and the new leaves. "I can't quite make this one." "Daphne." Roz's son spared her the briefest glance. "Evergreen variety, and you've used a splice side veneer graft." He stopped, swiveled on his stool. His mother had stamped herself on his face, the same strong bones, rich eyes. His dark hair was considerably longer than hers, long enough that he tied it back with what looked to be a hunk of raffia. Like her, he was slim, and seemed to have at least a yard of leg, and like her, he dressed carelessly in jeans pocked with rips and a soil-stained Memphis University sweatshirt. "You know something about grafting?" Just the basics. I cleft-grafted a camellia once. It did very well. Generally, I stick with cuttings. I'm Stella. It's nice to meet you, Harper." He rubbed his hand over his jeans before shaking hers. "Mom says you're going to organize us." "That's the plan, and I hope it's not going to be too painful for any of us. What are you working on here?" She stepped over to a line of pots covered with clean plastic bags held clear of the grafted plant by 4 split stakes. "Gypsophilia. Baby's breath. I'm shooting for blue as well as pink and white." "Blue, my favorite color. I don't want to hold you up. I was hoping," she said to Roz, "we could find somewhere to go over some of my ideas." "Back in the annual house. The office is hopeless." "Harper?" "All right, okay, go ahead. I'll be there in 5 minutes." "Harper? Okay, 10, but that's my final offer." With a laugh, Roz gave him a light cuff on the back of the head. "Don't make me come back in here and get you." "Nag, nag, nag," he muttered, but with a grin. Outside, Roz let out a sigh. He plants himself in there. You have to jab a pitchfork in his ass to budge him. He's only one of my boys who has an interest in the place. Austin's a reporter, works in Atlanta. Mason's a doctor, or will be. He's doing his internship in Nashville. You must be proud." "I am, but I don't see nearly enough of either of 'em. And here's Harper practically under my feet, and I have to hunt him like a dog to have a conversation." Roz boosted herself onto one of the tables. "Well, what have you got?" "He looks just like you. People say. I just see Harper." "Your boys with David?" "Couldn't pry them away with a crowbar." Stella opened her briefcase. "I typed up some notes." Roz looked at the stack of papers and tried not to wince. "I'll say. And I've made some rough sketches of how we might change the layout to improve sales and highlight non-plant purchases. You have a prime location, excellent landscaping and signage, and a very appealing entrance." "I hear a but coming on." "But," Stella moistened her lips, "your first-level retail area is somewhat disorganized. With some changes, it would flow better into the secondary area and on through to your main plant facilities. Now, a functional organizational plan—" "A functional organizational plan. Oh, my God." "Take it easy. This really won't hurt. What you need is a chain of responsibility for your functional area. That's sales, production, and propagation. Obviously, you're a skilled propagator, but at this point you need me to head production and sales. If we increase volume of sales, as I proposed here—" "You did charts." There was a touch of wonder in Roz's voice. "And graphs. I'm suddenly afraid." "You are not," Stella said with a laugh, then looked at Roz's face. "Okay, maybe a little, but if you look at this chart, you see the nursery manager, that's me, and you, as you're in charge of everything. Forked out from that is your propagator, you and I assume Harper. Production manager, me, and sales manager, still me. For now, anyway. You need to delegate and or hire someone to be in charge of container and or field production. This section here deals with staff, job descriptions, and responsibilities." "All right." On a little breath, Roz rubbed the back of her neck. "Before I give myself eye strain reading all that, let me say that while I may consider hiring on more staff, Logan, my landscape designer, has a good handle on the field production at this point. I can continue to head up the container production. I didn't start this place to sit back and have others do all the work." "Great. Then at some point I'd like to meet with Logan so we can coordinate our visions." Roz's smile was thin and just a little wicked. "That ought to be interesting. Meanwhile, since we're both here, why don't we take my notes and sketches of the first-level sales section and go through it on the spot? You can see better what I have in mind, and it'll be simpler to explain." Simpler? Roz thought as she hopped down. She didn't think anything was going to be simpler now, but it sure as holy hell wasn't going to be boring. Chapter 4. Everything was perfect. She worked long hours, but much of it was planning at this stage. There was little Stella loved more than planning, unless it was arranging. She had a vision of things in her head, of how things could and should be. Some might see it as a flaw, this tendency to organize and project, to nudge those visions of things into place even when, maybe particularly when, others didn't quite get the picture. But she didn't see it that way. Life ran smoother when everything was where it was meant to be. Her life had, she'd made certain of it, until Kevin's death. Her childhood had been a maze of contradictions, of confusions and irritations. In a very real way, she'd lost her father at the age of 3 when divorce had divided her family. The only thing she clearly remembered about the move from Memphis was crying for her daddy. From that point on, it seemed she and her mother had butted heads over everything, from the color of paint on the walls to finances to how to spend holidays and vacations. Everything. Those some people might say that's what happened with 2 headstrong women living in the same house. But Stella knew different. While she was practical and organized, her mother was scattered and spontaneous, which accounted for the 4 marriages and 3 broken engagements. Her mother liked flash and noise and wild romance. Stella preferred quiet and settled and committed. Not that she wasn't romantic, she was just sensible about it. It had been both sensible and romantic to fall in love with Kevin. He'd been warm and sweet and steady. They'd wanted the same things: home, family, future. He'd made her happy, made her feel safe and cherished. And God, she missed him. She wondered what he'd think about her coming here, starting over this way. He'd have trusted her. He'd always believed in her. They'd believed in each other. He'd been her rock in a very real way, the rock that had given her a solid base to build on after a childhood of upheaval and discontent. Then fate had kicked that rock out from under her. She'd lost her base, her love, her most cherished friend, and the only person in the world who could treasure her children as much as she did. There had been times, many times, during the first months after Kevin's death, when she'd despaired of ever finding her balance again. Now she was the rock for her sons, and she would do whatever she had to do to give them a good life. With her boys settled down for the night and a low fire burning, she was definitely having a bedroom fireplace in her next house. She sat on the bed with her laptop. It wasn't the most businesslike way to work, but she didn't feel right asking Roz to let her convert one of the bedrooms into a home office. Yet. She could make do this way for now. In fact, it was cozy, and for her, relaxing, to go over the order of business for the next day while tucked into the gorgeous old bed. She had the list of phone calls she intended to make to suppliers, the reorganization of garden accessories, and the houseplants, her new color-coordinated pricing system to implement, the new invoicing program to install. She had to speak with Roz about the seasonal employees, who, how many, individual and group responsibilities. And she'd yet to corner the landscape designer. You'd think the man could find time in a damn week to return a phone call. She'd typed in Logan Kittredge, bolding and underlining the name. She glanced at the clock, reminded herself that she would put in a better day's work with a good night's sleep. She powered down the laptop, then carried it over to the dressing table to set it to charge. She really was going to need that home office. She went through her habitual bedtime routine, meticulously creaming off her makeup, studying her naked face in the mirror to see if the time bitch had stuck any new lines on it that day. She dabbed on her eye cream, her lip cream, her nighttime moisturizer, all of which were lined, according to point of use, on the counter. After slathering more cream on her hands, she spent a few minutes searching for gray hairs. The time bitch could be sneaky. She wished she was prettier, wished her features were more even, her hair straight and a reasonable color. She'd dyed it brown once, and that had been a disaster. So she'd just have to live with. She caught herself humming and frowned at herself in the mirror. What song was that? How strange to have it stuck in her head when she didn't even know what it was. Then she realized it wasn't stuck in her head. She heard it. Soft, dreamy singing from the boys' room. Wondering what in the world Roz would be doing singing to the boys at 11 at night, Stella reached for the connecting door. When she opened it, the singing stopped. In the subtle glow of the Harry Potter nightlight, she could see her sons in their beds. "Roz?" she whispered, stepping in. She shivered once. Why was it so cold in there? She moved quickly and quietly to the terrace doors, checked and found them securely closed, as were the windows, and the hall door, she thought with another frown. She could have sworn she'd heard something, felt something. But the chill had already faded, and there was no sound in the room but her son's steady breathing. She tucked up their blankets as she did every night, brushed kisses on both their heads, and left the connecting doors open. By morning, she'd brushed it off. Luke couldn't find his lucky shirt, and Gavin got into a wrestling match with Parker on their before-school walk and had to change his. As a result, she barely had time for morning coffee and the muffin David pressed on her. "Will you tell Roz I went in early? I want to have the lobby area done before we open at 10. "She left an hour ago." "An hour ago?" Stella looked at her watch. Keeping up with Roz had become Stella's personal mission, and so far she was failing. "Does she sleep?" "With her, the early bird doesn't just catch the worm, but has time to saute it with a nice plum sauce for breakfast." "Excuse me, but you—" "Gotta run." She dashed for the doorway, then stopped. "David, everything's going okay with the kids? You tell me otherwise, right?" "Absolutely. We're having nothing but fun. Today after school we're going to practice running with scissors, then find how many things we can roughhouse with that can poke our eyes out. After that we're moving on to inflammatories." "Thanks. I feel very reassured." She bent down to give Parker a last pat. "Keep an eye on this guy," she told him. Logan Kittredge was pressed for time. Rains had delayed his personal project to the point where he was going to have to postpone some of the fine points, again, to meet professional commitments. He didn't mind so much. He considered landscaping a perpetual work in progress. It was never finished. It should never be finished. And when you worked with nature, nature was the boss. She was fickle and tricky and endlessly fascinating. A man had to be continually on his toes, be ready to flex, be willing to compromise and swing with her moods. Planning in absolutes was an exercise in frustration, and to his mind there were enough other things to be frustrated about. Since nature had deigned to give him a good, clear day, he was taking it to deal with his personal project. It meant he had to work alone. He liked that better in any case, and carve out time to swing by the job site and check on his two-man crew. It meant he had to get over to Roz's place, pick up the trees he'd earmarked for his own use, haul them back to his place, and get them in the ground before noon. Or 1. 2 at the latest. Well, he'd see how it went. The one thing he couldn't afford to carve out time for was this new manager Roz had taken on. He couldn't figure out why Roz had hired a manager in the first place, and for God's sake, a Yankee? It seemed to him that Rosalind Harper knew how to run her business just fine and didn't need some fast-talking stranger screwing with the system. He liked working with Roz. She was a woman who got things done and who didn't poke her nose into his end of things any more than was reasonable. She loved the work just as he did, had an instinct for it. So when she did make a suggestion, you tended to listen and weigh it in. She paid well and didn't hassle a man over every detail. He could tell, just tell, that this manager was going to be nothing but bumps and ruts in his road. Wasn't she already leaving messages for him in that cool Yankee voice about time management, invoice systems, and equipment inventory? He didn't give a shit about that sort of thing, and he wasn't going to start giving one now. He and Roz had a system, damn it, one that got the job done and made the client happy. Why mess with success? He drove his full-size pickup through the parking area, wove through the piles of mulch and sand, the landscape timbers, and around the side loading area. He'd already eyeballed and tagged what he wanted, but before he loaded them up, he'd take one more look around. Plus, there were some young evergreens in the field and a couple of hemlocks in the bald and burlapped area that he thought he could use. Harper had grafted him a couple of willows and a hedgerow of peonies. They'd be ready to dig in this spring, along with the various pots of cuttings and layered plants Roz had helped him with. He moved through the rows of trees, then turned around and backtracked. This wasn't right, he thought. Everything was out of place, changed around. Where were his dogwoods? Where the hell were the rhododendrons, the mountain laurels he'd tagged? Where was his goddamn friggin' magnolia? He scowled at a pussy willow, then began a careful step-by-step search through the section. It was all different. Trees and shrubs were no longer in what he'd considered an interesting, eclectic mix of type and species, but lined up like army recruits, he decided. Alphabetized, for Christ's sweet sake, in friggin' Latin. Shrubs were segregated and organized in the same anal fashion. He found his trees and, stewing, carted them to his truck. Muttering to himself, he decided to head into the field, dig up the trees he wanted there. They'd be safer at his place, obviously. But first he was going to hunt up Roz and get this mess straightened out. Standing on a stepladder, armed with a bucket of soapy water and a rag, Stella attacked the top of the shelf she'd cleared off. A good cleaning, she decided, and it would be ready for her newly planned display. She envisioned it filled with color-coordinated decorative pots, some mixed plantings scattered among them. Add other accessories like raffia twine, decorative watering spikes, florist stones and marbles, and so on, and you'd have something. At point of purchase, it would generate impulse sales. She was moving the soil additives, fertilizers, and animal repellents to the side wall. Those were basics, not impulse. Customers would walk back there for items of that nature and pass the wind chimes she was going to hang, the bench and concrete planter she intended to haul in. With the other changes, it would all tie together, and with flow, draw customers into the houseplant section, across to the patio pots, the garden furniture, all before they moved through to the bedding plants. With an hour and a half until they opened, and if she could Shanghai Harper into helping her with the heavy stuff, she'd have it done. She heard footsteps coming through from the back, blew her hair out of her eyes. "Making progress," she began. "I know it doesn't look like it yet, but—" She broke off when she saw him. Even standing on the ladder, she felt dwarfed. He had to be 6'5", all tough and rangy and fit, in faded jeans with bleach stains splattered over one thigh. He wore a flannel shirt jacket style over a white T-shirt and a pair of boots so dinged and scored she wondered he didn't take pity and give them a decent burial. His long, wavy, unkempt hair was the color she'd been shooting for the one time she'd dyed her own. She wouldn't have called him handsome. Everything about him seemed rough and rugged. The hard mouth, the hollowed cheeks, the sharp nose, the expression in his eyes. They were green, but not like Kevin's had been. These were moody and deep and seemed somehow hot under the strong line of brows. No, she wouldn't have said handsome, but arresting, in a big and tough sort of way. The sort of tough that looked like a bunched fist would bounce right off him, doing a lot more damage to the puncher than the punchee. She smiled, though she wondered where Roz was, or Harper, or somebody. "I'm sorry, we're not open yet this morning. Is there something I can do for you?" Oh, he knew that voice, that crisp, cool voice that had left him annoying messages about functional organizational plans and production goals. He'd expected her to look like she'd sounded, a usual mistake, he supposed. There wasn't much cool and crisp about that wild red hair she was trying to control with that stupid-looking kerchief, or the wariness in those big blue eyes. "You moved my damn trees." "I'm sorry?" "Well, you ought to be. Don't do it again." "I don't know what you're talking about." She kept a grip on the bucket, just in case, and stepped down the ladder. "Did you order some trees? If I could have your name, I'll see if I can find your order. We're implementing a new system, so I don't have to order anything, and I don't like a new system. And what the hell are you doing in here? Where is everything?" His voice sounded local to her, with a definite edge of nasty impatience. "I think it would be best if you came back when we're open. Winter hours start at 10 a.m. If you'd leave me your name." She edged toward the counter and the phone. "It's Kittredge, and you ought to know since you've been nagging me brainless for damn near a week." "I don't know." "Oh, Kittredge." She relaxed fractionally. "The landscape designer." "And I haven't been nagging," she said with more heat when her brain caught up. "I've been trying to contact you so we could schedule a meeting. You haven't had the courtesy to return my calls. I certainly hope you're not as rude with clients as you are with coworkers." "Rude? Sister, you haven't seen rude." "I have 2 sons," she snapped back. "I've seen plenty of rude." Roz hired me to put some order into her business, to take some of the systemic load off her shoulders, to systemic. His gaze rose to the ceiling like a man sending out a prayer. "Jesus, are you always going to talk like that?" She took a calming breath. "Mr. Kittredge, I have a job to do. Part of that job is dealing with the landscaping arm of this business. It happens to be a very important and profitable arm." "Damn right, and it's my friggin' arm." "It also happens to be ridiculously disorganized and apparently run like a circus. I've been finding little scraps of paper and hand-scribbled orders and invoices, if you can call them that, all week. So if you'd bothered to return my calls and arrange for a meeting, I could have explained to you how this arm of the business will now function." "Oh, is that right?" That West Tennessee tone took on a soft and dangerous hue. "You're going to explain it to me?" "That's exactly right. The system I'm implementing will, in the end, save you considerable time and effort with computerized invoices and inventory, client lists and designs with—" He was sizing her up. He figured he had about a foot on her in height, probably a good 100 pounds in bulk. But the woman had a mouth on her. It was what his mother would have called bee-stung. Pretty. And apparently it never stopped flapping. "How the hell is having to spend half my time on a computer going to save me anything?" "Once the data is inputted, it will. At this point, you seem to be carrying most of this information in some pocket or inside your head." "So, if it's in a pocket, I can find it. If it's in my head, I can find it there too. Nothing wrong with my memory." "Maybe not, but tomorrow you may be run over by a truck and spend the next 5 years in a coma." That pretty mouth smiled icily. "Then, where will we be?" "Being as I'd be in a coma, I wouldn't be worried about it. Come out here." He grabbed her hand, pulled her toward the door. "Hey!" she managed, then, "Hey!" "This is business." He yanked open the door and kept pulling her along. "I'm not dragging you off to a cave." "Then let go." His hands were hard as rock and just as rough, and his legs, she realized as he strode away from the building, ate up ground in long, hurried bites and forced her into an undignified trot. "Just a minute. Look at that." He gestured toward the tree and shrub area while she struggled to get her breath back. "What about it?" "It's messed up." "It certainly isn't. I spent nearly an entire day on this area, and had the aching muscles to prove it. It's cohesively arranged so if a customer is looking for an ornamental tree, he or a member of the staff can find the one that suits. If the customer is looking for a spring blooming shrub or—" "They're all lined up. What'd you use, at carpenter's level? People come in here now, how can they get a picture how different specimens might work together?" "That's your job and the staff's. We're here to help and direct the customer to possibilities as well as their more definite wants. If they're wandering around trying to find a damn hydrangea, they might just spot a spirea or camellia they'd like to have too." He had a point, and she'd considered it. She wasn't an idiot. Or they may leave empty-handed because they couldn't easily find what they'd come for in the first place. Attentive and well-trained staff should be able to direct and explore with the customer. Either way has its pros and cons. But I happen to like this way better, and it's my call. Now, she stepped back. "If you have the time, we need to—" "I don't." He stalked off toward his truck. "Just wait." She jogged after him. "We need to talk about the new purchase orders and invoicing system." "Send me a friggin' memo. Sounds like your speed." "I don't want to send you a frigging memo." "And what are you doing with those trees?" "Taking them home." He pulled open the truck door, climbed in. "What do you mean you're taking them home?" I don't have any paperwork on these." "Hey, me neither." After slamming the door, he rolled the window down a stingy inch. "Step back, Red. Wouldn't want to run over your toes." "Look, you can't just take off with stock whenever you feel like it." "Take it up with Roz, if she's still the boss. Otherwise, better call the cops." He gunned the engine, and when she stumbled back, zipped into reverse, and left her staring after him. Cheeks pink with temper, Stella marched back toward the building. Serve him right, she thought. Just serve him right if she did call the police. She snapped her head up, eyes hot, as Roz opened the door. "Was that Logan's truck?" "Does he work with clients?" "Sure. Why?" "You're lucky you haven't been sued." "He storms in, nothing but complaints. Bitch, bitch, bitch," Stella muttered as she swung past Roz and inside. "He doesn't like this, doesn't like that, doesn't like any damn thing as far as I can tell. Then he drives off with a truckload of trees and shrubs." Roz rubbed her earlobe thoughtfully. "He does have his moods." "Moods? I only saw one, and I didn't like it." She yanked off the kerchief, tossed it on the counter. "Pissed you off, did he?" "In spades." "I'm trying to do what you hired me to do, Roz." "I know. And so far I don't believe I've made any comments or complaints that could qualify as bitch, bitch, bitch." Stella sent her a horrified look. "No, of course not. I didn't mean... God. We're in what I'd call an adjustment period. Some don't adjust as smoothly as others. I like most of your ideas, and others I'm willing to give a chance. Logan's used to doing things his own way, and that's been fine with me. It works for us." "He took stock. How can I maintain inventory if I don't know what he took or what it's for? I need paperwork, Roz." "I imagine he took the specimens he'd tagged for his personal use. If he took others, he'll let me know." "Which is not the way you do things," she continued before Stella could speak. "I'll talk to him, Stella, but you might have to do some adjusting yourself. You're not in Michigan anymore. I'm going to let you get back to work here." And she was going back to her plants. They generally gave her less trouble than people. "Roz, I know I can be an awful pain in the ass, but I really do want to help you grow your business. I've figured out both those things already." Alone, Stella sulked for a minute. Then she got her bucket and climbed up the ladder again. The unscheduled meeting had thrown her off schedule. "I don't like her." Logan sat in Roz's parlor with the beer in one hand and a boatload of resentment in the other. "She's bossy, rigid, smug, and shrill." At Roz's raised brows he shrugged. "Okay, not shrill. So far. But I stand by the rest. I do like her. I like her energy and her enthusiasm. And I need someone to handle the details, Logan. I've outgrown myself. I'm just asking that the two of you try to meet somewhere in the middle of things." "I don't think she has any middle. She's extreme. I don't trust extreme women." "You trust me." He brooded into his beer. That was true enough. If he hadn't trusted Roz, he wouldn't have come to work for her, no matter what salary and perks she dangled under his nose. "She's going to have us filling out forms in triplicate and documenting how many inches we prune off a damn bush." "I don't think it'll come to that." Roz propped her feet comfortably on the coffee table and sipped her own beer. "If you had to go and hire some sort of manager, Roz, why the hell didn't you hire a local? Get somebody in who understands how things work around here." "Because I didn't want a local. I wanted her. When she comes down, we're going to have a nice civilized drink followed by a nice civilized meal. I don't care if the two of you don't like each other, but you will learn how to get along. You're the boss." "That's a fact." She gave him a companionable pat on the thigh. "Harper's coming over, too. I browbeat him into it." Logan brooded a minute longer. "You really like her?" "I really do. And I've missed the company of women. Women who aren't silly and annoying, anyway. She's neither. She had a tough break, Logan, losing her man at such a young age. I know what that's like. She hasn't broken under it or gone brittle. So yes, I like her. And I'll tolerate her, but only for you." "Sweet talker." With a laugh, Roz leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Only because I'm crazy about you." Stella came to the door in time to see Logan take Roz's hand in his and thought, "Oh, shit." She'd gone head to head, argued with, insulted and complained about her boss's lover. With a sick dread in her stomach, she nudged her boys forward. She stepped inside, plastered on a smile. "Hope we're not late," she said cheerily. "There was a small homework crisis. Hello, Mr. Kittredge. I'd like you to meet my sons. This is Gavin, and this is Luke. How's it going?" They looked like normal kids to him, rather than the pod children he'd expected someone like Stella to produce. "I have a loose tooth," Luke told him. "Yeah? Let's have a look, then." Logan set down his beer to take a serious study of the tooth Luke wiggled with his tongue. "Cool. You know, I've got me some pliers in my toolbox. One yank and we'd have that out of there." At the small, horrified sound from behind him, Logan turned to smile thinly at Stella. "Mr. Kittredge is just joking," Stella told a fascinated Luke. "Your tooth will come out when it's ready." "When it does, the tooth fairy comes and I get a buck." Logan pursed his lips. "A buck, huh? Good deal." "It makes blood when it comes out, but I'm not scared." "Miss Roz, can we go see David in the kitchen?" Gavin shot a look at his mother. "Mom said we had to ask you." "Sure. You go right on. No sweets," Stella called out as they dashed out. "Logan, why don't you pour Stella a glass of wine?" "I'll get it. Don't get up," Stella told him. He didn't look quite as much like an overbearing jerk, she decided. He cleaned up well enough, and she could see why Roz was attracted, if you went for the uber-virile sort. "Did you say Harper was coming?" Stella asked her. "He'll be along." Roz gestured with her beer. "Let's see if we can all play nice. Let's get this business out of the way so we can have an enjoyable meal without ruining our digestion. Stella's in charge of sales and production, of managing the day-to-day business. She and I will, for now anyway, share personnel management while Harper and I head up propagation." She sipped her beer, waited, though she knew her own power and didn't expect an interruption. "Logan leads the landscaping design both on and off site. As such, he has first choice of stock and is authorized to put in for special orders or arrange trades or purchases or rentals of necessary equipment, material, or specimens for outside designs. The changes Stella has already implemented or proposed, and which have been approved by me, will stay or be put in place, until such time as I decide they don't work or if I just don't like 'em. Clear so far?" "Perfectly," Stella said coolly. Logan shrugged. "Which means you'll cooperate with each other, do what's necessary to work together in such a way for both of you to function in the areas you oversee. I built In the Garden from the ground up, and I can run it myself if I have to. But I don't choose to. I choose to have the two of you and Harper shoulder the responsibilities you've been given. Squabble all you want, I don't mind squabbles, but get the job done." She finished off her beer. "Questions? Comments?" After a beat of silence, she rose. "Well then, let's eat." Chapter 5. It was, all things considered, a pleasant evening. Neither of her kids threw any food or made audible, gagging noises, always a plus in Stella's book. Conversation was polite, even lively, particularly when the boys learned Logan's first name, the same name used by the X-Men's Wolverine. It was instant hero status, given polish when it was discovered that Logan shared Gavin's obsession with comic books. The fact that Logan seemed more interested in talking to her sons rather than her was probably another plus. "If, the Hulk and Spider-Man ever got into a fight, I think Spider-Man would win." Logan nodded as he cut into rare roast beef. "Because Spider-Man's quicker and more agile. But if the Hulk ever caught him, Spidey'd be toast." Gavin speared a tiny new potato, then held it aloft on his fork like a severed head on a pike. "If he was under the influence of some evil guy like—" "Maybe Mr. Hyde?" "Yeah, Mr. Hyde. Then the Hulk could be forced to go after Spider-Man. But I still think Spidey would win." "That's why he's amazing," Logan agreed. "And the Hulk's incredible. Takes more than muscle to battle evil." "Yeah, you gotta be smart and brave and stuff. Peter Parker's the smartest, Luke emulated his brother with the potato head. "Bruce Banner's pretty smart, too." Since it made the kids laugh, Harper hoisted a potato, wagged it. "He always manages to get new clothes after he reverts from Hulk form. If he was really smart," Harper commented, "he'd figure out a way to make his clothes stretch and expand." "You scientists," Logan said with a grin for Harper, "never thinking about the mundane."
"Is the mundane a supervillain?"
Luke wanted to know. "It means the ordinary," Stella told him, "as in it's more mundane to eat your potatoes than to play with them, but that's the polite thing to do at the table."
"Oh."
Luke smiled at her, an expression somewhere between sweet and wicked, and chomped the potato off the fork.
"Okay."
After the meal, she used the excuse of the boys' bedtime to retreat upstairs. There were baths to deal with, the usual 1,000 questions to answer, and all that end-of-day energy to burn off, which included one or both of them running around, mostly naked. Then came her favorite time, when she drew a chair between their beds and read to them, while Parker began to snore at her feet. The current pick was Mystic Horse, and when she closed the book, she got the expected moans and pleas for just a little more. "Tomorrow, because now I'm afraid it's time for sloppy kisses."
"Not sloppy kisses."
Gavin rolled on his belly to bury his face in the pillow.
"Not that."
"Yes, and you must succumb." She covered the back of his head, the base of his neck with kisses while he giggled. "And now for my second victim." She turned to Luke and rubbed her hands together.
"Wait, wait!"
He threw out his hand to ward off the attack.
Do you think my tooth will fall out tomorrow?"
Let's have another look." She sat on the side of his bed, studying soberly as he wiggled the tooth with his tongue. "I think it just might."
"Can I have a horse?"
"It won't fit under your pillow." When he laughed, she kissed his forehead, his cheeks, and his sweet, sweet mouth. Rising, she switched off the lamp, leaving them in the glow of the nightlight. "Only fun dreams allowed."
"I'm gonna dream I get a horse, because dreams come true sometimes."
"Yes, they do. Night now." She walked back to her room, heard the whispers from bed to bed that were also part of the bedtime ritual. It had become their ritual over the last 2 years. Just the 3 of them at night time, where they had once been 4. But it was solid now and good, she thought, as a few giggles punctuated the whispers. Somewhere along the line she'd stopped aching every night, every morning, for what had been, and she'd come to treasure what was. She glanced at her laptop, thought about the work she'd earmarked for the evening. Instead, she went to the terrace doors. It was still too cool to sit out, but she wanted the air, and the quiet, and the night. Imagine, just imagine, she was standing outside at night in January, and not freezing. Though the forecasters were calling for more rain, the sky was star-studded and graced with a sliver of moon. In that dim light she could see a camellia in bloom. Flowers in winter. Now that was something to add to the plus pile about moving south. She hugged her elbows and thought of spring, when the air would be warm and gardens scented. She wanted to be here in the spring, to see it, to be part of the awakening. She wanted to keep her job. She hadn't realized how much she wanted to keep it until Roz's firm, no-nonsense set-down before dinner. Less than 2 weeks, and she was already caught up. Maybe too much caught, she admitted. That was always a problem. Whatever she began, she needed to finish. Stella's religion, her mother called it. But this was more. She was emotional about the place. A mistake, she knew. She was half in love with the nursery, and with her own vision of how it could be. She wanted to see tables alive with color and green, cascading flowers spilling from hanging baskets that would drop down along the aisles to make arbors. She wanted to see customers browsing and buying, filling the wagons and flatbeds with containers. And, of course, there was that part of her that wanted to go along with each one of them and show them exactly how everything should be planted. But she could control that. She could admit she also wanted to see the filing system in place, and the spreadsheets, the weekly inventory logs. And whether he liked it or not, she intended to visit some of Logan's jobs, to get a feel for that end of the business, That was, supposing he didn't talk Roz into firing her. He'd gotten slapped back too, Stella admitted, but he had home field advantage. In any case, she wasn't going to be able to work or relax or think about anything else until she'd straightened things out. She would go downstairs on the pretext of making a cup of tea. If his truck was gone, she'd try to have a minute with Roz. It was quiet, and she had a sudden sinking feeling that they'd gone up to bed. She didn't want that picture in her head. Tiptoeing into the front parlor, she peeked out the window. Though she didn't see his truck, it occurred to her she didn't know where he'd parked or what he'd driven in the first place. She'd leave it for morning. That was best. In the morning, she would ask for a short meeting with Roz and get everything back in place. Better to sleep on it, to plan exactly what to say and how to say it. Since she was already downstairs, she decided to go ahead and make that tea. Then she would take it upstairs and focus on work. Things would be better when she was focused. She walked quietly back into the kitchen and let out a yelp when she saw the dim figure in the shaded light. The figure yelped back, then slapped at the switch beside the stove. "Ugh, just draw and shoot next time," Roz said, slapping a hand to her heart. "I'm sorry. God, you scared me. I knew David was going into the city tonight, and I didn't think anyone was back here. Just me, making some coffee. In the dark? Stove light was on. I know my way around. You come down to raid the refrigerator?" "What? Oh, no. She was hardly that comfortable here in another woman's home. "I was just going to make some tea to take up while I do a little work." "Go ahead, unless you want some of this coffee. If I drink coffee after dinner, I'm awake all night." It was awkward, standing here in the quiet house, just the two of them. It wasn't her house, Stella thought, her kitchen, even her quiet. She wasn't a guest, but an employee. However gracious Roz might be, everything around them belonged to her. "Did Mr. Kittredge leave?" "You can call him Logan, Stella. You only sound pissy otherwise." "Sorry, I don't mean to be." Maybe a little, she thought. "We got off on the wrong foot, that's all, and I—" "Oh, thanks," she said when Roz handed her the tea kettle. "I realize I shouldn't have complained about him." She filled the kettle, wishing she'd thought through what she wanted to say, practiced it a few times. "Because?" Roz prompted. "Well, it's hardly constructive for your manager and your landscape designer to start in on each other after one run-in, and less so to whine to you about it." "Sensible. Mature." Roz leaned back on the counter, waiting for her coffee to brew. Young, she thought. She had to remember that despite some shared experiences, the girl was more than a decade younger than she, and a bit tender yet. "I try to be both," Stella said, and put the kettle on to boil. "So did I, once upon a time. Then I decided, screw that, I'm going to start my own business." Stella pushed back her hair. Who was this woman who was elegant to look at even in the hard lights, who spoke frank words in that debutante of the Southern aristocracy voice, and wore ancient wool socks in lieu of slippers? "I can't get a handle on you. I can't figure you out." "That's what you do, isn't it? Get handles on things." She shifted to reach up and behind into a cupboard for a coffee mug. "That's a good quality to have in a manager. Might be irritating on a personal level." "You wouldn't be the first." Stella let out a breath. "And on that personal level, I'd like to add a separate apology. I shouldn't have said those things about Logan to you. First off, because it's bad form to fly off about another employee, and second, I didn't realize you were involved." "Didn't you?" The moment, Roz decided, called for a cookie. She reached into the jar David kept stocked, pulled out a snickerdoodle. "And you realized it when—" "When we came downstairs, before dinner. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I happened to notice—" "Have a cookie." "I don't really eat sweets after—" "Have a cookie," Roz insisted, and handed one over. "Logan and I are involved. He works for me, though he doesn't quite see it that way." An amused smile brushed over her lips. "It's more a with me, from his point of view, and I don't mind that. Not as long as the work gets done, money comes in, the customers are satisfied." We're also friends. I like him very much. But we don't sleep together. We're not in any way romantically involved." "Oh." This time she huffed out a breath. "Oh, well, I've used up my own, so I'll have to borrow someone else's foot to stuff in my mouth. I'm not insulted. I'm flattered. He's an excellent specimen. I can't say I've ever thought about him in that way." "Why?" Roz poured her coffee while Stella took the sputtering kettle off the burner. "I've got 10 years on him." "And your point would be?" Roz glanced back, a little flicker of surprise running over her face just ahead of humor. "You're right. That doesn't, or shouldn't, apply. However, I've been married twice. One was good, very good. One was bad, very bad. I'm not looking for a man right now. Too damn much trouble. Even when it's good, they take a lot of time, effort, and energy. I'm enjoying using all that time, effort, and energy on myself." "Do you get lonely?" Yes, I do. There was a time I didn't think I'd have the luxury of being lonely. Raising my boys, all the running around, the mayhem, the responsibilities." She glanced around the kitchen as if surprised to find it quiet, without the noise and debris generated by young boys. "When I'd raised 'em, not that you're ever really done, but there's a point where you have to step back. I thought I wanted to share my life, my home, myself, with someone. That was a mistake." Though her expression stayed easy and pleasant, her tone went hard as granite. "I corrected it. I can't imagine being married again. Even a good marriage is a balancing act, isn't it? Especially when you toss in careers, family. I never had all of them at once to juggle. When John was alive, it was home, kids, him. I wrapped my life around them, only wrapped it tighter when it was just me and the boys. I'm not sorry for doing that," she said after a sip of coffee. "It was the way I wanted things. The business, the career, that started late for me. I admire women who can handle all those balls." "I think I was good at it." There was a pang at remembering, a sweet little slice in the heart. "It's exhausting work, but I hope I was good at it. Now, I don't think I have the skill for it anymore. Being with someone every day at the end of it." She shook her head. "Can't see it. I could always picture Kevin and me, all the steps and stages. I can't picture anyone else. Maybe he just hasn't come into the viewfinder yet." Stella lifted a shoulder in a little shrug. "Maybe. But I could picture you and Logan together." "Really?" There was such humor with a bawdy edge to it that Stella forgot any sense of awkwardness and just laughed. "Not that way. Or I started to, then engaged the impenetrable mind block. I meant you looked good together, so attractive and easy. I thought it was nice. It's nice to have someone you can be easy with. And you and Kevin were easy together. We were, sort of flowed on the same current. I wondered. You don't wear a wedding ring." "No." Stella looked at her bare finger. "I took it off about a year ago when I started dating again. It didn't seem right to wear it when I was with another man. I don't feel married anymore. It was gradual, I guess." At the half-question, Roz nodded. "Yes, I know. Somewhere along the line I stopped thinking, what would Kevin say about this, or what would Kevin do, or think, or want? So I took off my ring. It was hard, almost as hard as losing him." "I took mine off on my 40th birthday," Roz murmured. "I realized I'd stopped wearing it as a tribute. It had become more of a shield against relationships. So I took it off on that black-letter day," she said with a half-smile. "Because we move on, or we fade away. I'm too busy to worry about all of this most of the time, and I didn't mean to get into it now. I only wanted to apologize. Accept it. Well, I'm going to take my coffee up. I'll see you in the morning." "All right. Good night." Feeling better, Stella finished making her tea. She would get a good start in the morning, she decided, as she carried it upstairs. She'd get a good chunk of the reorganizing done. She'd talk with Harper and Roz about which cuttings should be added to inventory. and she'd find a way to get along with Logan. She heard the singing, quiet and sad, as she started down the hall. Her heart began to trip, and china rattled on the tray as she picked up her pace. She was all but running by the time she got to the door of her son's room. There was no one there, just that same little chill to the air. Even when she set her tea down, searched the closet, under the bed, she found nothing. She sat on the floor between the beds, waiting for her pulse to level. The dog stirred, then climbed up in her lap to lick her hand. Stroking him, she stayed there, sitting between her boys, while they slept. On Sunday, she went to her father's for brunch. She was more than happy to be handed a mimosa and ordered out of the kitchen by Jolene. It was her first full day off since she'd started it in the garden, and she was scheduled to relax. With the boys running around the little backyard with Parker, she was free to sit down with her father. "Tell me everything," he ordered. "Well, everything will go straight through brunch, into dinner, and right into breakfast tomorrow. Give me the highlights. How do you like Rosalind?" "I like her a lot. She manages to be straightforward and slippery. I'm never quite sure where I stand with her, but I do like her. She's lucky to have you, and being a smart woman, she knows it. You might be just a tiny bit biased. Just a bit." He'd always loved her, Stella knew, even when there had been months between visits. There'd always been phone calls or notes or surprise presents in the mail. He'd aged comfortably, she thought now. Whereas her mother waged a bitter and protracted war with the years, Will Dooley had made his truce with them. His red hair was overpowered by the gray now, and his bony frame carried a soft pouch in the middle. There were laugh lines around his eyes and mouth, glasses perched on his nose. His face was ruddy from the sun. The man loved his gardening and his golf. "The boys seem happy," he commented. "They love it there. I can't believe how much I worried about it. Then they just slide in like they've lived there all their lives. Sweetheart, if you weren't worrying about some such thing, you wouldn't be breathing." "I hate that you're right about that. Anyway, there's still a few bumps regarding school. It's so hard being the new kids. But they like the house and all that room, and they're crazy about David. You know David Wentworth?" "Yeah. You could say he's been part of Roz's household since he was a kid, and now he runs it. He's great with the kids. It's a weight off knowing they're with someone they like after school. And I like Harper, though I don't see much of him. Boy's always been a loner, happier with his plants. Good looking," he added. "He is, Dad, but we'll just stick with discussing leaf bud cuttings and cleft grafting, okay? Can't blame a father for wanting to see his daughter settled. I am settled, for the moment." More, she realized, than she would have believed possible. "At some point, though, I'm going to want my own place. I'm not ready to look yet. Too much to do, and I don't want to rock the boat with Roz. But it's on my list. Something in the same school district when the time comes. I don't want the boys to have to change again." "You'll find what you're after. You always do." "No point in finding what you're not after. But I've got time. Right now, I'm up to my ears in reorganizing. That's probably an exaggeration. I'm up to my ears in organizing. Stock, paperwork, display areas, and having the time of your life." She laughed, stretched out her arms and legs. "I really am. Oh, Dad, it's a terrific place, and there's so much untapped potential yet. I'd like to find somebody who has a real head for sales and customer relations, put him or her in charge of that area while I concentrate on rotating stock, keep ahead of the paperwork, and juggle in some of my ideas. I haven't even touched on the landscape area, except for a headbutt with the guy who runs that." "Kittredge?" Will smiled. "Met him once or twice, I think. Hear he's a prickly sort." "I'll say. Does good work. Roz wouldn't tolerate less, I can promise you. He did a property for a friend of mine about 2 years ago. Bought this old house, wanted to concentrate on rehabbing it. Grounds were a holy mess. He hired Kittredge for that. Showplace now got written up in a magazine." "What's his story?" "Logan's. Local boy, born and bred. Though it seems to me he moved up north for a while, got married." "I didn't realize he's married." "Was. Will corrected. Didn't take. Don't know the details. Jo might. She's better at ferreting out and remembering that sort of thing. He's been back here, 6, 8 years. Worked for a big firm out of the city until Roz scooped him up. Jo? What do you know about the Kittredge boy who works for Roz? Logan? Jolene peeked around the corner. She was wearing an apron that said Joe's Kitchen. There was a string of pearls around her neck and fuzzy pink slippers on her feet. He's sexy. I don't think that's what Stella wanted to know. Well, she could see that for herself. Got eyes in her head and blood in her veins, doesn't she? His folks moved out to Montana, of all places, 2-3 years ago. She cocked a hip, tapped a finger on her cheek as she lined up her data. Got an older sister, lives in Charlotte now. He went out with Marge Peters's girl, Terry, a couple of times. You remember Terry, don't you, Will? Can't say as I do. Course you do. She was homecoming and prom queen in her day, then Miss Shelby County. First runner-up for Miss Tennessee. Most agree she missed the crown because her talent wasn't as strong as it could have been. Her voice is a little bit what you'd call slight, I guess. As Jo talked, Stella just sat back and enjoyed. Imagine knowing all this, or caring. She doubted she could remember who the homecoming or prom queens were from her own high school days, and here was Jo casually pumping out the information on events that were surely a decade old. Had to be a Southern thing. And Terry? She said Logan was too serious-minded for her, Jo continued. But then a turnip would be too serious-minded for that girl. She turned back into the kitchen, lifting her voice. He married a Yankee and moved up to Philadelphia or Boston or someplace with her. Moved back a couple years later, without her. No kids. She came back with a fresh mimosa for Stella and one for herself. I heard she liked big city life and he didn't, so they split up. Probably more to it than that. Always is, but Logan's not one to talk, so information is sketchy. He worked for Fossley Landscaping for a while. You know, Will, they do mostly commercial stuff, beautifying office buildings and shopping centers and so on. Word is Roz offered him the moon, most of the stars, and a couple of solar systems to bring him into her operation. Will winked at his daughter. Told you she'd have the details. And then some. Jo chuckled, waved a hand. He bought the old Morris place on the river a couple years ago. Been fixing it up, or having it fixed up. And I heard he was doing a job for Tully Scopes. You don't know Tully, Will, but I'm on the garden committee with his wife, Mary. She'll complain the sky's too blue or the rain's too wet, never satisfied with anything. You want another Bloody Mary, honey? She asked Will. Can't say as I'd mind. So I heard Tully wanted Logan to design some shrubbery and a garden and so on for this property he wanted to turn over. Jolene kept on talking as she walked back to the kitchen counter to mix the drink. Stella exchanged a mile-wide grin with her father. And every blessed day Tully was down there complaining or asking for changes or saying this, that, or the other, until Logan told him to screw himself sideways, or words to that effect. So much for customer relations, Stella declared. Walked off the job, too, Jolene continued. Wouldn't set foot on the property again or have any of his crew plant a daisy until Tully agreed to stay away. That what you wanted to know? That pretty much covers it, Stella said, and toasted Jolene with her mimosa. Good. Just about ready here. Why don't you go on and call the boys? With the information from Jolene entered into her mental files, Stella formulated a plan. Bright and early Monday morning, armed with her map and a set of MapQuest directions, she set out for the job site Logan had scheduled. Or, she corrected, the job Roz thought he had earmarked for that morning. She was going to be insanely pleasant, cooperative, and flexible, until he saw things her way. She cruised the neighborhood that skirted the city proper. Charming old houses, closer to each other than to the road. Lovely sloping lawns, gorgeous old trees, oak and maple that would leaf and shade, dogwood and Bradford pear that would celebrate spring with blooms. Of course, it wouldn't be the South without plenty of magnolias, along with enormous azaleas and rhododendrons. She tried to picture herself there, with her boys, living in one of those gracious homes with her lovely yard to tend. Yes, She could see that. Could see them happy in such a place, cozy with the neighbors, organizing dinner parties, playdates, cookouts. Out of her price range, though. Even with the money she'd saved, the capital from the sale of the house in Michigan, she doubted she could afford real estate here. Besides, it would mean changing schools again for the boys, and she would have to spend time commuting to work. Still, it made a sweet, if brief, fantasy. She spotted Logan's truck in a second pickup outside a 2-story brick house. She could see immediately it wasn't as well kept as most of its neighbors. The front lawn was patchy, the foundation plantings desperately needed shaping, and what had been flower beds looked either overgrown or stone dead. She heard the buzz of chainsaws and country music played too loud as she walked around the side of the house. Ivy was growing madly here, crawling its way up the brick. Should be stripped off, she thought. That maple needs to come down before it falls down, and that fence line's covered with brambles, overrun with honeysuckle. In the back, she spotted Logan, harnessed halfway up a dead oak. Wielding the chainsaw, he speared through branches. It was cool, but the sun and the labor had a dew of sweat on his face, and a line of it darkening the back of his shirt. Okay, so he was sexy. Any well-built man doing manual labor looked sexy. Add some sort of dangerous tool to the mix, and the image went straight to the lust bars and played a primal tune. But sexy, she reminded herself, wasn't the point. His work and their working dynamics were the point. She stood well out of the way while he worked and scanned the rest of the backyard. The space might have been lovely once, but now it was neglected, weedy, overgrown with trash trees and dying shrubs. A sagging garden shed tilted in the far corner of a fence smothered in vines. Nearly a quarter of an acre, she estimated, as she watched a huge black man drag lopped branches toward a short, skinny white man working a splitter. Nearby, a burly-looking mulcher waited its turn to chew up the rest. The beauty here wasn't lost, Stella decided. It was just buried. It needed vision to bring it to life again. Since the black man caught her eye, Stella wandered over to the ground crew. "Help you, miss?" She extended her hand in a smile. "I'm Stella Rothchild, Miss Harper's manager." "Meetcha. I'm Sam. This here's Dick." The little guy had the fresh, freckled face of a 12-year-old with a scraggly goatee that looked as if it might have grown there by mistake. "Heard about you." He sent an eyebrow-wiggling grin toward her co-worker. "Really?" She kept her tone friendly, though her teeth came together tight in the smile. "I thought it would be helpful if I dropped by a couple of the jobs, looked at the work." She scanned the yard again, deliberately keeping her gaze below Logan's perch in the tree. "You've certainly got yours cut out for you with this." "Got a mess of clearing to do," Sam agreed. Covered with work gloves, his enormous hands settled on his hips. "Seen worse, though." "Is there a projection on man-hours?" "Projection?" Dick sniggered and elbowed Sam. From his great height, Sam sent down a pitying look. "You want to know about the plans and the projections," he said. "You need to talk to the boss. He's got all that worked up." "All right, then. Thanks. I'll let you get back to work." Walking away, Stella took the little camera out of her bag and began to take what she thought of as before pictures. He knew she was there, standing down there all pressed and tidy with her wild hair pulled back and shaded glasses hiding her big blue eyes. He'd wondered when she would come nag him on a job, as it appeared to him she was a woman born to nag. At least she had the sense not to interrupt. Then again, she seemed to be nothing but sense. Maybe she'd surprise him. He liked surprises, and he'd gotten one when he met her kids. He'd expected to see a couple of polite little robots, the sort that looked to their domineering mother before saying a word. Instead, he'd found them normal, interesting, funny kids. Surely it took some imagination to manage 2 active boys. Maybe she was only a pain in the ass when it came to work. Well, he grinned a little as he cut through a branch. So was he. He let her wait while he finished. It took him another 30 minutes, during which he largely ignored her, though he did see her take a camera. Jesus. Then a notebook out of her purse. He also noticed she'd gone over to speak to his men, and that Dick sent occasional glances in Stella's direction. Dick was a social moron, Logan thought, particularly when it came to women. But he was a tireless worker, and he would take on the filthiest job with a blissful and idiotic grin. Sam, who had more common sense in his big toe than Dick had in his entire skinny body, was, thank God, a tolerant and patient man. They went back to high school, and that was the sort of thing that set well with Logan. The continuity of it, and the fact that because they'd known each other around 20 years, they didn't have to gab all the damn time to make themselves understood. Explaining things half a dozen times just tried his patience, which he had no problem admitting he had in short supply to begin with. Between the three of them, they did good work, often exceptional work, and with Sam's brawn and Dick's energy, he rarely had to take on any more laborers, which suited him. He preferred small crews to large. It was more personal that way, at least from his point of view. And in Logan's point of view, every job he took was personal. It was his vision, his sweat, his blood that went into the land, and his name that stood for what he created with it. The Yankee could harp about forms and systemic bullshit all she wanted. The land didn't give a rat's ass about that, and neither did he. He called out a warning to his men, then topped the old dead oak. When he shimmied down, he unhooked his harness and grabbed a bottle of water. He drank half of it down without taking a breath. Mr. No, friendly, Stella remembered. She boosted up her smile and started over. Nice job. I didn't realize you did the tree work yourself. Depends. Nothing tricky to this one. Out for a drive? No, though I did enjoy looking at the neighborhood. It's beautiful. She looked around the yard, gestured to encompass it. This must have been two once. What happened? Couple lived here 50 years. He died a while back. She couldn't handle the place on her own, and none of their kids still live close by. She got sick, place got run down. She got sicker, kids finally got her out and into a nursing home. That's hard. It's sad. Yeah, a lot of life is. They sold the place. New owners got a bargain and want the grounds done up, and we're doing them up. What have you got in mind? He took another slug from the water bottle. She noticed the mulcher had stopped grinding, and after Logan sent a long, narrowed look over her shoulder, it got going again. I've got a lot of things in mind. Dealing with this job specifically. Why? Because it'll help me do my job if I know more about yours. Obviously, you're taking out the oak, and I assume the maple out front. Yeah. Okay, here's the deal. We clear out everything that can't or shouldn't be saved. New sod, new fencing. We knock down the old shed, replace it. New owners want lots of color, so we shape up the azaleas, put a weeping cherry out front, replacing the maple. Lilac over there, and a magnolia on that side. Plot of peonies on that side, rambling roses along the back fence. See, they got that rough little hill toward the back there on the right? Instead of leveling it, we'll plant it. He outlined the rest of it quickly, rolling out Latin terms and common names, taking long slugs from his water bottle, gesturing. He could see it. He always could. The finished land. The small details, the big ones, fit together into one attractive whole. Just as he could see the work that would go into each and every step, as he could look forward to the process nearly as much as the finished job. He liked having his hands in the dirt. How else could you respect the landscape or the changes you made in it? And as he spoke, he glanced down at her hands, smirked a little at her tidy fingernails with their coat of glossy pink polish. Paper pusher, he thought. Probably didn't know crabgrass from sumac. Because he wanted to give her and her clipboard the full treatment and get her off his ass, he switched to the house and talked about the patio they intended to build and the plantings he'd use to accent it. When he figured he'd done more talking than he normally did in a week, he finished off the water. Shrugged. He didn't expect her to follow everything he'd said, but she couldn't complain that he hadn't cooperated. It's wonderful. What about the bed running on the south side out front? He frowned a little. We'll rip out the ivy, then the clients want to try their hand at that themselves. Even better. You've got more of an investment if you dig some yourself. Because he agreed, he said nothing and only jingled some change in his pocket. Except, I'd rather see winter creeper than yews around the shed. The variegated leaves would show off well, as would the less uniform shape. Maybe. Do you work from a landscape blueprint or out of your head? Depends. Should I pull all his teeth at once or one at a time, she thought, but maintained the smile. It's just that I'd like to see one of your designs on paper at some point. Which leads me to a thought I'd had. Bet you got lots of 'em. My boss told me to play nice, she said, coolly now. How about you? He moved his shoulder again. Just saying. My thought was, with some of the reorganizing and transferring I'm doing, I could cull out some office space for you at the center. He gave her the same look he'd sent his men over her shoulder. A lesser woman, Stella told herself, would wither under it. I don't work in a friggin' office. I'm not suggesting that you spend all your time there, just that you'd have a place to deal with your paperwork, make your phone calls, keep your files. That's what my truck's for. Are you trying to be difficult? Nope. I can do it without any effort at all. How about you? You don't want the office? Fine. Forget the office. I already have. Dandy. But I need an office. I need to know exactly what stock and equipment, what materials you'll need for this job. She yanked out her notebook again. 1 red maple, 1 magnolia. Which variety of magnolia? Southern. Grandiflora gloriosa. Good choice for the location. 1 weeping cherry, she continued, and to his surprise and reluctant admiration, she ran down the entire plan he'd tossed out at her. Okay, Red, he thought. Maybe you know a thing or two about the horticulture end of things after all. Yews or winter creeper? He glanced back at the shed, tried both out in his head. Damn if he didn't think she was right, but he didn't see why he had to say so right off. I'll let you know. 2. And I'll want the exact number and specimen type of other stock as you take them. I'd be able to find you in your office? Just find me. She turned around, started to march off. Hey, Stella! When she glanced back, he grinned. Always wanted to say that. Her eyes lit, and she snapped her head around again and kept going. Okay, Jesus, just a little humor. He strode after her. Don't go away mad. Just go away? Yeah, but there's no point in us being pissed at each other. I don't mind being pissed as a rule. I never would have guessed. But there's no point, right at the moment. As if he just remembered he had them on, he tugged off his work gloves, stuck them finger first in his back pocket. I'm doing my job, you're doing yours. Roz thinks she needs you, and I set a lot of store by Roz. So do I. I get that. Let's try to stay out from under each other's skin, otherwise we're just going to give each other a rash. She inclined her head, lifted her eyebrows. Is this you being agreeable? Pretty much, yeah. I'm being agreeable so we can both do what Roz pays us to do. And because your kid has a copy of Spider-Man number 121. If you're mad, you won't let him show it to me. Now she tipped down her sunglasses, peered at him over the tops. This isn't you being charming, is it? No, this is me being sincere. I really want to see that issue firsthand. If I was being charming, I guarantee you'd be in a puddle at my feet. It's terrible power I have over women, and I try to use it sparingly. I just bet. But she was smiling as she got into her car. Chapter 6. Haley Phillips was riding on fumes and a dying transmission. The radio still worked, thank God, and she had it cranked up with the Dixie Chicks blasting out. It kept her energy flowing. Everything she owned was jammed into the Pontiac Granville, which was older than she was and a lot more temperamental. Not that she had much at this point. She'd sold everything that could be sold. No point in being sentimental. Money took you a lot more miles than sentiment. She wasn't destitute. What she'd banked would get her through the rough spots, and if there were more rough spots than she anticipated, she'd earn more. She wasn't aimless. She knew just where she was going. She just didn't know what would happen when she got there. But that was fine. If you knew everything, you'd never be surprised. Maybe she was tired, and maybe she'd pushed the rattling old car further than it wanted to go that day. But if she and it could just hang on a few more miles, they'd get a break. She didn't expect to get tossed out on her ear, but Well, if she was, she'd just do what needed to be done next. She liked the look of the area, especially since she'd skirted around the tangle of highways that surrounded Memphis. On this north edge beyond the city, the land rolled a bit, and she'd seen snatches of the river and the steep bluffs that fell toward it. There were pretty houses, the neat spread of the suburbs that fanned out from the city limits, and now the bigger, richer ones. There were plenty of big old trees, and despite some walls of stone or brick, it felt friendly. She sure could use a friend. When she saw the sign for In the Garden, she slowed. She was afraid to stop, afraid the old Pontiac would just heave up and die if she did. But she slowed enough to get a look at the main buildings, the space, in the security lights. Then she took a lot of slow breaths as she kept driving. Nearly there. She'd planned out what she would say, but she kept changing her mind. Every new approach gave her a dozen different scenes to play out in her head. It had passed the time, but it hadn't gelled for her. Maybe some could say that changing her mind was part of her problem, but she didn't think so. If you never changed your mind, what was the point of having one? It seemed to Haley she'd known too many people who were stuck with one way of thinking, and how could that be using the brain God gave you? As she headed toward the drive, the car began to buck and sputter.
Come on, just a little more. If I'd been paying attention, I'd have got you gas at the last place.
Then it conked on her, half in, half out of the entrance between the brick pillars. She gave the wheel a testy little slap, but it was half-hearted. Nobody's fault but her own, after all. And maybe it was a good thing. Tougher to kick her out if her car was out of gas and blocking the way. She opened her purse, took out a brush to tidy her hair. After considerable experimentation, she'd settled back on her own oak bark brown, at least for now. She was glad she'd gotten it cut and styled before she'd headed out. She liked the longish sweep of side bangs and the careless look of the straight bob with its varying lengths. It made her look easy, breezy, confident. She put on lipstick, powdered off the shine.
Okay, let's get going.
She climbed out, hooked her purse over her shoulder, then started the walk up the long drive. It took money, old or new, to plant a house so far from the road. The one she'd grown up in had been so close, people driving by could practically reach out and shake her hand. But she didn't mind that. It had been a nice house, a good house, and part of her had been sorry to sell it. But that little house outside Little Rock was the past. She was heading toward the future. Halfway up the drive, she stopped, blinked. This wasn't just a house, she decided as her jaw dropped. It was a mansion. The sheer size of it was one thing. She'd seen big-ass houses before, but nothing like this. This was the most beautiful house she'd ever laid eyes on outside of a magazine. It was Terra and Manderley all in one, graceful and female and strong. Lights gleamed against windows, others flooded the lawn, as if it were welcoming her. Wouldn't that be nice? Even if it wasn't, even if they booted her out again, she'd had the chance to see it. That alone was worth the trip. She walked on, smelling the evening, the pine and wood smoke. She crossed her fingers on the strap of her purse for luck and walked straight up to the ground-level doors. Lifting one of the brass knockers, she gave 3 firm raps. Inside, Stella came down the steps with Parker. It was her turn to walk him. She called out, "I'll get it!" Parker was already barking as she opened the door. She saw a girl with straight, fashionably ragged brown hair, a sharply angled face dominated by huge eyes the color of a robin's egg. She smiled, showing a bit of an overbite, and bent down to pet Parker when he sniffed at her shoes. She said, "Hi." "Hi." Where the hell had she come from, Stella wondered. There was no car parked outside. The girl looked to be about 12, and very pregnant.
I'm looking for Rosalind Ashby. Rosalind Harper Ashby, she corrected. Is she home?
"Yes, she's upstairs. Come in."
Thanks. I'm Haley.
She held out a hand.
Haley Phillips. Mrs. Ashby and I are cousins in a complicated southern sort of way.
"Stella Rothchild. Why don't you come in? Sit down. I'll go find Roz."
That'd be great.
Swiveling her head back and forth, Haley tried to see everything as Stella led her into the parlor.
Wow. You've just gotta say, wow.
I did the first time I saw it. Do you want anything? Something to drink?
I'm okay. I should probably wait until...
She stayed on her feet, wandered to the fireplace. It was like something on a television show or the movies.
Do you work in the house? Are you, like, the housekeeper?
No, I work at Roz's nursery. I'm the manager. I'll just go get Roz. You should sit down.
It's okay.
Haley rubbed her pregnant belly.
We've been sitting.
Be right back. With Parker in tow, Stella dashed off. She hurried up the stairs, turned into Roz's wing. She'd only been in there once, when David had taken her on the grand tour, but she followed the sounds of the television and found Roz in her sitting room. There was an old black-and-white movie on TV. Not that Roz was watching. She sat in an antique secretary, wearing baggy jeans and a sweatshirt as she sketched on a pad. Her feet were bare, and to Stella's surprise, her toenails were painted a bright candy pink. She knocked on the door jamb.
Oh, Stella, good. I was just sketching out an idea I had for a cutting garden along the northwest side of the nursery. Thought it might inspire customers. Come take a look.
I'd love to, but there's someone downstairs to see you. Haley Phillips. She says she's your cousin.
Haley? Roz frowned. I don't have a cousin Haley. Do I?
She's young, looks like a teenager. Pretty, brown hair, blue eyes, taller than me. She's pregnant.
Well, for God's sake.
Roz rubbed the back of her neck.
Phillips. My first husband's grandmother's sister, or maybe it was a cousin, married a Phillips, I think.
Well, she did say you were cousins in a complicated southern sort of way.
Phillips.
She closed her eyes, tapped a finger in the center of her forehead as if to wake up memory.
She must be Wayne Phillips's girl. He died last year. Well, I'd better go see what this is about. She got up. Your boys settled down for the night?
Yes, just.
Then come on with me. Don't you think you should? You've got a good level head, so come on, bring it with you.
Stella scooped Parker up and, hoping his bladder would hold, went downstairs with Roz. Haley turned as they came in.
I think this is the most completely awesome room. It makes you feel cozy and special just to be in it. I'm Haley. I'm Wayne Phillips's daughter. My daddy was a connection of your first husband's on his mother's side. You sent me a very nice note of condolence when he passed last year. I remember. I met him once. I liked him. So did I. I'm sorry to come this way without calling or asking, and I didn't mean to get here so late. I had some car trouble earlier.
That's all right. Sit down, Haley. How far along are you?
Heading toward 6 months. The baby's due into May. I should apologize, too, because my car ran out of gas right at the front of your driveway.
We can take care of that. Are you hungry, Haley? Would you like a little something to eat?
No, ma'am, I'm fine. I stopped to eat earlier. Forgot to feed the car. I have money. I don't want you to think I'm broke or here for a handout.
Good to know.
We should have tea, then. It's a cool night. Hot tea would be good. If it's not too much trouble, and if you've got decaffeinated. She stroked her belly. Hardest thing about being pregnant's been giving up caffeine.
I'll take care of it. Won't be long. Thanks, Stella. Roz turned back to Haley as Stella went out.
So, did you drive all the way from Little Rock, isn't it? I did. I like to drive. Like to better when the car's not acting up. But you have to do what you have to do.
She cleared her throat.
I hope you've been well, Cousin Rosalind.
I have been very well.
And you? Are you and the baby doing well? We're doing great. Healthy as horses, so the doctor said. And I feel just fine. Feel like I'm getting big as a house, but I don't mind that. Well, not so much. It's kind of interesting. Your children? Your sons, they're doing fine?
Yes, they are. Grown now. Harper, that's my oldest, lives here in the guest house. He works with me at the nursery.
I saw it, the nursery, when I was driving in.
Haley caught herself rubbing her hands on the thighs of her jeans and made herself stop.
It looks so big, bigger than I expected. You must be proud.
I am. What do you do back in Little Rock?
I worked in a bookstore, was helping manage it by the time I left. A small independent bookstore and coffee shop.
Managed? At your age?
I'm 24. I know I don't look it,
she said with a hint of a smile.
I don't mind that either, but I can show you my driver's license. I went to college on partial scholarship. I've got a good brain. I worked summers there through high school and college. I got the job initially 'cause my daddy was friends with the owner, but I earned it after.
You said managed. You don't work there now?
No.
She was listening, Haley thought. She was asking the right questions. That was something.
I resigned a couple of weeks ago, but I have a letter of recommendation from the owner. I'd decided to leave Little Rock.
It seems a difficult time to leave home and a job you're secure in.
It seemed like the right time to me.
She looked over as Stella wheeled in a tea cart.
Now that is just like the movies. I know saying that makes me sound like a hick or something, but I can't help it.
Stella laughed. I was thinking exactly the same as I loaded it up. I made chamomile.
Thanks, Stella. Haley was just telling me she's left her home and her job. I'm hoping she's going to tell us why she thinks this was the right time to make a couple of drastic moves. Not drastic, Haley corrected. Just big. And I made 'em because of the baby. Well, because of both of us. You've probably figured out I'm not married.
Your family isn't supportive? Stella asked.
My mother took off when I was about 5. You may not remember that, she said to Roz, or you were too polite to mention it. My daddy died last year. I've got aunts and uncles, a pair of grandmothers left, and cousins. Some are still in the Little Rock area. Opinion is mixed about my current situation. Thanks, she added after Roz had poured out and offered her a cup. Well, the thing is, I was awfully sad when Daddy passed. He got hit by a car crossing the street. Just one of those accidents that you can never understand, and that, well, they just don't seem right. I didn't have time to prepare for it. I guess you never do, but he's just gone in a minute.
She drank tea and felt it soothe her right down to the bones she hadn't realized were so tired.
I was sad and mad and lonely, and there was this guy. It wasn't a one-night stand or anything like that. We liked each other. He used to come in the bookstore, flirt with me. I used to flirt back. When I was alone, he was comforting. He was sweet. Anyway, one thing led to another. He's a law student. Then he went back to school, and a few weeks later I found out I was pregnant. I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to tell him, or anybody. I put it off for a few more weeks. I didn't know what I was going to do.
And when you did?
I thought I should tell him face to face. He hadn't been coming into the store like he used to, so I went by the college to look him up. Turned out he'd fallen in love with this girl. He's a little embarrassed to tell me, seeing as we'd been sleeping together, but it wasn't like we'd made each other any promises or been in love or anything. We'd just liked each other, that's all. And when he talked about this other girl, he got all lit up. You could just see how crazy he was about her. So I didn't tell him about the baby.
She hesitated, then took one of the cookies Stella had arranged on a plate.
I can't resist sweets. After I'd thought about it, I didn't see how telling him would do any of us any good.
That was a very hard decision, Roz told her.
I don't know that it was. I don't know what I expected him to do when I went to tell him, except I thought he had a right to know. I didn't want to marry him or anything. I wasn't even sure back that far that I was going to keep the baby."
She nibbled on the cookie while she rubbed a hand gently over the mound of her belly.
"I guess that's one of the reasons I went out there, to talk to him. Not just to tell him about it, but to see what he thought we should do. But sitting with him, listening to him go on about this girl—"
She stopped, shook her head.
"I needed to decide what to do about it. All telling him would have done was made him feel bad or resentful or scared, mess up his life when all he'd really tried to do was help me through a bad time."
"And that left you alone," Stella pointed out.
"If I'd told him, I still would have been alone. The thing is, when I decided I'd keep the baby, I thought about telling him again and asked some people how he was doing. He was still with that girl, and they were talking about getting married. So I think I did the right thing. Still, once I started the show, there was a lot of gossip and questions, a lot of looks and whispers, and I thought, what we need is a fresh start. So I sold the house and just about everything in it, and here I am."
"Looking for that fresh start," Roz concluded.
"I'm looking for a job."
She paused, moistened her lips.
I know how to work. I also know a lot of people would step back from hiring a woman nearly 6 months along. Family, even distant, through marriage sort of family, might be a little more obliging."
She cleared her throat when Roz said nothing.
I studied literature and business in college. I graduated with honors. I've got a solid employment record. I've got money. Not a lot. My partial scholarship didn't cover everything, and my daddy was a teacher, so he didn't make much. But I've got enough to take care of myself, to pay rent, buy food, pay for this baby. I need a job, any kind of a job for now. You've got your business, you've got this house. It takes a lot of people to help run those. I'm asking for a chance to be one of them."
"Know anything about plants, about gardening?"
"We put in flower beds every year. Daddy and I split the artwork. And what I don't know, I can learn. I learn quick."
"Wouldn't you rather work in a bookstore?" Haley managed an independent bookstore back home, Roz told Stella.
"You don't own a bookstore," Haley pointed out. "I'll work without pay for 2 weeks.
"Someone works for me, she gets paid. I'll be hiring the seasonal help in a few weeks. In the meantime, Stella, can you use her?" Was she supposed to look at that young face and bulging belly and say no? "What were your responsibilities as manager?"
"Well, I wasn't, officially the manager, but that's what I did when you come down to it. It was a small operation, so I did some of everything. Inventory, buying, customer relations, scheduling, sales, advertising. Just the bookstore end of it. There was a separate staff for the coffee shop."
"What would you say were your strengths?" She had to take a breath, calm her nerves. She knew it was vital to be clear and concise, and just as vital to her pride not to beg.
"Customer relations, which keyed into sales. I'm good with people, and I don't mind taking the extra time you need to take to make sure they get what they want. If your customers are happy, they come back and they buy. You take the extra steps, personalized service, you get customer loyalty."
Stella nodded. "And your weaknesses?"
"The buying," she said without hesitation. "I just want to buy everything if it was up to me. I had to keep reminding myself whose money I was spending, but sometimes I didn't hear myself."
"We're in the process of reorganizing and some expanding. I could use some help getting the new system in place. There's still a lot of computer inputting, some of it very tedious to deal with.
I can handle a keyboard, PC and Mac."
"We'll go for the 2 weeks," Roz decided. "You'll get paid, but we'll consider the 2 weeks a trial balloon for all of us. If it doesn't work out, I'll do what I can to help you find another job."
"Can't say fairer than that. Thanks, Cousin Rosalind."
"Just Roz. We've got some gas out in the shed. I'll go get it, and we'll get your car up here so you can get your things in."
"In? In here?"
Shaking her head, Haley set her cup aside.
"I said I wasn't after a handout. I appreciate the job, the chance at the job. I don't expect you to put me up."
"Family, even distant through marriage family, is welcome here. and it'll give us all a chance to get to know each other, to see if we're going to suit."
"You live here?"
Haley asked Stella.
"Yes, and my boys, 8 and 6. They're upstairs asleep." "Are we cousins?"
"No." "I'll get the gas." Roz got to her feet and started out.
"I'll pay rent."
Haley rose as well, instinctively laying a hand on her belly.
"I pay my way."
"We'll adjust your salary to compensate for it." When she was alone with Stella, Haley let out a long, slow breath.
"I thought she'd be older and scarier, though I bet she can be plenty scary when she needs to. You can't have what she has and keep it, grow it, without knowing how to be scary."
"You're right. I can be scary, too, when it comes to work."
"I'll remember. You're from up north?"
"Yes, Michigan."
"That's a long way. Is it just you and your boys?"
"My husband died about 2.5 years ago."
That's hard. It's hard to lose somebody you love. I guess all 3 of us know about that. I think it can make you hard if you don't have someone else to love. I've got the baby."
"Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?"
"No, baby had its back turned during the sonogram."
She started to chew on her thumbnail, then tucked the thumb in her fist and lowered it.
"I guess I should go out, take the gas Roz is getting."
"I'll go with you. We'll take care of it together." In an hour, they had Haley settled in one of the guest rooms in the West Wing. She knew she gawked. She knew she babbled, but she'd never seen a more beautiful room, had never expected to be in one, much less to be able to call it her own, even temporarily. She put away her things, running her fingers over the gleaming wood of the bureau, the armoire, the etched glass lampshades, the carving of the headboard. She would earn this. That was a promise she made to herself and her child as she indulged in a long, warm bath. She would earn the chance she'd been given and would pay Roz back in labor and in loyalty. She was good at both. She dried off, then rubbed oil over her belly, her breasts. She wasn't afraid of childbirth. She knew how to work hard toward a goal, but she was really hoping she could avoid stretch marks. She felt a little chill and slipped hurriedly into her nightshirt. Just at the edge of the mirror, just at the corner of her vision, she caught a shadow, a movement. Rubbing her arms warm, she stepped through to the bedroom. There was nothing, and the door was closed as she'd left it. Dog-tired, she told herself and rubbed her eyes. It had been a long trip from the past to the verge of the future. She took one of the books she'd had in her suitcase. The rest, ones she hadn't been able to bring herself to sell, were still packed in the trunk of her car, and slipped into bed. She opened it to where she'd left it bookmarked, prepared to settle herself down, as she did most nights, with an hour of reading, and was asleep with the light burning before she'd finished the first page. At Roz's request, Stella once again went into her sitting room and sat. Roz poured them each a glass of wine. "Honest impression?" she asked.
"Young, bright, proud. Honest. She could have spun us a sob story about being betrayed by the baby's father, begged for a place to stay, used her pregnancy as an excuse for all manner of things. Instead, she took responsibility and asked to work. I'll still check her references. Of course. She seemed fearless about the baby. It's after you have them you learn to be afraid of everything. Isn't that the truth?" Roz scooped her fingers through her hair twice. "I'll make a few calls, find out a little more about that part of the Ashby family. I honestly don't remember very well. We never had much contact, even when he was alive. I do remember the scandal when the wife took off, left him with the baby. From the impression she made on me and you, apparently he managed very well. Her managerial experience could be a real asset." "Another manager." Roz, in a gesture Stella took as only half mocking, cast her eyes to heaven. "Pray for me." Chapter 7. It didn't take 2 weeks. After 2 days, Stella decided Haley was going to be the answer to her personal prayer. Here was someone with youth, energy, and enthusiasm who understood and appreciated efficiency in the workplace. She knew how to read and generate spreadsheets, understood instructions after one telling, and respected color codes.
If she was half as good relating to customers as she was with filing systems, she would be a jewel. When it came to plants, she didn't know much more than the basic. This is a geranium and this is a pansy, but she could be taught. Stella was already prepared to beg Roz to offer Haley part-time work when May got closer. "Haley?" Stella poked her head in the now efficient and tidy office. "Why don't you come out with me? We've got nearly an hour before we open. We'll have a lesson on shade plants in greenhouse number 3.
Cool. We're input through the H's in perennials. I don't know what half of them are, but I'm doing some reading up at night. I didn't know sunflowers were called helianthus.
It's more that helianthus are called sunflowers. The perennial ones can be divided in spring or propagated by seeds in the spring or cuttings in late spring. Seeds from annual helianthus can be harvested from that big brown eye in late summer or early fall. Though the cultivars hybridize freely, they may not come true from the seeds collected. And I'm lecturing.
That's okay. I grew up with a teacher. I like to learn."
As they passed through the counter area, Haley glanced out the window.
"Truck just pulled in over by the, what do y'all call 'em? Pavers," she said before Stella could answer. "And, just look at what's getting out of that truck. Mr. Tall, dark, and totally built. Who's the hunk?"
Struggling not to frown, Stella lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "That would be Logan Kittredge, Roz's landscape designer. I suppose he does score fairly high on the hunkometer."
"Rings my bell."
At Stella's expression, Haley pressed a hand to her belly and laughed.
"I'm pregnant. Still have all working parts, though. Just because I'm not looking for a man doesn't mean I don't want to look at one, especially when he's yummy. He really is all tough and broody-looking, isn't he? What is it about tough, broody-looking men that gives you that tickle down in the belly?"
"I couldn't say. What's he doing over there?"
"Looks like he's loading pavers. If it wasn't so cool, he'd pull off that jacket. Bet we'd get a real muscle show. God, I do love my eye candy."
"That sort'll give you cavities," Stella mumbled. "He's not scheduled for pavers. He hasn't put in the order for pavers, damn it." Haley's eyebrows shot up as Stella stomped to the door and slammed out. Then she pressed her nose to the window, prepared to watch the show. "Excuse me?"
"Uh-huh."
Haley's answer was absent as she tried to get a better look outside. Then she popped back from the window, remembering spying was one thing, getting caught at it another. She turned, put on an innocent smile, and decided she'd gotten a double serving of eye candy. This one wasn't big and broody, but sort of lanky and dreamy. And hot damn, it took an extra beat for her brain to engage, but she was quick.
"Hey, you must be Harper. You look just like your mama. I didn't get a chance to meet you yet, 'cause you never seem to be around wherever I's around, or whenever. I'm Haley, Cousin Haley from Little Rock. Maybe your mama told you I was working here now."
Yeah. He couldn't think of anything else. Could barely think at all. He felt lightning-struck and stupid.
"Do you just love working here?" "I do already. There's so much of everything, and the customers are so friendly. And Stella, she's just amazing, that's all. Your mama's like, I don't know, a goddess for giving me a chance this way."
"Yeah," he winced. Could he be any more lame? "They're great. It's great." Apparently he could. And damn it, he was good with women. Usually. But one look at this one had given him some sort of concussion. Do you need anything?"
"No."
She gave him a puzzled smile.
"I thought you did."
"I need something? What?"
"I don't know."
She laid a hand on the fascinating mound of her belly and laughed, all throaty and free.
"You're the one who came in."
Right. No, nothing. Now. Later. I've got to get back." Outside in the air where he should be able to breathe again.
"It was nice meeting you, Harper."
"You too." He glanced back as he retreated and saw she was already back at the window. Outside, Stella sped across the parking area. She called out twice, and the second time got a quick glance and an absent wave. Building up steam as she went, she pumped it out the minute she reached the stacks of pavers. "What do you think you're doing?" "Playing tennis. What does it look like I'm doing?" "It looks like you're taking material you haven't ordered, that you haven't been authorized to take." "Really?" He hauled up another stack. "No wonder my backhand is rusty." The truck shuddered as he loaded. "Hey." Much to her amazement, he leaned toward her, sniffed. "Different shampoo. Nice." "Stop smelling me." She waved him away by flapping a hand at his chin as she stepped back. "I can't help it. You're standing right there. I have a nose." "I need the paperwork on this material." Yeah. Fine. I'll come in and take care of it after I'm loaded." "You're supposed to take care of it before you load." He turned, aimed a hot look with those mossy green eyes. "Red, you're a pain in the ass." "I'm supposed to be. I'm the manager." He had to smile at that, and he tipped down his sunglasses to look over them at her. "You're real good at it, too. Think of it this way. The pavers are stored on the way to the building. By loading first, then coming in, I'm actually being more efficient." The smile morphed into a smirk. "That'd be important, I'd think, if we were doing, say, a projection of man-hours." He took a moment to lean against the truck and study her. Then he loaded another stack of pavers. "You standing here watching me means you're wasting time and likely adding to your own man-hours." "You don't come in to handle the paperwork, Kittredge. I'll hunt you down." "Don't tempt me." He took his time, but he came in. He was calculating how best to annoy Stella again. Her eyes went the color of Texas bluebonnets when she was pissed off. But when he stepped in, he saw Haley. "Hey." "Hey," she said back and smiled. "I'm Haley Phillips, a family connection to Roz's first husband. I'm working here now." "Logan. Nice to meet you. Don't let this Yankee scare you." He nodded toward Stella. "Where are the sacred forms and the ritual knife so I can slice open a vein and sign 'em in blood?" "My office." "Uh-huh." But he lingered rather than following her. "When's the baby due?" he asked Haley. "May." "Feeling okay?" "Never better." "Good. This here's a nice outfit, a good place to work most of the time. Welcome aboard." He sauntered into Stella's office, where she was already at her computer, with the form on the screen. "I'll type this one up to save time. There's a whole stack of them in that folder. Take it. All you have to do is fill them in as needed. Date, sign, or initial. Drop 'em off." "Uh-huh." He looked around the room. The desk was cleared off. There were no cartons, no books sitting on the floor or stacked on chairs. That was too bad, he thought. He'd liked the workaday chaos of it. "Where's all the stuff in here?" "Where it belongs. Those pavers were the 18-inch round number A23. They were 18-inch rounds. He picked up the framed photo on her desk and studied the picture of her boys and their dog. "Cute." "Yes, they are." "Are the pavers for personal use or for a scheduled job?" "Red, you ever loosen up?" "No, we Yankees never do." He ran his tongue over his teeth. "Do you know how sick I am of being referred to as the Yankee, as though it was a foreign species or a disease? Half the customers who come in here look me over like I'm from another planet and may not be coming in peace. Then I have to tell them I was born here, answer all sorts of questions about why I left, why I'm back, who my people are, for Christ's sake, before I can get down to any sort of business. I'm from Michigan, not the moon, and the civil damn war's been over for quite some time." Yep, he thought, just like Texas bluebonnets. "That will be the war between the damn states, this side of the Mason-Dixon, honey. And looks to me like you loosen up just fine when you get riled enough." "Don't honey me in that southern fried twang." "You know, Red, I like you better this way." "Oh, shut up." "Pavers, personal or professional use?" "Well, that depends on your point of view." Since there was room now, he edged a hip onto the corner of the desk. "They're for a friend. I'm putting in a walkway for her. My own time, no labor charge. I told her I'd pick up the material and give her a bill from the center." "We'll consider that personal use and apply your employee discount." She began tapping keys. "How many pavers?" 22. She tapped again and gave him the price per paver, before discount, after discount. Impressed, despite himself, he tapped the monitor. "You got a math nerd trapped in there?" "Just the wonders of the 21st century. You'd find it quicker than counting on your fingers."
I don't know. I've got pretty fast fingers."
Drumming them on his thigh, he kept his gaze on her face. "I need 3 white pine." "For this same friend?"
"No."
His grin flashed, fast and crooked. If she wanted to interpret friend as lover, he couldn't see any point in saying the pavers were for Mrs. Kingsley, his 10th grade English teacher. "Pines for client. Roland Guppy." "Yes, like the fish. You've probably got him somewhere in your vast and mysterious files. We did a job for him last fall." Since there was a coffee maker on the table against the wall and the pot was half full, he got up, took a mug, and helped himself. "Make yourself at home," Stella said dryly. "Thanks. As it happens, I recommended white pine for a windbreak. He hemmed and hawed. Took him this long to decide to go for it. He called me at home yesterday. I said I'd pick him up and work him in." "We need a different form." He sampled the coffee. "Not bad." "Somehow I knew that." "Are the pavers all you're taking for personal use?" "Probably. For today." She hit print, then brought up another form. "That's 3 white pine. What size?"
"We got some nice 8-foot ones."
"Balled and burlapped?"
"Yeah."
Tap, 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 he thought with wonder, and there you go. Woman had pretty fingers, he noted. Long and tapered, with that glossy polish on them, the delicate pink of the inside of a rose petal. She wore no rings. "Anything else?" He patted his pockets, eventually came up with a scrap of paper. "That's what I told him I could put him in for." She added the labor, totaled, then printed out 3 copies while he drank her coffee. "Sign or initial," she told him. 1 copy for my files, 1 for yours, 1 for the client." "Gotcha." When he picked up the pen, Stella waved a hand. "Oh, wait. Let me get that knife. Which vein did you plan to open?" "Cute." He lifted his chin toward the door. "So's she." "Haley?" "Yeah, she is, and entirely too young for you." "I wouldn't say entirely. Though I do prefer women with a little more—" He stopped, smiled again. "We'll just say more and stay alive." "Wise." "Your boy's getting a hard time in school?" "Excuse me?" "Just considering what you said before. Yankee." "Oh, a little, maybe. But for the most part, the other kids find it interesting that they're from up north, lived near one of the Great Lakes. Both their teachers pulled up a map to show where they came from." Her face softened as she spoke of it. "Thanks for asking." "I liked your kids." He signed the forms and found himself amused when she groaned, actually groaned, watching him carelessly fold his and stuff them in his pocket. "Next time, could you wait until you're out of the office to do that? It hurts me." "No problem." Maybe it was the different tone they were ending on, or maybe it was the way she'd softened up and smiled when she spoke of her children. Later, he might wonder what possessed him, but for now he went with impulse. "Ever been to Graceland?" "No, I'm not a big Elvis fan." "Shh." Widening his eyes, he looked toward the door. "Legally, you can't say that around here. You could face fine and imprisonment, or, depending on the jury, public flogging." "I didn't read that in the Memphian handbook. The fine print. So, I'll take you. When's your day off?" It depends. You'll take me to Graceland?" "You can't settle in down here until you've experienced Graceland. Pick a day, I'll work around it." "I'm trying to understand here. Are you asking me for a date?" "I wasn't heading into the date arena. I'm thinking of it more as an outing, between associates. He set the empty mug on her desk. Think about it. Let me know. She had too much to do to think about it. She couldn't just pop off to Graceland. And if she could, and had some strange desire to do so, she certainly wouldn't pop off to Graceland with Logan. The fact that she'd admired his work, and all right his build, didn't mean she liked him. It didn't mean she wanted to spend her very valuable off time in his company. But she couldn't help thinking about it, or more, wondering why he'd asked her. Maybe it was some sort of a trick, a strange initiation for the Yankee. You take her to Graceland, then abandon her in a forest of Elvis paraphernalia and see if she can find her way out. Or maybe, in his weird Logan way, he'd decided that hitting on her was an easier way around her new system than arguing with her. Except he hadn't seemed to be hitting on her. Exactly. It had seemed more friendly, off the cuff, or impulsive. And he'd asked about her children. There was no quicker way to cut through her annoyance, any shield, any defense, than a sincere interest in her boys. And if he was just being friendly, it seemed only polite and sensible to be friendly back. What did people wear to Graceland, anyway? Not that she was going. She probably wasn't. But it was smart to prepare, just in case. In Greenhouse 3, supervising while Haley watered propagated annuals, Stella pondered on the situation. Ever been to Graceland? Oh, sure. These are impatiens, right? Stella looked down at the flat. Yeah, those are Busy Lizzies. They're doing really well. And these are impatiens, too. The New Guinea ones. Right. You do learn fast. Well, I can recognize these easier because I planted them before. Anyway, I went to Grayson with some pals when I was in college. It's pretty cool. I bought this Elvis bookmark. Wonder what ever happened to that. Elvis is a form of Elvin. It means elf-wise friend. Isn't that strange? Stranger to me that you'd know that. Just one of those things you pick up somewhere. Okay. So, what's the dress code? She was trying to identify another flat by the leaves on the seedlings, and struggling not to peek at the name on the spike. I don't guess there is one. People just wear whatever. Jeans and stuff. Casual, then. Right. I like the way it smells in here, all earthy and damp. Then you made the right career choice. It could be a career, couldn't it? Those clear blue eyes shifted to Stella. Something I could learn to be good at. I always thought I'd run my own place one day. Always figured on a bookstore. But this is sort of the same. How's that? Well, like you've got your new stuff and your classics. You've got genres when it comes down to it. Annuals, spaniels, perennials, shrubs, and trees and grasses. Water plants, shade plants, that sort of thing. You know, you're right. I hadn't thought of it that way. Encouraged, Haley walked down the rows. And you're learning and exploring, the way you do with books. And we, you know, the staff, we're trying to help people find what suits them, makes them happy or at least satisfied. Planting flowers like opening a book, because either way you're starting something. And your garden's your library. I could get good at this. I don't doubt it. She turned to see Stella smiling at her. When I am good at it, it won't just be a job anymore. A job's okay, it's cool for now, but I want more than a paycheck at the end of the week. I don't just mean money, though, okay, I want the money, too. No, I know what you mean. You want what Roz has here. A place and the satisfaction of being part of that place. Roots, Stella said, touching the leaves of a seedling. And bloom. I know, because I want it, too. But you have it. You're so totally smart, and you know where you're going. You got 2 great kids and a position here. You work toward this place, this position. I feel like I'm just starting. And you're impatient to get on with it. So was I at your age. Haley's face beamed good humor. And yeah, you're so old and creaky now. Laughing, Stella pushed back her hair. I've got about 10 years on you. A lot can happen, a lot can change, yourself included, in a decade. In some ways, I'm just starting too, a decade after you, transplanting myself and my two precious shoots here. Do you get scared? Every day. She laid a hand on Haley's belly. It comes with the territory. It helps having you to talk to. I mean, you were married when you went through this, but both you and Roz had to deal with being a single parent. It helps that you know stuff. Helps having other women around who know stuff I need to know. With the job complete, Haley walked over to turn off the water. So, she asked, are you going to Graceland? I don't know. I might. With his crew split between the white pines and the landscape prep on the guppy job, Logan set to work on the walkway for his old teacher. It wouldn't take him long, and he could hit both the other work sites that afternoon. He liked juggling jobs, he always had. Going directly start to finish on one too quickly cut out the room for brainstorms or sudden inspiration. There was little he liked better than that pop, when he just saw something in his head that he knew he could make with his hands. He could take what was and make it better, maybe blend some of what was with the new and create a different whole. He'd grown up respecting the land and the whims of nature, but more from a farmer's point of view. When you grew up on a small farm, worked it, fought with it, he thought, you understood what the land meant, or could mean. His father had loved the land too, but in a different way, Logan supposed. It had provided for his family, cost them, and in the end had gifted them with a nice bonanza when his father had opted to sell out. He couldn't say he missed the farm. He'd wanted more than row crops and worries about market prices, but he'd needed to work the land. Maybe he'd lost some of the magic of it when he moved north. Too many buildings, too much concrete, too many limitations for him. He hadn't been able to acclimate to the climate or culture any more than Ray had been able to acclimate here. It hadn't worked. No matter how much both of them had tried to nurture things along, the marriage had just withered on them. So he'd come home, and ultimately, with Roz's offer, he'd found his place, personally, professionally, creatively, and was content. He ran his lines, then picked up his shovel, and jabbed the blade into the earth again. What had he been thinking? He'd asked the woman out. He could call it whatever he liked, but when a guy asked a woman out, it was a friggin' date. He had no intention of dating toe-the-line Stella Rothchild. She wasn't his type. Okay, sure she was. He set to work turning the soil between his lines to prep for leveling and laying the black plastic. He'd never met a woman, really, who wasn't his type. He just liked the breed, that's all. Young ones and old ones, country girls and city slicked. Whip-smart or bulb-dim, women just appealed to him on most every level. He'd ended up married to one, hadn't he? And though that had been a mistake, you had to make them along the way. Maybe he'd never been particularly drawn to the structured my way or the highway type before, but there was always a first time, and he liked first times. It was the second times and the third times that could wear on a man. But he wasn't attracted to Stella. Okay, shit, yes, he was, mildly. She was a good-looking woman, nicely shaped, too. And there was the hair. He was really gone on the hair. Wouldn't mind getting his hands on that hair just to see if it felt as sexy as it looked. But it didn't mean he wanted to date her. It was hard enough to deal with her professionally. The woman had a rule or a form or a damn system for everything. Probably had them in bed, too. Probably had a tight list of bullet points, do's and don'ts, all with a mission statement overview. What the woman needed was some spontaneity, a little shake of the order of things. Not that he was interested in being the one to provide it. It was just that she'd looked so pretty that morning, and her hair had smelled good. Plus, she'd had that sexy little smile going for her. Before he knew it, he'd been talking about taking her to Graceland. Nothing to worry about, he assured himself. She wouldn't go. It wasn't the sort of thing a woman like her did, just for the hell of it. As far as he could tell, she didn't do anything for the hell of it. They'd both forget he'd even brought it up. Because she felt it was imperative, At least for the first 6 months of her management, Stella insisted on a weekly progress meeting with Roz. She'd have preferred a specific time for these meetings and a specific location, but Roz was hard to pin down. She'd already held them in the propagation house and in the field. This time she cornered Roz in her own sitting room where she'd be unlikely to escape. "I wanted to give you your weekly update." "Oh, well, all right." Roz set aside a book on hybridizing that was thick as a railroad tie and took off her frameless reading glasses. "Time's zipping by. Ground's warming up." "I know. Daffodils are ready to pop, so much earlier than I'm used to. We've been selling a lot of bulbs. Back north we'd sell most of those late summer or fall." "Homesick?" "Now and then, but less and less already. I can't say I'm sorry to be out of Michigan as we slog through February. They got 6 inches of snow yesterday, and I'm watching daffodils spearing up." Roz leaned back in the chair, crossed her sock-covered feet at the ankles. "Is there a problem?" "So much for the illusion that I conceal my emotions under a composed facade. No problem. I did the duty call home to my mother a little while ago. I'm still recovering." "Ah." It was a non-committal sound, and Stella decided she could interpret it as complete non-interest or a tacit invitation to unload. Because she was brimming, she chose to unload. "I spent the almost 15 minutes she spared me out of her busy schedule listening to her talk about her current boyfriend. She actually calls these men she sees boyfriends. She's 58 years old, and she just had her 4th divorce 2 months ago. When she wasn't complaining that Rocky, and he's actually named Rocky, isn't attentive enough and won't take her to the Bahamas for a midwinter getaway, she was talking about her next chemical peel and whining about how her last Botox injection hurt. She never asked about the boys, and the only reference she made to the fact that I was living and working down here was to ask if I was tired of being around the jerk and his bimbo, her usual terms for my father and Jolene. When she'd run out of steam, Stella rubbed her hands over her face. "Oh, God damn it. That's a lot of bitching, whining, and venom to pack into a quarter of an hour. She sounds like a very talented woman." It took Stella a minute where she let her hands slide into her lap so she could stare into Ross's face. Then she let her own head fall back with a peal of laughter. Oh, yeah, she's loaded with talent." "Thanks." "No problem. My mama spent most of her time, at least the time we were on Earth together, sighing wistfully over her health. Not that she meant to complain, so she said. I very nearly put that on her tombstone. Not that I mean to complain. I could put 'I don't ask for much' on my mother's. There you go. Mine made such an impression on me that I went hell-bent in the opposite direction. I could probably cut off a limb and you wouldn't hear a whimper out of me. God, I guess I've done the same with mine. I'll have to think about that later. Okay, on to business. We're sold out of the mixed bulb planters we forced. I don't know if you want to do others this late in the season. Maybe a few. Some people like to pick 'em up already done for Easter presents and so on. All right. How about if I show Haley how it's done? I know you usually do them yourself, but no, it's a good job for her. I've been watching her." At Stella's expression, she inclined her head. "I don't like to look like I'm watching, but generally I am. I know what's going on in my place, Stella, even if I do occasionally miss crossing a T. And I'm there to cross 'em, so that's all right." "Exactly. Still, I've left her primarily to you. She working out for you?" "More than. You don't have to tell her something twice, and when she claimed she learned fast, she wasn't kidding. She's thirsty. We've got plenty to drink around here. She's personable with customers, friendly, never rushed, and she's not afraid to say she doesn't know, but she'll find out. She's outside right now, poking around your beds and shrubs. She wants to know what she's selling." She moved to the window as she spoke, to look out. It was nearly twilight, but there was Haley walking the dog and studying the perennials. At her age, I was planning my wedding. It seems like 1,000,000 years ago. At her age, I was raising 2 toddlers and was pregnant with Mason. Now that was 1,000,000 years ago. And 5 minutes ago. It's off topic, again, of the update, but I wanted to ask if you'd thought about what you'll do when we get to May. That's still high season for us, and people like to freshen up the summer garden. We sell— No, I meant about Haley, about the baby. Oh. Well, she'll have to decide that, but I expect if she decides to stay on at the nursery, we'll find her sit-down work. She'll need to find childcare when she's ready to go back to work. And speaking of nurseries— that's thinking ahead. Time zips by, Stella repeated. We'll figure it out. Because she was curious, Roz rose to go to the window herself. Standing beside Stella, she looked out. It was a lovely thing, she decided, watching a young woman, blooming with child, wandering a winter garden. She'd once been that young woman, dreaming in the twilight and waiting for spring to bring life. Time didn't just zip by, she thought. It damn near evaporated on you. She seems happy now, and sure of what she's going to do. But could be after she has the baby she'll change her mind about having the father involved. Roz watched Haley lay a hand on her belly and looked west, to where the sun was sinking behind the trees and into the river beyond them. Having a live baby in your arms and the prospect of caring for it single-handed's one hell of a reality check. We'll see when the time comes. You're right. And I don't suppose either of us knows her well enough to know what's best. Speaking of babies, it's nearly time to get mine in the tub. I'm going to leave the weekly report with you. All right, I'll get to it. I should tell you, Stella, I like what you've done. What shows, like in the customer areas, and what doesn't, in the office management. I see spring coming, and for the first time in years I'm not frazzled and overworked. I can't say I minded being overworked, but I can't say I mind not being either. Even when I bug you with details. Even when. I haven't heard any complaints about Logan in the past few days, or from him. Am I living in a fool's paradise, or have you two found your rhythm? Well, there are still a few hitches in it, and I suspect there'll be others, but nothing for you to worry about. In fact, he made a very friendly gesture and offered to take me to Graceland. He did? Roz's eyebrows drew together. Logan? Would that be out of the ordinary for him? I couldn't say, except I don't know that he's dated anyone from work before. It's not a date, it's an outing. Intrigued, Roz sat again. You never knew what you'd learn from a younger woman, she decided. What's the difference? Well, a date's dinner and a movie with potential, even probable, romantic overtones. Taking your kids to the zoo is an outing. Roz leaned back, stretched out her legs. Things do change, don't they? Still, in my book, when a man and a woman go on an outing, it's a date. See, that's my quandary. Since conversation seemed welcomed, Stella walked over again, sat on the arm of the chair facing Roz. Because that's my first thought. But it seemed like just a friendly gesture, and the outing term was his, like a kind of olive branch. And if I take it, maybe we'd find that common ground, or that rhythm, whatever it is we need to smooth out the rough spots in our working relationship. So, if I'm following this, you'd go to Graceland with Logan for the good of In the Garden. Sort of. And not because he's a very attractive, dynamic, and downright sexy single man. No, those would be bonus points. She waited until Roz stopped laughing. And I'm not thinking of wading in that pool. Dating's a minefield. Tell me about it. I've got more years in that war zone than you. I like men. She reached back to tug the band, ponytailing her hair a little higher. I like the company of men, but dating's so complicated and stressful. Better complicated and stressful than downright boring, which too many of my experiences in the field have been. Complicated, stressful, or downright boring, I like the sound of outing much better. Listen, I know Logan's a friend of yours, but I'd just like to ask if you think if I went with him, I'd be making a mistake or giving the wrong impression, the wrong signal, or maybe crossing that line between coworkers, or it's an awful lot of complication and stress you're working up over an outing. It is. I irritate myself. Shaking her head, she pushed off the chair. I'd better get bath time started. Oh, and I'll get Haley going on those bulbs tomorrow. That's fine. Stella, are you going on this outing? She paused at the doorway.
Maybe.
I'll sleep on it. Chapter 8. She was dreaming of flowers. An enchanting garden full of young, vital blooms flowed around her. It was perfect, tidied and ordered, its edges ruler straight to form a keen verge against the well-trimmed grass. Color swept into color, whites and pinks, yellows and silvery greens, all soft and delicate pastels that shimmered in subtle elegance in the golden beams of the sun. Their fragrance was calming and drew a pretty bevy of busy butterflies, the curiosity of a single shimmery hummingbird. No weed intruded on its flawlessness, and every blossom was full and ripe, with dozens upon dozens of buds waiting their turn to open. She'd done this. As she circled the bed, it was with a sense of pride and satisfaction. She'd turned the earth and fed it. She'd planned and selected and set each plant in exactly the right place. The garden so precisely matched her vision, it was like a photograph. It had taken her years to plan and toil and create, but now everything she'd wanted to accomplish was here, blooming at her feet. Yet even as she watched, a stem grew up, sharp and green, crowding the others, spoiling the symmetry. Out of place, she thought, more annoyed than surprised to see it breaking out of the ground, growing up, unfurling its leaves. A dahlia? She'd planted no dahlias there. They belonged in the back. She'd specifically planted a trio of tall pink dahlias at the back of the bed, exactly 1 foot apart. Puzzled, she tilted her head, studied it as the stems grew and thickened, as buds formed fat and healthy. Fascinating. So fascinating and unexpected. Even as she started to smile, she felt, a whisper over the skin, a murmur through her brain. It's wrong there. Wrong. It has to be removed. It will take and take until there's nothing left. She shivered. The air around her was suddenly cool, with a hint of raw dampness, with bleak clouds creeping in toward that lovely golden sun. In the pit of her belly was a kind of dread. Don't let it grow. It will strangle the life out of everything you've done. That was right, of course that was right. It had no business growing there, muscling the others aside, changing the order. She'd have to dig it out, find another place for it, reorganize everything, just when she'd thought she was finished. And look at that, she thought, as the buds formed, as they broke open to spread their deep blue petals. It was entirely the wrong color, too bold, too dark, too bright. It was beautiful, she couldn't deny it. In fact, she'd never seen a more beautiful specimen. It looked so strong, so vivid. It was already nearly as tall as she, with flowers as wide as dinner plates. It lies. It lies. That whisper, somehow female, somehow raging, slithered into her sleeping brain. She whimpered a little, tossed restlessly in her chilly bed. Kill it. Kill it. Hurry, before it's too late. No, she couldn't kill something so beautiful, so alive, so vivid. But that didn't mean she could just leave it there, out of its place, upsetting the rest of the bed. All that work, the preparation, the planning, and now this. She'd just have to plan another bed and work it in. With a sigh, she reached out, feathered her fingers over those bold blue petals. It would be a lot of work, she thought, a lot of trouble, but... Mom? Isn't it pretty? She murmured. It's so blue. Mom, wake up. What? She tumbled out of the dream, shaking off sleep as she saw Luke kneeling on the bed beside her. God, the room was freezing. Luke? Instinctively, she dragged the spread over him. What's the matter? I don't feel good in my tummy. Oh. She sat up, automatically laying a hand on his brow to check for fever. A little warm, she thought. Does it hurt? He shook his head. She could see the gleam of his eyes, the sheen of tears.
It feels sick. Can I sleep in your bed?
Okay. She drew the sheets back. Lie down and bundle up, baby. I don't know why it's so cold in here. I'm going to take your temperature just to see. She pressed her lips to his forehead as he snuggled onto her pillow. Definitely a little warm. Switching on the bedside lamp, she rolled out to get the thermometer from the bathroom. Let's find out if I can see through your brain. She stroked his hair as she set the gauge to his ear. Did you feel sick when you went to bed?
Nuh-uh. It was...
His body tightened and he made a little groan. She knew he was going to retch before he did. With a mother's speed, she scooped him up, dashed into the bathroom. They made it, barely, and she murmured and stroked and fretted while he was sick. Then he turned his pale little face up to hers.
I threw up.
I know, baby. I'm sorry. We're going to make it all better soon. She gave him a little water, cooled his face with a cloth, then carried him back to her bed. Strange, she thought. The room felt fine now.
It doesn't feel as sick in my tummy anymore.
That's good. Still, she took his temperature, 99.1. Not too bad, and brought the wastebasket over beside the bed. Does it hurt anywhere?
Nuh-uh. But I don't like to throw up. It makes it taste bad in my throat. And my other tooth is loose, and maybe if I throw up again, it'll come out and I won't have it to put under my pillow.
Don't you worry about that. You'll absolutely have your tooth for under your pillow, just like the other one. Now, I'll go down and get you some ginger ale. You stay right here, and I'll be back in just a minute, okay?
Okay.
If you have to be sick again, try to use this. She set the wastebasket beside him on the bed. I'll be right back, baby. She hurried out, jogging down the stairs in her nightshirt. One of the disadvantages of a really big house, she realized, was that the kitchen was a mile away from the bedrooms. She'd see about buying a little fridge, like the one she'd had in her dorm room at college, for the upstairs sitting room. Low-grade fever, she thought as she rushed into the kitchen. He'd probably be better by tomorrow. If he wasn't, she'd call the doctor. She hunted up ginger ale, filled a tall glass with ice, grabbed a bottle of water, and dashed back upstairs.
I get ginger ale,
she heard Luke say as she walked back down the hall to her room.
Because I was sick. Even though I feel better, I can still have it. You can have some too if you want.
Thanks, honey, but... When she swung into the room, she saw Luke was turned away from the door, sitting back against the pillows. And the room was cold again, so cold that she saw the vapor of her own breath.
She went away,
Luke said. Something that was more than the cold danced up her spine. Who went away?
The lady.
His sleepy eyes brightened a bit when he saw the ginger ale.
She stayed with me when you went downstairs.
What lady, Luke? Miss Ross? Haley?
Nuh-uh. The lady who comes and sings. She's nice. Can I have all the ginger ale?
You can have some. Her hands shook lightly as she poured. Where did you see her?
Right here.
He pointed to the bed, then took the glass in both hands and drank.
It tastes good.
You've seen her before?
Uh-huh. Sometimes I wake up and she's there. She sings the dilly dilly song.
Lavender's blue, dilly dilly, lavender's green. That's the song she'd heard, Stella realized with a numb fear. The song she'd caught herself humming. Did she... No, don't frighten him, she warned herself. What does she look like?
She's pretty, I guess. She has yellow hair. I think she's an angel. A lady angel. Remember the story about the guard angel?
Guardian angel.
But she doesn't have wings. Gavin says she's maybe a witch, but a good one like in Harry Potter.
Her throat went desert dry. Gavin's seen her too?
Yeah, when she comes to sing.
He handed the glass back to Stella, rubbed his eyes.
My tummy feels better now, but I'm sleepy. Can I still sleep in your bed?
Absolutely. But before she got into bed with him, Stella turned on the bathroom light. She looked in on Gavin, struggled against the urge to pluck him out of his bed and carry him into hers. Leaving the connecting doors wide open, she walked back into her room. She turned off the bedside lamp, then slid into bed with her son. And gathering him close, she held him as he slept. He seemed fine the next morning, bright and bouncy, and cheerfully told David over breakfast that he'd thrown up and had ginger ale. She considered keeping him home from school, but there was no fever, and judging by his appetite, no stomach problems. "No ill effects there," David commented when the boys ran up to get their books. "You, on the other hand, look like you put in a rough one." He poured her another cup of coffee. "I did, and not all of it because Luke was sick. After he threw up, he settled down and slept like a baby. But before he settled down, he told me something that kept me awake most of the night." David rested his elbows on the island counter, leaned forward. "Tell Daddy all." "He says," she glanced around, cocking an ear so she'd hear the boys when they came back down, "there's a lady with yellow hair who comes into his room at night and sings to him." "Oh." He picked up his dishcloth and began to mop the counter. "Don't say oh with that silly little smile. Hey, I'll have you know this is my amused quirk. Nothing silly about it." "David." "Stella," he said with the same stern scowl. "Roz told you we have a ghost, didn't she?" "She mentioned it, but there's just one little problem with that. There are no such things as ghosts." "So what? Some blonde sneaks into the house every night, heads to the boys' room and breaks out in song. That's more plausible?" "I don't know what's going on. I've heard someone singing, and I've felt—" Edgy. She twisted the band of her watch. "Regardless, the idea of a ghost is ridiculous. But something's going on with my boys." "Is he afraid of her?" "No. I probably just imagined the singing. And Luke, he's 6. He can imagine anything." "Have you asked Gavin?" "No. Luke said they'd both seen her, but so have I." "Oh, please." David rinsed the dishcloth, squeezed out the excess water, then laid it over the lip of the sink to dry. "Not since I was a kid, but I saw her a few times when I'd sleep over. Freaked me out at first, but she'd just sort of be there. You can ask Harper. He saw her plenty." "Okay, just who is this fictional ghost supposed to be?" She threw up a hand as she heard the thunder of feet on the stairs. "Later." She tried to put it out of her mind, and succeeded from time to time when the work took over, but it snuck back into her brain and played there like the ghostly lullaby. By midday she left Haley working on bulb planters and Ruby at the counter, and grabbing a clipboard headed toward the grafting house. 2 birds, she thought, 1 stone. The music today was Rachmaninoff, or was it Mozart? Either way, it was a lot of passionate strings and flutes. She passed the staging areas, the tools, the soils and additives, and rooting mediums. She found Harper down at the far end of a work table with a pile of 5-inch pots, several cacti as stock plants, and a tray of rooting medium. She noted the clothespins, the rubber bands, the raffia, the jar of denatured alcohol. "What do you use on the Christmas cactus?" He continued to work, using his knife to cut a shoot from the joint of a cyan plant. He had beautiful hands, she noted, long, artistic fingers. "Apical wedge, then?" "Tricky, but probably best with that specimen because of the flat stems. Are you creating a standard or hybridizing?" He made his vertical slit into the vascular bundle and still didn't answer. "I'm just wondering because—" She set her hand on his shoulder, and when he jumped and let out a muffled shout, she stumbled back and rammed into the table behind her. "Shit!" He dropped the knife and stuck the thumb it had nicked in his mouth. "Shit," he said again, around his thumb, and tugged headphones off with his free hand. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How bad are you cut? Let me see. It's just a scratch." He took it out of his mouth, rubbed it absently on his grimy jeans. Not nearly as fatal as the heart attack you just brought on.
Let me see the thumb. She grabbed his hand. You've got dirt in it now. He saw her gaze slide over toward the alcohol and ripped his hand out of hers.
Don't even think about it.
Well, it should at least be cleaned. And I really am sorry. I didn't see the headphones. I thought you heard me.
It's okay. No big. The classical's for the plants. If I listen to it for too long, my eyes get glassy.
Oh? She picked up the headphones, held one side to one ear. Metallica?
Yeah, my kind of classical.
Now he looked warily at her clipboard.
What's up?
I'm hoping to get an idea what you'll have ready in here to put out for our big spring opening next month, and what you have at the stage you'd want it moved out to the stock greenhouse.
Oh, well, he looked around. A lot of stuff, probably. I keep the staging records on computer.
Even better. Maybe you could just make me a copy? Floppy disk would be perfect.
Yeah, okay. Okay, wait.
He shifted his stool toward the computer. You don't have to do it this minute, when you're in the middle of something else.
If I don't, I'll probably forget.
With a skill she admired, he tapped keys with somewhat grungy fingers, found what he was after. He dug out a floppy, slid it into the data slot.
Look, I'd rather you didn't take anything out when I'm not here.
No problem.
How's, Haley working out?
An answer to a prayer.
Yeah?
He reached for a can of Coke, took a quick drink.
She's not doing anything heavy or working around toxics, right?
Absolutely not. I've got her doing bulb planners right now.
Here you go.
He handed her the floppy. Thanks, Harper. This makes my life easier. I've never done a Christmas cactus graft. She clipped the floppy to her board. Can I watch?
Sure. Want to do one? I'll talk you through.
I'd really like to.
I'll finish this one up. See, I cut a 2, maybe 2.5-inch shoot straight through the joint. I've cut the top couple inches from the stem of the stock plant, and on the way to slicing my finger.
Sorry.
Wouldn't be the first time. I made this fine, vertical cut into the vascular bundle. I got that far. From here, we pare slivers of skin from both sides of the base of the sign, tapering the end, and exposing the central core.
Those long, artistic fingers worked cleverly and patiently.
See?
You've got good hands for this.
Came by 'em naturally. Mom showed me how to graft. We did an ornamental cherry when I was about Luke's age. Now we're going to insert the sign into the slit on the stock stem. We want the exposed tissues of both in contact, and match the cut surfaces as close as you can. I like to use a long cactus spine.
He took one from a tray and pushed it straight into the grafted area.
Neat and organic.
Uh-huh.
I don't like binding with raffia on these. Weakened clothespins are better. Right across the joint, see? So it's held firm but not too tight. The rooting medium's 2 parts cactus soil mixed to 1 part fine grit. I've already got the mix. We get our new baby in the pot, cover the mix with a little fine gravel.
So it stays moist, but not wet.
You got it. Then you want to label it and put it in an airy position out of full sun. The 2 plants should unite in a couple of days. Want to give it a shot?
Yeah. She took the stool when he vacated it and began, following his directions carefully. David was telling me about the house legend this morning.
That's good.
His gaze stayed focused on her hands and the plant.
Keep the slice really thin.
Legend? You know, woo-woo, ghost.
Oh, yeah, the sad-eyed blonde. Used to sing to me when I was a kid.
Come on, Harper. He shrugged, took another sip of Coke.
You want?
He tipped the can from side to side.
I've got more in the cooler under here.
No, but thanks. You're saying a ghost used to come in your room and sing to you.
Up until I was about 12, 13. Same with my brothers. You hit puberty, she stops coming around. You need to taper the sighing now. She paused in her work only long enough to slide a glance up at his face, Harper, don't you consider yourself a scientist? He smiled at her with those somewhat dreamy brown eyes. Not so much. Some of what I do is science, and some of what I do requires knowing some science. But down at it, I'm a gardener. He too pointed the Coke can into his waste bin, then bent down to get another out of his cooler. But if you're asking if I find ghosts at odds with science, not so much either. Science is an exploration, it's experimentation, it's discovery. I can't argue with your definition. She went back to the work. But he popped the top. Gonna scully me? She had to laugh. It's one thing for a young boy to believe in ghosts and Santa Claus and— You're trying to say there's no Santa Claus? He looked horrified. That's just sick. But, she continued, ignoring him, it's entirely another when it's a grown man. Who you calling a grown man? I think I'm going to have to order you out of my house, Stella. He patted her shoulder, transferred soil, then casually brushed it off her shirt. I saw what I saw. I know what I know. It's just part of growing up in the house. She was always a benign presence, at least to me and my brothers. She gave Mom grief now and then. What do you mean, grief? Ask Mom. But I don't know why you'd bother, since you don't believe in ghosts anyway. He smiled. That's a good graft. According to family lore, she's supposed to be one of the Harper brides, but she's not in any of the paintings or pictures we have. He lifted a shoulder. Maybe she was a servant who died there. She sure knows her way around the place. Luke told me he saw her. Yeah? His gaze sharpened as Stella labeled the pot. If you're worried that she might hurt him, or Gavin, don't. She's, I don't know, maternal. Perfect. Then, an unidentified yet maternal ghost who haunts my son's room at night. It's a Harper family tradition. After a conversation like that, Stella needed something sensible to occupy her mind. She grabbed a flat of pansies and some trailing vinca from a greenhouse, found a couple of nice free-form concrete planters in storage, loaded them and potting soil onto a flatbed cart. She gathered tools, gloves, mixed up some starter solution, and hauled everything out front. Pansies didn't mind a bit of chill, she thought, so if they got a few more frosts, they wouldn't be bothered, and their happy faces, their rich colors, would splash spring right at the entryway. Once she'd positioned the planters, she got her clipboard and noted down everything she'd taken from stock. She'd enter it in her computer when she was finished. Then she knelt down to do something she loved, something that never failed to comfort her, something that always made sense. She planted. When the first was done, the purple and yellow flowers cheerful against the dull gray of the planter, she stepped back to study it. She wanted its mate to be as close to a mirror image as she could manage. She was half done when she heard the rumble of tires on gravel. Logan, she thought, as she glanced around and identified his truck. She saw him start to turn toward the material area, then swing back and drive toward the building. He stepped out, worn boots, worn jeans, bad boy black-lensed sunglasses. She felt a little itch right between her shoulder blades. "Hey," he said. "Hello, Logan." He stood there, his thumbs hooked in the front pockets of his work pants and a trio of fresh scratches on his forearms just below the rolled-up sleeves of his shirt. "Picking up some landscape timbers and some more black plastic for the Dawson job." "You're moving right along there." "It's cooking." He stepped closer, studied her work. "Those look good. I could use them. These are for display." "You can make more. I take those over to Miss Dawson. The woman's going to snap 'em up. Sale's a sale, Red." "Oh, all right." She'd hardly had a minute to think of them as her own. "Let me at least finish them. You tell her she'll need to replace these pansies when it gets hot. They won't handle summer, and if she puts perennials in them, she should cover the planters over for winter. It happens I know something about plants myself. Just want to make sure the customer's satisfied." He'd been polite, she thought, even cooperative. Hadn't he come to give her a materials list? The least she could do was reciprocate. If Graceland's still on, I can take off some time next Thursday. She kept her eyes on the plants, her tone casual as a fistful of daisies. If that works for you. Thursday? He'd been all prepared with excuses if she happened to bring it up. Work was jamming him up. They'd do it some other time. But there she was, kneeling on the ground, with that damn hair curling all over the place and the sun hitting it. Those blue eyes, that cool Yankee voice. Sure, Thursday's good. You want me to pick you up here or at the house? Here, if that's okay. What time works best for you? Maybe around 1. That way I can put the morning in. That'll be perfect. She rose, brushed off her gloves, and set them neatly on the cart. Just let me put together a price for these planners, make you up an order form. If she decides against them, just bring them back. She won't. Go ahead and do the paperwork. He dug a many-folded note out of his pocket. On these and the materials I've got down here. I'll load up. Good. Fine. She started inside. The itch had moved from her shoulder blades to just under her belly button. It wasn't a date. It wasn't a date, she reminded herself. It wasn't even an outing, really. It was a gesture, a goodwill gesture on both sides. And now, she thought as she walked into her office, they were both stuck with it. Chapter 9. I don't know how it got to be Thursday. It has something to do with Thor, the Norse god. Haley hunched her shoulders sheepishly. I know a lot of stupid things. I don't know why. I wasn't looking for the origin of the word, more how it got here so fast. Thor? Stella repeated, turning from the mirror in the employee bathroom. Pretty sure. I'll just take your word on that one. Okay, she spread out her arms. How do I look? You look really nice. Too nice? You know, too formal or prepared? No, just right nice. The fact was, she envied the way Stella looked in simple gray pants and black sweater, sort of tailored and curvy under it. When she wasn't pregnant, she herself tended to be on the bony side and flat-chested. Your sweater makes you look really built, she added. Oh, God. Horrified, Stella crossed her arms, pressing them against her breasts. Too built? Like, hey, look at my boobs? No. Laughing, Haley tugged Stella's arms down. Cut it out. You've got really excellent boobs. I'm nervous. It's ridiculous, but I'm nervous. I hate being nervous, which is why I hardly ever am. She tugged at the sleeve of her sweater, brushed at it. Why do something you hate? It's just a casual afternoon outing. Haley avoided the D word. They'd been over that. Just go and have fun. Right, of course. Stupid. She shook herself off before walking out of the room. You've got my cell number. Everybody has your cell number, Stella. She cast a look at Ruby, who answered it with a chuckle. I think the mayor probably has it on speed dial. If there are any problems at all, don't hesitate to use it. And if you're not sure about anything and can't find Roz or Harper, just call me. Yes, Mama. And don't worry, the cake's not coming until 3. She slapped a hand over her mouth. Did I say keg? Oh, peg's what I meant. Yeah, I meant peg. Ha, ha. And the male strippers aren't a definite. She got a hoot of laughter out of Ruby at that and grinned madly. So you can chill. I don't think chilling's on today's schedule. Can I ask how long it's been since you've been on a date? I mean, outing? Not that long. A few months. When Haley rolled her eyes, Stella rolled hers right back. I was busy. There was a lot to do with selling the house, packing up, arranging for storage, researching schools and pediatricians down here. I didn't have time. And didn't have anyone who made you want to make time. You're making it today. It's not like that. Why is he late? She demanded, glancing at her watch. I knew he'd be late. He has I'm chronically late for mostly everything written all over him. When a customer came in, Haley patted Stella's shoulder. "That's my cue. Have a good time." "May I help you?" she asked, strolling over to the customer. Stella waited another couple of minutes, assuring herself that Haley had the new customer in hand. Ruby rang up 2 more. Work was being done where work needed to be done, and she had nothing to do but wait. Deciding to do her waiting outside, she grabbed her jacket. Her planters looked good, and she figured her display of them was directly responsible for the flats of pansies they'd moved in the past few days. That being the case, they could add a few more planters, do a couple of half whiskey barrels, add some hanging pots. Scribbling, she wandered around, picking out the best spots to place displays, to add other touches that would inspire customers to buy. When Logan pulled up at 1:15, she was sitting on the steps, listing the proposed displays and arrangements and dividing up the labor of creating them. She got up, even as he climbed out of the truck. "I got hung up." "No problem. I kept busy." "You okay riding in the truck?" "Wouldn't be the first time." She got in, and as she buckled her seatbelt, studied the forest of notes and reminders, sketches and math calculations stuck to his dashboard. "Your filing system?" "Most of it." He turned on the CD player, and Elvis rocked out with Heartbreak Hotel. "Seems only right." "Are you a big fan?" "You've got to respect the king." "How many times have you been to Graceland?" Couldn't say. People come in from out of town, they want to see it. You visit Memphis, you want Graceland, Beale Street, Ribs, the Peabody's Duck Walk." Maybe she could chill, Stella decided. They were just talking, after all, like normal people. "Then this is the first tick on my list." He looked over at her. Though his eyes were shielded by the black lenses, she knew from the angle of his head that they were narrowed with speculation. "You've been here, what, around a month, and you haven't gone for Ribs?" "No." "Will I be arrested?" "You a vegetarian?" "No, and I like ribs." "Honey, you haven't had ribs yet if you haven't had Memphis ribs. Don't your parents live down here? I thought I'd met 'em once." "My father and his wife, yeah, Will and Jolene Dooley." "And no ribs?" "I guess not." "Will they be arrested?" "They might, it gets out. But I'll give you and them a break and keep quiet about it for the time being." "Guess we'll owe you." Heartbreak Hotel moved into Shake, Rattle, and Roll. This was her father's music, she thought. It was odd and kind of sweet to be driving along, tapping her foot, on the way to Memphis, listening to the music her father had listened to as a teenager. "What you do is you take the kids to the reunion for Ribs," Logan told her. "You can walk over to Beale from there, take in the show. But before you eat, you go by the Peabody so they can see the ducks. Kids gotta see the ducks." "My father's taking them." That might keep him out of the slammer." Phew. It was easier than she'd thought it would be, and she felt foolish knowing she'd prepared several avenues for small talk. "Except for the time you moved north, you've always lived in the Memphis area?" "That's right." "It's strange for me, knowing I was born here but having no real memory of it. I like it here, and I like to think, overlooking the lack of ribs to date, that there's a connection for me here. Of course, I haven't been through a summer yet, that I can remember, but I like it. I love working for Roz. She's a jewel." Because she heard the affection in his tone, she shifted toward him a bit. "She thinks the same of you. In fact, initially, I thought the two of you were—" His grin spread. "No kiddin'. She's beautiful and clever, and you've got a lot in common. You've got a history." "All true. Probably the history makes anything like that weird, but thanks." "I admire her so much. I like her, too, but I have such admiration for everything she's accomplished, single-handedly, raising her family, maintaining her home, building a business from the ground up, and all the while doing it her own way, calling her own shots." "Is that what you want?" "I don't want my own business. I thought about it a couple of years ago, but that sort of leap with no parachute and 2 kids," she shook her head. "Roz is gutsier than I am."
Besides, I realized it wasn't what I really wanted. I like working for someone else, sort of troubleshooting and coming in with a creative and efficient plan for improvement or expansion. Managing is what I do best. She waited a beat. No sarcastic comments to that? Only on the inside. That way I can save 'em up until you tick me off again. I can hardly wait. In any case, it's like I enjoy planning a garden from scratch, that blank slate, but more, I like taking one that's not planned very well or needs some shaping up and turning it around. She paused, frowned. Funny, I just remembered. I had a dream about a garden a few nights ago, a really strange dream with, I don't know, something spooky about it. I can't quite get it back, but there was something, this huge, gorgeous blue dahlia. Dahlias are a particular favorite of mine, and blue's my favorite color. Still, it shouldn't have been there, didn't belong there. I hadn't planted it, but there it was. Strange. What'd you do with it, the dahlia? Can't remember. Luke woke me up, so my garden and the exotic dahlia went poof. And the room, she thought. The room had been so cold. He wasn't feeling well, a little tummy distress. He okay now? Yeah. Another point for his side, Stella thought. He's fine, thanks. How about the tooth? Uh-oh, second point. The man remembered her baby'd had a loose tooth. Sold to the tooth fairy for a crisp $1 bill. Second one's about to wiggle out. He's got the cutest little lisp going on right now. His big brother teach him how to spit through the hole yet? She grimaced. Not to my knowledge. What you don't know. I bet it's still there, the magic dahlia, bloomin' in dreamland. That's a nice thought. Kill it? God, where did that come from, she wondered, fighting off a shudder. It was pretty spectacular, as I recall. She glanced around as he pulled into a parking lot. Is this it? It's across the road. This is like the visitor center, the staging area. We get our tickets inside, and they take groups over in shuttles. He turned off the engine, shifted to look at her. $5. Says you're a convert when we come back out. An Elvis convert? I don't have anything against him now. $5. You'll be buying an Elvis CD, minimum, after the tour. That's a bet. It was so much smaller than she'd imagined. She'd pictured something big and sprawling, something mansion-like, close to the level of Harper House. Instead, it was a relatively modest-sized home, and the rooms, at least the ones the tour encompassed, rather small. She shuffled along with the rest of the tourists, listening to Lisa Marie Presley's recorded memories and observations through the provided headset. She puzzled over the pleated fabric in shades of curry, blue, and maroon, swagged from the ceiling and covering every inch of wall in the cramped, pool-table-dominated game room. Then wondered at the waterfall, the wild animal prints and tiki hut accessories all crowned by a ceiling of green shag carpet in the jungle room. Someone had lived with this, she thought. Not just someone, but an icon, a man of miraculous talent and fame. And it was sweet to listen to the woman who'd been a child when she'd lost her famous father, talk about the man she remembered and loved. The trophy room was astonishing to her, and immediately replaced her style quibbles with awe. It seemed like miles of walls in the meandering hallways were covered, cheek by jowl, with Elvis's gold and platinum records. All that accomplished, all that earned in fewer years, really, than she'd been alive. And with Elvis singing through her headset, she admired his accomplishments, marveled over his elaborate, splashy, and myriad stage costumes, then was charmed by his photographs, his movie posters, and the snippets of interviews. You learned a lot about someone walking through Graceland with her, Logan discovered. Some snickered over the dated and debatably tacky decor. Some stood glassy-eyed with adoration for the dead king. Others bopped along, rubbernecking or chatting, moving on through so they could get it all in and push on to the souvenir shops. Then they could go home and say, been there, done that. But Stella looked at everything, and listened,
He could tell she was listening carefully to the recording, the way her head would cock just an inch to the right. Listening soberly, he thought, and he'd bet a lot more than $5 that she followed the instructions on the tape, pressing the correct number for the next segment at exactly the proper time. It was kind of cute, actually. When they stepped outside to make the short pilgrimage to Elvis's poolside grave, she took off her headphones for the first time. "I didn't know all that," she began. "Nothing more than the bare basics, really. Over 1 billion records sold? It's beyond comprehension, really. I certainly can't imagine what it would be like to do all that, and—" "What are you grinning at?" "I bet if you had to take an Elvis test right now, you'd ace it." "Shut up." But she laughed, then sobered again when she walked through the sunlight with him to the meditation garden and the king's grave. There were flowers, live ones wilting in the sun, plastic ones fading in it, and the little gravesite beside the swimming pool seemed both eccentric and right. Cameras snapped around them now, and she heard someone quietly sobbing. "People claim to have seen his ghost, you know, back there." Logan gestured. "That is, if he's really dead." "You don't believe that." "Oh, yeah. Elvis left the building a long time ago." "I mean about the ghost." "Well, if he was going to haunt any place, this would be it." They wound around toward the shuttle pickup. "People are awfully casual about ghosts around here." It took him a minute. "Oh, the Harper bride. Seen her yet?" "No, I haven't, but that may only be because, she doesn't exist. You're not going to tell me you've seen her." "Can't say I have. A lot of people claim to, but then some claim to have seen Elvis eating peanut butter and banana sandwiches at some diner 10 years after he died." "Exactly." She was so pleased with his good sense, she gave him a light punch on the arm. "People see what they want to see, or have been schooled to see, or expect to. Imaginations run wild, especially under the right conditions or atmosphere. They ought to do more with the gardens here, don't you think?" "Don't get me started." "You're right, no shop talk. Instead, I'll just thank you for bringing me. I don't know when I'd have gotten around to it on my own." "What'd you think?" "Sad and sweet and fascinating." She passed her headphones back to the attendant and stepped on the shuttle. "Some of the rooms were, let's say, unique in decor." Their arms bumped, brushed, stayed pressed to each other in the narrow confines of the shuttle's seats. Her hair skimmed along his shoulder until she shoved it back. He was sorry when she did. "I knew this guy, big Elvis fan. He said about duplicating Graceland in his house. Got fabric like you saw in the game room, did his walls and ceilings." She turned to face him, stared. "You're kidding." He simply swiped a finger over his heart. "Even put a scar on his pool table to match the one on Elvis's. When he talked about getting those yellow appliances, harvest gold. Whatever. When he started making noises about putting those in, his wife gave him notice, her or Elvis." Her face was alive with humor, and he stopped hearing the chatter of other passengers. There was something about her when she smiled, full out, that blew straight through him. And which did he choose? Huh? Which did he choose? His wife or Elvis? Well, he stretched out his legs, but he couldn't really shift his body away from hers. The sun was blasting through the window beside her, striking all that curling red hair. He settled on recreating it in his basement, and was trying to talk her into letting him put a scale model of the meditation garden in their backyard. She laughed, a delightful roll of sound. When she dropped her head back on the seat, her hair tickled his shoulder again. "If he ever does, I hope we get the job." "Count on it. He's my uncle." She laughed again until she was breathless. "Boy, I can't wait to meet your family." She angled around so she could face him. "I'm going to confess the only reason I came today was because I didn't want to spoil a nice gesture by saying no. I didn't expect to have fun." "It wasn't a nice gesture so much as a spur-of-the-moment thing. Your hair smelled good, and that clouded my better judgment." Humor danced over her face as she pushed her hair back. "And?" You're supposed to say you had fun, too. Actually, I did. When the shuttle stopped, he got up, stepped back so she could slide out and walk in front of him. But then, your hair still smells good, so that could be it. She shot him a grin over her shoulder, and damn it, he felt that clutch in the belly. Usually the clutch meant possibilities of fun and enjoyment. With her, he thought it meant trouble. But he'd been raised to follow through, and his mama would be horrified and shocked if he didn't feed a woman he'd spent the afternoon with. "Hungry?" he asked when he stepped down after her. "Oh. Well, it's too early for dinner, too late for lunch. I really should walk on the wild side, eat between meals." He grabbed her hand, and that was such a surprise she didn't think to protest until he pulled her toward one of the on-site eateries. "I really shouldn't take the time. I told Roz I'd be back around 4. You know, you stay wrapped that tight for any length of time, you're going to cut your circulation off." "I'm not wrapped that tight," she objected. "I'm responsible." "Roz doesn't have a time clock at the nursery, and it doesn't take that long to eat a hot dog." "No, but—" Liking him was so unexpected as the buzz along her skin at the feel of that big, hard hand gripping hers. It had been a long while since she'd enjoyed a man's company. Why cut it short? "Okay." Though she realized her assent was superfluous, as he'd already pulled her inside and up to the counter. "Anyway, since I'm here, I wouldn't mind looking in the shops for a minute, or 2. He ordered 2 dogs, 2 Cokes, and just smiled at her. "All right, smart guy." She opened her purse, dug out her wallet, and took out a $5 bill. "I'm buying the CD, and make mine a Diet Coke." She ate the hot dog, drank the Coke. She bought the CD, but unlike every other female he knew, she didn't have some religious obligation to look at and paw over everything in the store. She did her business and was done. Neat, tidy, and precise. And as they walked back to his truck, he noticed she glanced at the readout display of her cell phone. Again. "Problem?" "No." She slipped the phone back into her bag. "Just checking to see if I had any messages." But it seemed everyone had managed without her for an afternoon. Unless something was wrong with the phones, or they'd lost her number, or— the nursery could have been attacked by psychopaths with a petunia fetish. Logan opened the passenger side door. "The entire staff could be bound and gagged in the propagation house even as we speak." Deliberately, Stella zipped her bag closed. "You won't think that's so funny if we get there and that's just what happened." "Yes, I will." He walked around the truck, got behind the wheel. "I have an obsessive, linear, goal-oriented personality with strong organizational tendencies." He sat for a moment. "I'm glad you told me. I was under the impression you were a scatterbrain." "Well, enough about me. Why do you keep doing that?" She paused, her hands up in her hair. "Doing what?" "Why do you keep jamming those pins in your hair?" "Because they keep coming out." To her speechless shock, he reached over, tugged the loosened bobby pins free, then tossed them on the floor of his truck. "So why put 'em in there in the first place?" "Well, for God's sake," she scowled down at the pins. "How many times a week does someone tell you you're pushy and overbearing?" "I don't count." He drove out of the lot and into traffic. "You've got sexy hair. You ought to leave it alone." "Thanks very much for the stylistic advice." "Women don't usually sulk when a man tells them they're sexy." "I'm not sulking, and you didn't say I was sexy. You said my hair was." He took his eyes off the road long enough to give her an up-and-down glance. "Rest of you works, too." Okay, something was wrong when that sort of half-assed compliment had heat balling in her belly. Best to return to safe topics. To return to my question before I was so oddly interrupted, why did you go into landscape design? Summer job that stuck. She waited a beat. 2. 3. Really, Logan, must you go on and on, boring me with details? Sorry, I never know when to shut up. I grew up on a farm. Really? Did you love it or hate it? Was used to it mostly. I like working outside and don't mind heavy, sweaty work. Blabbermouth, she said when he fell silent again. Not that much more to it. I didn't want a farm, and my daddy sold the farm some years back anyway. But I like working the land. It's what I like. It's what I'm good at. No point in doing something you don't like or you're not good at. Let's try this. How did you know you were good at it? Not getting fired was an indication. He didn't see how she could possibly be interested, but since she was pressing, he'd pass the time. You know how you're in school, say in history, and they're all Battle of Hastings or crossing the Rubicon or Christ knows? In and out, he said, tapping one side of his head, then the other. I'd jam it in there long enough to skin through the test, then poof. But on the job, the boss would say we're going to put cotoneasters in here, line these barberries over there, and I'd remember what they were, what they needed. I liked putting them in. It's satisfying, digging the hole, prepping the soil, changing the look of things, making it more pleasing to the eye. It is, she agreed. Believe it or not, that's the same sort of deal I have with my files. He slanted her a look that made her lips twitch. You say? Anyway, sometimes I'd get this idea that, those cotoneasters would look better over there, and instead of barberries, golden mops would set this section off. So I angled off into design. I thought about design for a while. Not that good at it, she said. I realized I had a hard time adjusting my vision to blend with the teams, or the clients, and I'd get too hung up in the math and science of it and bogged down when it came time to roll over into the art. Who did your landscaping up north? I did. If I had something in mind that took machines or more muscle than Kevin and I could manage, I had a list, she smiled, a very detailed and specific list, with the design done on graph paper. Then I hovered. I'm a champion hoverer. And nobody shoved you into a hole and buried you? No, but then I'm very personable and pleasant. Maybe when the time comes and I find my own place, you could consult on the landscaping design. I'm not personable and pleasant. Already noted. And isn't it a leap for an obsessive, linear, detail freak to trust me to consult when you've only seen one of my jobs, and that in its early stages? I object to the term freak. I prefer devotee. And it happens I've seen several of your jobs, complete. I got some of the addresses out of the files and drove around. It's what I do, she said when he braked at a stop sign and stared at her. I spent some time watching Harper work, and Roz, as well as the employees. I made it a point to take a look at some of your completed jobs. I like your work. And if you hadn't? If I hadn't, I'd have said nothing. It's Roz's business, and she obviously likes your work. But I'd have done some quiet research on other designers, put a file together and presented it to her. That's my job. And here I thought your job was to manage the nursery and annoy me with forms. It is. Part of that management is to make sure that all employees and subcontractors, suppliers, and equipment are not only suitable for in the garden, but the best Roz can afford. You're pricey, she added, but your work justifies it. When he only continued to frown, she poked a finger into his arm. And men don't usually sulk when a woman compliments their work. Huh. Men never sulk, they brood. But she had a point. Still, it occurred to him that she knew a great deal about him, personal matters, how much he made, for instance. When he asked himself how he felt about that, the answer was not entirely comfortable. My work, my salary, my prices are between me and Roz. Not any more, she said cheerfully. She has the last word, no question, but I'm there to manage. I'm saying that, in my opinion, Roz showed foresight and solid business sense in bringing you into her business. She pays you very well because you're worth it. Any reason you can't take that as a compliment and skip the brooding phase? I don't know. What's she paying you? That is between her and me, but you're certainly free to ask her. The Star Wars theme erupted in her purse. Gavin's pick, she said as she dug it out. The readout told her the call came from home. Hello? Hi, baby. Though he was still a little irked, he watched everything about her light up. You did? You're amazing. Uh-huh. I absolutely will. See you soon. She closed the phone, put it back in her purse. Gavin aced his spelling test. Yay, she laughed. You have no idea. I have to pick up pepperoni pizza on the way home. In our family, it's not a carrot at the end of the stick used as motivation or simple bribery. It's pepperoni pizza. You bribe your kids, often and without a qualm. Smart. So they're getting along in school? They are. All that worry and guilt wasted. I'll have to set it aside for future use. It was a big move for them. New place, new school, new people. Luke makes friends easily, but Gavin can be a little shy. Didn't seem shy to me. Kids got a spark. Both of them do. Comic book connection. Any friend of Spidey's, and so on. So they were easy with you. But they're both sliding right along. So I can scratch traumatizing my sons by ripping them away from their friends off my things-to-worry-about list. I bet you actually have one. Every mother has one. She let out a long, contented sigh as he pulled into the lot at the nursery. This has been a really good day. Isn't this a great place? Just look at it. Industrious, attractive, efficient, welcoming. I envy Roz her vision, not to mention her guts. You don't seem deficient in the guts department. Is that a compliment? He shrugged. An observation. She liked being seen as gutsy, so she didn't tell him she was scared a great deal of the time. Order and routine were solid, defensive walls that kept the fear at bay. Well, thanks for the observation and the afternoon. I really appreciated both. She opened the door, hopped out. And I've got a trip into the city for ribs on my list of must-dos. You won't be sorry. Logan got out, walked around to her side. He wasn't sure why. Habit, he supposed. Ingrained manners his mother had carved into him as a boy. But it wasn't the sort of situation where you walked the girl to her door and copped a kiss goodnight. She thought about offering her hand to shake, but it seemed stiff and ridiculous, so she just smiled. I'll play the CD for the boys. She shook her bag. See what they think. Okay. See you around. He started to walk back to his door. Then he cursed under his breath, tossed his sunglasses on the hood, and turned back. Might as well finish it out. She wasn't slow, and she wasn't naive. She knew what he intended when he was still a full stride away, but she couldn't seem to move. She heard herself make some sound, not an actual word. Then his hand raked through her hair, his fingers cupping her head with enough pressure to bring her up on her toes. She saw his eyes. There were gold flecks dusted over the green. Then everything blurred, and his mouth was hard and hot on hers. Nothing hesitant about it, nothing testing or particularly friendly. It was all demand, with an irritable edge. Like the man, she thought dimly, he was doing what he intended to do, was determined to see it through, but wasn't particularly pleased about it. And still her heart rammed into her throat, throbbing there to block words, even breath. The fingers of the hand that had lifted to his shoulder in a kind of dazed defense dug in. They slid limply down to his elbow when his head lifted. With his hand still caught in her hair, he said, Hell. He dragged her straight up to her toes again, banded an arm around her so that her body was plastered to his. When his mouth swooped down a second time, any brains that hadn't already been fried drained out of her ears. He shouldn't have thought of kissing her, but once he had, it didn't seem reasonable to walk away and leave it undone. And now he was in trouble, all wound up in that wild hair, that sexy scent, those soft lips. And when he deepened the kiss, she let out this sound, this catchy little moan. What the hell was a man supposed to do but want? Her hair was like a maze of madly coiled silk, and that pretty curvy body of hers vibrated against him like a well-tuned machine, revving for action. The longer he held her, the more he tasted her, the dimmer the warning bells sounded to remind him he didn't want to get tangled up with her, on any level. When he managed to release her, to step back, he saw the flush riding along her cheeks. It made her eyes bluer, bigger, It made him want to toss her over his shoulder and cart her off somewhere, anywhere at all, where they could finish what the kiss had started. Because the urge to do so was an ache in the belly, he took another step back. "Okay?" He thought he spoke calmly, but couldn't be sure with the blood roaring in his ears. "See you round." He walked back to the truck, got in, managed to turn over the engine and shove into reverse. Then he hit the brakes again when the sun speared into his eyes. He sat, watching Stella walk forward, retrieve the sunglasses that had bounced off the hood and onto the gravel. He lowered the window as she stepped to it. His eyes stayed on hers when he reached out to take them from her. "Thanks." "Sure." He slipped them on, backed out, turned the wheel, and drove out of the lot. Alone, she let out a long, wheezing breath, sucked in another one, and let that out as she ordered her limp legs to carry her to the porch. She made it as far as the steps before she simply lowered herself down to sit. "Holy Mother of God," she managed. She sat, even as a customer came out, as another came in, while everything inside her jumped and jittered. She felt as though she'd fallen off a cliff and was even now barely, just barely, clinging to a skinny, crumbling ledge by sweaty fingertips. What was she supposed to do about this, and how could she figure it out when she couldn't think? So she wouldn't try to figure it out until she could think. Getting to her feet, she rubbed her damp palms on the thighs of her jeans. For now, she'd go back to work, she'd order pizza, then go home to her boys. Go home to normal. She did better with normal. Chapter 10. Harper spaded the dirt at the base of the clematis that wound its way up the iron trellis. It was quiet on this edge of the garden. The shrubs and ornamental trees, the paths and beds separated what he still thought of as a guest house from the main. Daffodils were just opening up, with all that bright yellow against the spring green. Tulips would be coming along next. They were one of his favorite things about this leading edge of spring, so he'd planted a bed of bulbs right outside the kitchen door of his place. It was a small converted carriage house, and according to every female he'd ever brought there, it was charming. Dollhouse was the usual term. He didn't mind it, though he thought of it more as a cottage, like a groundskeeper's cottage with its whitewashed cedar shakes and pitched roof. It was comfortable inside and out, and more than adequate for his needs. There was a small greenhouse only a few feet out the back door, and that was his personal domain. The cottage was just far enough from the house to be private, so he didn't have to feel weird having overnight guests of the female persuasion, and close enough that he could be at the main house in minutes if his mother needed him. He didn't like the idea of her being alone, even with David on hand, and thank God for David. It didn't matter that she was self-sufficient, the strongest person he knew. He just didn't like the idea of his mother rattling around in that big old house alone, day after day, night after night, though he certainly preferred that to having her stuck in it with that asshole she'd married. Words couldn't describe how he despised Bryce Clerk. He supposed having his mother fall for the guy proved she wasn't infallible, but it had been a hell of a mistake for someone who rarely made one. Though she'd given in the boot, swiftly and without mercy, Harper had worried how the man would handle being cut off, from Roz, the house, the money, the whole ball. And damned if he hadn't tried to break in once, the week before the divorce was final. Harper didn't doubt his mother could have handled it, but it hadn't hurt to be at hand. And having a part in kicking the greedy, cheating, lying bastard out on his ass couldn't be overstated. And maybe enough time had passed now, and she sure as hell wasn't alone in the house these days. 2 women, 2 kids, made for a lot of company. Between them and the business, she was busier than ever. Maybe he should think about getting a place of his own. Trouble was, he couldn't think of a good reason. He loved this place in a way he'd never loved a woman, with a kind of focused passion, respect, and gratitude. The gardens were home, maybe even more than the house, more than his cottage. Most days he could walk out his front door, take a good, healthy hike, and be at work. God knew he didn't want to move to the city. All that noise, all those people. Memphis was great for a night out, a club, a date, meeting up with friends, but he'd suffocate there inside a month. He sure as hell didn't want suburbia. What he wanted was right where he was, a nice little house and extensive gardens, a greenhouse, and a short hop to work. He sat back on his heels, adjusted the ball cap he wore to keep the hair out of his eyes. Spring was coming. There was nothing like spring at home. The way it smelled, the way it looked, even the way it sounded. The light was soft now with approaching evening. When the sun went down, the air would chill, but it wouldn't have that bite of winter. When he was done planting here, he'd go in and get himself a beer, and he'd sit out in the dark and the cool and enjoy the solitude. He took a bold yellow pansy out of the cell pack and began to plant. He didn't hear her walk up. Such was his focus that he didn't notice her shadow fall over him. So her friendly, "Hey," nearly had him jumping out of his skin. "Sorry." With a laugh, Haley rubbed a hand over her belly. "Guess you were a million miles away." "Guess." His fingers felt fat and clumsy all of a sudden, and his brain sluggish. She stood with the setting sun at her back, so when he squinted up at her, her head was haloed, her face shadowed. "I was just walking around. Heard your music." She nodded toward the open windows where REM spilled out. "I saw 'em in concert once. Excellent." "Pansies? They're a hot item right now." "Well, they like the cool." "I know. How come you're putting 'em here? You got this vine thing happening." "Clematis. Likes its roots shaded. So you put annuals over 'em." "Oh." She squatted down for a closer look. "What color's a clematis?" "It's purple." He wasn't sure pregnant women should squat. Didn't it crowd things in there? You want a chair or something?" "No, I'm set." "I like your house." "Yeah, me too." "It's sort of storybook here, with all the gardens. I mean, the big house is amazing, but it's a little intimidating." She grimaced. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful." "No, I get you." It helped to keep planting. She didn't smell pregnant. She smelled sexy, and that had to be wrong. "It's a great place, and you couldn't get my mother out of it with dynamite and wild mules. But it's a lot of house." "Took me a week to stop walking about on tiptoe and wanting to whisper." "Can I plant one?" "You don't have any gloves. I can get... Hell, I don't mind a little dirt under my nails. A lady was in today. She said it's like good luck for a pregnant woman to plant gardens. Something about fertility, I guess." He didn't want to think about fertility. There was something terrifying about it. "Go ahead." "Thanks. I wanted to say..." And it was easier, with her hands busy. "Well, just that I know how it might look, me coming out of nowhere, landing on your mama's doorstep. But I'm not going to take advantage of her. I don't want you to think I'd try to do that." "I've only known one person to manage it, and he didn't manage it for long." "The second husband." She nodded as she patted the dirt around her plant. "I asked David about him so I wouldn't say something stupid. He said how he'd stuck his hand in the till and cheated on her with another woman." She chose another pansy. "And when Roz got wind of it, she booted him out so hard and fast he didn't land till he was halfway to Memphis. You gotta admire that, 'cause, even with a mat on, it had to hurt her feelings. Plus, it's just embarrassing when somebody... Oops." She pressed a hand to her side and had the blood draining out of Harper's face. "What? What?" "Nothing. Baby's moving around. Sometimes it gives me a jolt is all." "You should stand up. You should sit down." "Let me just finish this one. Back home, when I started the show, some people, just figured I got myself in trouble and the boy wouldn't stand up for me. I mean, Jesus, are we in the 21st century or what? Anyway, that made me mad, but it was embarrassing too. I guess that's partly why I left. It's hard being embarrassed all the damn time." "There." She patted the dirt. "They look really pretty." He popped up to help her to her feet. "You want to sit for a minute? Want me to walk you back?" She patted her belly. "This makes you nervous." "Looks like." "Me too.
but I'm fine. You'll want to get the rest of those planted before it gets dark."
She looked down at the flowers again, at the house, at the gardens surrounding it, and those long, lake-colored eyes seemed to take in everything. Then they zeroed in on his face and made his throat go dry.
"I really like your place. See you at work."
He stood, rooted, as she walked off, gliding along the path, around the curve of it, into the twilight. He was exhausted, he realized, like he'd run some sort of crazed race. He'd just have that beer now, settle himself down. Then he'd finish with the pansies. With the kids outside taking Parker for his after-dinner walk, Stella cleaned up the mess 2 boys and a dog could make in the kitchen over a pepperoni pizza.
"Next pizza night I buy,"
Haley said as she loaded glasses into the dishwasher. "That's a deal." Stella glanced over. "When I was carrying Luke, all I wanted was Italian. Pizza, spaghetti, manicotti. I was surprised he didn't pop out singing That's Amore."
"I don't have any specific cravings. I'll just eat anything."
In the wash of the outside floodlights, she could see boys and dog racing.
"The baby's moving around a lot. That's normal, right?"
"Sure." Gavin just sort of snuggled and snoozed. I'd have to poke him or sip some Coke to get him moving. But Luke did gymnastics in there for months. Is it keeping you up nights?
"Sometimes, but I don't mind. It feels like we're the only 2 people in the world. Just me and him. Or her."
"I know just what you mean. But, Haley, if you're awake, worried, or just not feeling well, whatever, you can come get me." The tightness in her throat loosened instantly.
"Really? You mean it?"
"Sure. Sometimes it helps to talk to somebody who's been there and done that."
"I'm not on my own,"
she said quietly, with her eyes on the boys outside the window.
"Not like I thought I'd be. Was ready to be, I think."
When those eyes filled, she blinked them, rubbed at them.
"Hormones. God."
"Crying can help, too." Stella rubbed Haley's shoulders. "And I want you to tell me if you want someone to go with you to your doctor's appointments."
"He said when I went in that everything looks good, right on schedule, and that I should sign up for the classes, you know, childbirth classes. But they like you to have a partner."
"Pick me." Laughing, Haley turned.
"Really? You're sure? It's a lot to ask."
"I would love it. It's almost as good as having another one of my own."
"Would you?
Yes. 2 was the plan, but as soon as Luke was born, I thought, how can I not do this again? And wouldn't it be fun to try for a girl? But another boy would be great." She leaned forward on the counter, looked out the window. "They're terrific, aren't they? My boys."
"They are."
Kevin was so proud, so in love with them. I think he'd have had half a dozen. Haley heard the change in tone, and this time she rubbed a hand on Stella's shoulder.
"Does it hurt to talk about him?"
"Not anymore. It did for a while, for a long while." She picked up the dish rag to wipe the counter. "But now it's good to remember. Warm, I guess. I ought to call those boys in." But she turned at the sound of heels clicking on wood. When Roz breezed in, Stella's mouth dropped open. She recalled her first impression of Rosalind Harper had been of beauty, but this was the first time she'd seen Roz exploit her natural attributes. She wore a sleek, form-fitting dress in a muted copper color that made her skin glow. It, along with ice-pick sandals, showed off lean, toned legs. A necklace of delicate filigree with a teardrop of citrine lay over her breasts. "David?" Roz scanned the room, then rolled dark, dramatic eyes. "He's going to make me late." Stella let out an exaggerated breath. "Whew, just let me say, wow." "Yeah," she grinned, did a little half-turn. "I must have been insane when I bought the shoes. They're going to kill me. But when I have to drag myself out to one of these charity deals, I like to make a statement."
"If the statement's, 'I'm totally hot,'" Haley put in, "you hit it dead on."
"That was a target."
"You look absolutely amazing. Sex with class. Every man there's going to wish he was taking you home tonight."
"Well," with a half-laugh, Roz shook her head, "it's great having women in the house. Who knew? I'm going to go nag David. He'll print for another hour if I don't give his ass a kick. Have a wonderful time." "She sure didn't look like anybody's mother," Stella said under her breath. What would she look like in 20 years? Haley wondered. She studied herself in the mirror while she rubbed vitamin E oil over her belly and breasts. Would she still be able to fix herself up and know she looked good? Of course, she didn't have as much to work with as Roz. She remembered her grandmother saying once that beauty was in the bones. Looking at Roz helped her understand just what that meant. She'd never be as stunning as Roz or as eye-catching as Stella, but she looked okay. She took care of her skin, tried out the makeup tricks she'd read about in magazines. Guys were attracted. Obviously, she thought with a self-deprecating smile as she looked down at her belly. Or had been. Most guys didn't get the hots for pregnant women, and that was fine because she wasn't interested in men right now. The only thing that mattered was her baby. "It's all about you now, kid," she said as she pulled on an oversized t-shirt. After climbing into bed, plumping up her pillows, she reached for one of the books stacked on her nightstand. She had books on childbirth, on pregnancy, on early childhood development. She read from one of them every night. When her eyes began to droop, she closed the book. Switching off the light, she snuggled down. "Night, baby," she whispered, and felt it just as she was drifting off. The little chill, the absolute certainty that she wasn't alone. Her heartbeat quickened until she could hear it in her ears. Gathering courage, she let her eyes open to slits. She saw the figure standing over the bed, the light-colored hair, the lovely, sad face. She thought about screaming, just as she did every time she saw the woman, but she bit it back, braced herself, and reached out. When her hand passed through the woman's arm, Haley did let out a muffled scream. Then she was alone, shivering in bed and fumbling for the light. "I'm not imagining it. I'm not." Stella climbed up the step stool to hook another hanging basket for display. After looking over last year's sales, crunching numbers, she'd decided to increase the number offered by 15%. "I could do that," Haley insisted. "I'm not going to fall off a stupid step stool." "No chance. Hand me up that one, the begonias. They're really pretty, so lush. Roz and Harper started most of these over the winter. Begonias and impatiens are big volume sellers. With growers like Roz and Harper, we can do them in bulk, and our cost is low. These are bread and butter plants for us. People could make up their own cheaper." "Sure." Stella climbed down, moved the ladder, climbed up again. "Ivy geranium," she decided. "But it's tough to resist all this color and bloom. Even avid gardeners, the ones who do some propagating on their own, have a hard time passing up big, beautiful blooms. Blooms, my young apprentice, sell. So we're putting these baskets everywhere. Seduction. Wait until we move some of the annuals outside in front. All that color will draw the customers. Early blooming perennials, too." She selected another basket. "I've got this. Page Roz, will ya? I want her to see these and get her clearance to hang a couple dozen in Greenhouse 3 with the extra stock. And pick out a pot, one of the big ones that didn't move last year. I want to do one up, put it by the counter. I'll move that sucker. In fact, pick out 2. Clean off the discount price. When I'm done, they'll not only move, they'll move at a fat profit." "Gotcha. Make sure one of them's that cobalt glaze," she called out. "You know the one. And don't pick it up yourself." In her mind, Stella began to plan it. White flowers, heliotrope, impatiens, spills of sweet alyssum, silvery accents from Dusty Miller and sage. Another trail of white petunias. Damn, she should have told Haley to get one of the stone-gray pots. Good contrast with the cobalt. And she'd do it up hot. Bold red geraniums, lobelia, verbena, red New Guineas. She added, subtracted plants in her mind, calculated the cost of pots, stock, soil, and smiled to herself as she hung another basket. "Shouldn't you be doing paperwork?" She nearly tipped off the stool, might have if a hand hadn't slapped onto her butt to keep her upright. "It's not all I do." She started to get down, but realized being on the stool kept her at eye level with him. "You can move your hand now, Logan." "You doesn't mind being there?" But he let it fall, slipped it into his pocket. "Nice baskets."
In the market?
Might be. You had a look on your face when I came in.
I usually do. That's why it's called a face.
No, the kind of look a woman gets when she's thinking about how to make some guy drool.
Did I? Mind, she added, gesturing to a basket. You're off the mark. I was thinking how I was going to turn 2 overstocked pots on the discount rack into stupendous displays and considerable profit. Even as she hung the basket, he was lifting another, and by merely raising his arm, set it in place. Show off. Shorty. Haley came through the doorway, turned briskly on her heel, and headed out.
Haley, forgot something, she called out and kept going.
Stella blew out of breath and would have asked for another basket, but he'd already picked one up, hung it. You've been busy, she said.
Cool, dry weather the last week.
If you're here to pick up the shrubs for the pit job, I can get the paperwork.
My crew's out loading them. I want to see you again.
Well, you are. He kept his eyes on hers.
You're not dim.
No, I'm not. I'm not sure.
Neither am I, he interrupted. Doesn't seem to stop me from wanting to see you again. It's irritating, thinking about you.
Thanks. That really makes me want to sigh and fall into your arms.
I don't want you to fall into 'em. If I did, I'd just kick your feet out from under you.
She laid a hand on her heart, fluttered her lashes, and did her best woman of the South accent. My goodness, all this soppy romance is too much for me. Now he grinned.
I like you, Red. Some of the time. I'll pick you up at 7.
What? Tonight? Reluctant amusement turned to outright panic in a finger snap. I can't possibly just go out, spur of the moment. I have 2 kids.
And 3 adults in the house. Any reason you can think of why any or all of them can't handle your boys for a few hours tonight?
No, but I haven't asked, a concept you appear to be unfamiliar with. And, she shoved irritably at her hair, I might have plans.
Do you?
She angled her head, looked down her nose. I always have plans.
I bet. So, flex 'em. You take the boys for ribs yet?
Yes, last week after.
Good.
Do you know how often you interrupt me in the middle of a sentence?
No, but I'll start counting.
Hey, Ross.
Logan? Stella, these look great.
She stopped in the center of the aisle, scanning, nodding as she absently slapped her dirty gloves against her already dirt-smeared jeans.
I wasn't sure displaying so many would work, but it does. Something about the abundance of bloom.
She took off her ball cap, stuffed it in the back pocket of her work pants, stuffed the gloves in the other.
Am I interrupting?
No.
Yes, Logan corrected. But it's okay. You up to watching Stella's boys tonight?
I haven't said.
Absolutely.
It'll be fun.
You 2 going out? A little dinner. I'll leave the invoice on your desk, he said to Stella. See you at 7.
Tired of standing, Stella sat on the stool and scowled at Roz when Logan sauntered out. You didn't help.
I think I did.
Reaching up, she turned one of the baskets to check the symmetry of the plants.
You'll go out, have a good time. Your boys will be fine, and I'll enjoy spending some time with them. If you didn't want to go out with Logan, you wouldn't go. You know how to say no loud enough.
That may be true, but I might have liked a little more notice, a little more... something.
Here's what he is.
She patted Stella's knee.
And the good thing about that is, you don't have to wonder what he's hiding or what kind of show he's putting on. Well, I can't say he's a nice man, because he can be incredibly difficult. But he's an honest one. Take it from me. There's a lot to be said for that.
Chapter 11. This, Stella thought, was why dating was very rarely worth it. In her underwear, she stood in front of her closet, debating, considering, despairing over what to wear. She didn't even know where she was going. She hated not knowing where she was going. How was she supposed to know what to prepare for? Dinner was not enough information. Was it little black dress dinner, or dressy casual on-sale designer suit dinner? Was it jeans and a shirt and jacket dinner, or jeans and a silk blouse dinner?
Added to that, by picking her up at 7, he'd barely left her enough time to change, much less decide what to change into. Dating. How could something that had been so desired, so exciting, and so damn much fun in her teens, so easy and natural in her early 20s, have become such a complicated, often irritating chore in her 30s? It wasn't just that marriage had spoiled her or rusted her dating tools. Adult dating was complex and exhausting because the people involved in the stupid date had almost certainly been through at least one serious relationship and breakup and carried that extra baggage on their back. They were already set in their ways, had defined their expectations, and had performed this societal dating ritual so often that they really just wanted to cut to the chase or go home and watch Letterman. Add to that a man who dropped the date on your head out of the clear blue, then didn't have the sense to give you some guidelines so you knew how to present yourself, and it was just a complete mess before it started. Fine. Then fine. He'd just get what he got. She was stepping into the little black dress when the connecting bathroom door burst open and Gavin rushed in. "Mom, I finished my homework. Luke didn't, but I did. Can I go down now? Can I?" She was glad she'd decided on the open-toed slides and no hose, as Parker was currently trying to climb up her leg. "Did you forget something?" she asked Gavin. "Nuh-uh. I did all the vocabulary words." "The knocking something?" "Oh." He smiled, big and innocent. "You look pretty." "Smooth talker." She bent down to kiss the top of his head, but when a door's closed, you knock. "Okay. Can I go down now?" "In a minute." She walked over to her dresser to put on the silver hoops she'd laid out. "I want you to promise you'll be good for Miss Roz. We're going to have cheeseburgers and play video games. She says she can take us in SmackDown, but I don't think so." "No fighting with your brother." Hope springs, she thought. Consider this your night off from your mission in life. "Can I go down?" "Get." She gave him a light slap on the rump. "Remember, I'll have my phone if you need me." When he rushed out, she slipped on her shoes and a thin black sweater. After a check in the mirror, she decided the accessories took the dress into the could-be-casual, could-be-more area she'd been shooting for. She picked up her bag and, checking the contents as she went, walked into the next bedroom. Luke was sprawled, belly down on the floor, his favored position, frowning miserably over his arithmetic book. "Trouble, handsome?" He lifted his head, and his face was aggrieved in the way only a young boy could manage. "I hate homework." "Me too." "Gavin did the touchdown dance with his fingers in the air 'cause he finished first." Understanding the demoralization, she sat on the floor beside him. "Let's see what you've got." "How come I have to know 2 + 3 anyway?" "How else would you know how many fingers you have on each hand?" His brow beetled, then cleared with a delighted smile. 5! With the crisis averted, she helped him with the rest of the problems. "There, all done. That wasn't so bad. I still hate homework." "Maybe, but what about the touchdown dance?" On a giggle, he leaped up and did his strut around the room. And all she thought was right in her little world once more. "How come you're not going to eat here? We're having cheeseburgers." "I'm not entirely sure." "You'll behave for Miss Roz?" "Uh-huh. She's nice. Once she came out in the yard and threw the ball for Parker, and she didn't even mind when it got slobbered. Some girls do. I'm going down now, okay? 'Cause I'm hungry." "You bet." Alone, she got to her feet, automatically picking up the scatter of toys and clothes that hadn't made it back onto the shelf or into the closet. She ran her fingers over some of their treasures: Gavin's beloved comic books, his ball glove, Luke's favorite truck, and the battered bear he wasn't yet ashamed to sleep with. The prickle between her shoulder blades had her stiffening. Even under the light sweater, her arms broke out in goose flesh. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shape, a reflection, a shadow, in the mirror over the bureau. When she spun, Haley swung around the door and into the room. "Logan's just pulling up in front of the house," she began, then stopped. "You okay? You look all pale." "Fine. I'm fine." But she pushed a not quite steady hand at her hair. "I just thought—" Nothing. "Besides pale, how do I look?" And she made herself turn to the mirror again. saw only herself, with Haley moving toward her.
"2 thumbs up. I just love your hair."
Easy to say when you don't wake up with it every morning. I thought about putting it up, but it seemed too formal.
"It's just right."
Haley edged closer, tipping her head toward Stella's.
"I did the redhead thing once. Major disaster. Made my skin look yellow."
That deep, dense brown's what's striking on you. And look at that face, Stella thought with a tiny twist of envy. Not a line on it.
"Yeah, but the red's so now. Anyway, I'm going to go on down. I'll keep Logan busy until... You wait just a few more minutes before you head down, then we'll all be back in the kitchen. Big burger feast."
She didn't intend to make an entrance, for heaven's sake, but Haley had already gone off, and she did want to check her lipstick and settle herself down. At least her nerves over this date, it was a date this time, had taken a back seat to others. It hadn't been Haley's reflection in the mirror. Even that quick glimpse had shown her the woman who'd stood there had blonde hair. Steadier, she walked out, started down the hall. From the top of the steps, she heard Haley laugh.
"She'll be right down. I guess you know how to make yourself at home. I'm going on back to the kitchen with the rest of the gang. Let Stella know I'll say bye from her to everyone. Y'all have fun."
Was the girl psychic? Stella wondered. Haley had timed her exit so adroitly that as she walked down the hall, Stella hit the halfway point on the steps, and Logan's attention shifted upward. Good black trousers, she noted. Nice blue shirt, no tie, but with a casual sport coat over it. And still he didn't look quite tame. "Nice," he said. "Thanks. You too. Haley said she'd tell everyone you were leaving. You ready?"
"Sure."
She stepped out with him, then studied the black Mustang. "You own a car?" "This is not merely a car, and to call it such is very female. And to say that is very sexist. Okay, if it's not a car, what is it?" "It's a machine." "I stand corrected. You never said where we were going." He opened a door. "Let's find out." He drove into the city with music she didn't recognize on low. She knew it was blues, or supposed it was, but she didn't know anything about that area of music. Mentioning that, casually, not only seemed to shock him, but kept conversation going through the trip. She got a nutshell education on artists like John Lee Hooker and Muddy Waters, B.B. King and Taj Mahal. And it occurred to her, after they'd crossed into the city, that conversation between them never seemed to be a problem. After he parked, he shifted to take a long look at her. "You sure you were born down here?" "It says so on my birth certificate." He shook his head and climbed out. "Since you're that ignorant of the blues, you better check it again." He took her inside a restaurant where the tables were already crowded with patrons and the noise level high with chatter. Once they were seated, he waved the waiter away. "Why don't we just wait on drinks until you know what you want to eat? We'll get a bottle of wine to go with it." "All right." Since it seemed he'd nixed the pre-dinner conversation, she opened her menu. "They're known for the catfish here. Ever had it?" he asked. She lifted her gaze over the top of her menu, met his. "No, and whether or not that makes me a Yankee, I'm thinking I'll go for the chicken." "Okay. You can have some of mine to give you a sample of what you've been missing. There's a good California Chardonnay on their wine list that'll go with both the fish and the bird. It's got a nice finish." She set her menu down, leaned forward. "Do you really know that, or are you just making it up?" "I like wine. I make it a point to know what I like." She sat back when he motioned the waiter over. Once they'd ordered, she angled her head.
"What are we doing here, Logan?"
"Speaking for myself, I'm going to have a really fine catfish dinner and a glass of good wine."
"We've had some conversations, mostly business-oriented."
"We've had some conversations and some arguments," he corrected.
"True. We had an outing, an enjoyable one, which ended on a surprisingly personal note."
"I do like listening to you talk sometimes, Red. It's almost like listening to a foreign language. Are you laying all those things down like pavers, trying to make some sort of path from one point to the next?"
"Maybe. The fact is, I'm sitting here with you on a date,
That wasn't my intention 24 hours ago. We've got a working relationship. Uh-huh. And speaking of that, I still find your sister mostly annoying. Big surprise.